Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everyone. Welcome on in. It's great to see so many of you on this fine Thursday morning. Shout out to all of you who are here. Drops go live in a few hours, for about 3 hours. We're just waiting for it to pop up on Twitch overlay, then we'll know. They should be doing I'm surprised I've not seen a ping about it from Funcom, to be honest with you. Pan Miyagi, I hope today goes better for you, but the one thing I will say about ADHD tests, just be yourself. That's the only way that you can get a good answer from that test. So all you can do is rock up and be your normal self. Don't overplay things, don't emphasize stuff, just be you. That's all you can do. That's how they do a test. You'll be alright, bud. We got you. What are the drops? Well, I can help you with that. If I go to this screen and do this one, whoop, hello, and I can press this button, here are your drops that go live today. Here's the date that Dune provided. Here's one I prepared earlier. Artemis Rancer, thank you very much for your resub at tier 1. It is great to see you. Thank you very much. These are the drops start tomorrow. We're currently just waiting for the Dune patch to all go through. There you go. I've just got the Dune patch. Just pressing update now. We'll I turn that off and we'll go to this. You can see that my Dune is updating, as are other things. Bitcraft patch. I definitely didn't download this for everyone. Delightful. We will likely play some Battlefield tomorrow, potentially also go and do... It was quite a quick download, Soz. Is Dawn of War remastered on Steam? It should be. Why can I not find it? It's going to be Warhammer 40,000. It will be Dawn of War. What have we got? Let's try Dawn. I mean, I'll add it to my wish list for 7 hours. Woohoo! There you go. Yeah, you just have to remember how Warhammer 40,000 games are named. You have to remember the naming convention because you end up with this. I just have a segment of Warhammer 40k games. Always deeply funny. So that is the Dune update launch. We should have our servers done relatively soon. While we're waiting, we'll download these. And I will put the drops back up. What? All because central display was not properly located. Terrifying. To be honest with you, Scylla, no, I've never actually been a huge friend of the Diablo style games. I've never enjoyed Diablo that much in general, sadly. I never really vibed with it the way that I really wanted to. A shout out to Switch Shadow and to Doneo, both of you, for the Prime sub. You guys are awesome. Prime subs are super valued. You know, they are contractually owed to you by Amazon as part of your as part of your Amazon Prime. If you don't spend it, Jeff Bezos keeps the money to make a moon statue for himself. So, you know, don't let Jeff win. That simple. love song. Filth Wizard, thank you very much for the resub for 1 month at tier 1. First of all, also great name. Filth Wizard, an excellent name. I'm very proud of that. Thank you very much, buddy. You are very welcome here. Thank you very much for the support. Thank you for getting us one step closer to the Partner Plus program goal. We are getting very, very close to 300 points, which is phenomenal. I can only thank all of you so much from the bottom of my heart. Couldn't do it without any of you. Thank you very much. Mm-hmm. Whoop. Whoop. Let's Dune load. I'm gonna be honest with you. Given that has been that off. Okay, I've processed all of the requests. All of the use your name in games have been refunded because we haven't played RimWorld for a little bit, and I want to give you guys your money back. Well, your Twitch points back. I am a kind, generous, and fair god. Dune Awakening, why are you not loading? Definitely nothing to do with the fact the last game that I played was Bitcraft. We should be very, very close on that spook. I might be able to do something on it tomorrow. I don't know. How does ignore skill work in Bene Gesserit? If you're ignoring those abilities, it costs you stamina. You did, Karam, because I only posted one Daily Bailey yesterday. If you didn't want them back, you should invest them in Wing Gamba. Oh, god damn it, Karam. I should have seen that one coming, to be honest. You're not wrong. Shit. Good morning, Indie Rat. How are you doing? It's great to see you. Thank you, Pan Miyagi. Server and stability improvements, fix stuttering on low and medium graphical settings, fix the P83 travel error that prevented players from traveling and could have resulted in vehicle loss. Players who lost their vehicles due to this bug will get them back. Very, very short patch, very easy, but 90 minutes of downtime for that. Wow. New drops look like this. The drops are not yet live. Drop soon is in the title. Soon. Up there. Up there. Wait, no. Down there for you. We're not sure. I've not put a ping out to community in Ellis. But the fact that I've updated the game and I can connect should mean that the servers have updated. When I know that the servers are updated, that's when I will ping. There are indeed new goodies coming for building. You have no update ready in your Steam, you'll need to like verify the integrity of your game or restart your Steam. Patch is out and installed for me. I've connected to the server, which means I haven't got a client I haven't got a client server mismatch. I should be good. If someone who hasn't updated tries to load the game, you'll know for sure. But yeah, verifying files or restarting your Steam is a pretty surefire way to get an update if there is one that you're not seeing. I can't guarantee that our server has restarted. It says. Log in. You tried to get the Stare and Contest achievement yesterday and got eaten. I'm sorry to hear that. Midwinter Live, welcome on in. I hope you are doing well, buddy. But you likely just fell in that weird spot in the middle. How many hours have I played Dune? Since launch, 475. In total, over 600, including the closed playtests. Well, 600 including the open playtest, including the closed playtest, maybe 700 or 800, to be honest with you. So, none. You got the achievement, Steam didn't show it until after you've been eaten. That's interesting. The servers look like they're back off Mazroth, but I can't confirm it objectively because I haven't seen the servers have downtime. So I'm taking a risk. Frame of mind. Good morning, Machara. Those of you who are over on YouTube, good morning, welcome. Those of you on Twitch, if you aren't already subscribed to the stream on YouTube, I would appreciate it. Go over there, give it a like. You can use exclamation point YouTube. Got to try and get that sub count up so that I can do YouTube content at some point. There is a stream that's live, so I appreciate all the support. I also appreciate the fall damage. Thank you, game. Whoops. There you go. I'll turn the music down a couple of notches. Thank you very much, all of you, for the follows, for the subs earlier, for the bits. Like Hulken, thank you very much for the 100 bits a few minutes ago for the hype train. Thank you again to all of you who have subbed for the stream so far. It's great seeing you all here today. Good morning, Gallius. How are you doing? Have I played Battlefield 6? I will be playing Battlefield 6 tomorrow on stream, most likely. Right, ready to like a big sniff, like a... Whoa, yeah, a little bit too much. Sorry, I'm just a bit silly. We are indeed Machara. I'm very grateful to everyone for their support with that. Duke H5, our servers are on indeed, yes. You can't wait to get your Orny and start flying? Completely agree with you, Paxian. It's a real game changer. Random Road, we're about 230, so we're about 73%, I think it is. If I had to make a rough guess. So much spice chat that I can see colors and taste flavors. And hear sounds. Yeah, I can hear sounds. That's how much spice we've done. How many months have I hit the 300? This will be the 3rd month. So far, 2 months in a row. This will be the 3rd month in a row. And man, you know what? Thanks to the power of spice, I can even feel textures. What is that shape in the sky? What am I looking at? Is it a fallen ship that hasn't yet fallen, like that one? Because that one there is one of the ships that's going to explode, but that one there doesn't look anything like it. It does look like a carrier, doesn't it? But it's way too high up. I mean, Sabo, I care not for where the resources come, only that the resources flow. It's Psychro, it makes sense. Zombrin, the drops will start in around 3 hours. Hello, Krautesh. It is great to see you, bud. How are you doing today? Thanks to all of you who have liked the stream over on YouTube and are watching over there, and if it's muted. the viewer number counts, the subscriber counts, all helps to get the channel above the thresholds to monetize it, and then I can start doing things on YouTube, like creating videos and guides for you all. I'm glad that your migraine has cleared out, Krautash. It is very, very good to hear that. No one likes suffering from a migraine, bud. How's the hotfix patch feeling? Currently feeling all right, thank you, Ballprint. Yeah. It looks like they fixed the key issues people were facing yesterday. You haven't seen the patch notes? Use exclamation point patch notes. The patch notes are quite minimal. The primary fix is around stuttering on low and medium end machines, and also a fix to the P83 problem that was causing a loss of vehicles and vehicle inventories between areas. Those are the primary changes from today's fix. Not a hot fix. Not really. The servers went down, that means it's not a hot fix. There you go, Mazroth. Glad you've got it. Why did my camera just crash? Are you guys able to see me? Yeah, just the prompt. I lost connection for a second. Good morning, Schlurpy. How you doing? It wasn't even a warm fix. It was a cold fix. Where do we have some spice to compact? Most of the spice blows have gone off. If not, there's a ring mouth as well. Mazarth, it was full downtime, but like it was like an hour of downtime, 60 minutes or so of downtime for the public servers. For our server, it wasn't anywhere near as much. I'm doing good, thank you, Schlurpy. Yeah, we've got some Dune drops today, which is exciting. Tomorrow, I'll likely do Battlefield 6 as well, which would be cool. Big Battlefield fan, so I'll give that a go. Also, maybe try some Dawn of War. If we go long enough, we might even try Dawn of War later on today at the end of the stream. Good morning, Alpha. I'm doing good, thank you, bud. How are you doing? We're having a good time here. Can't complain. Very British of you. Could be worse. Hello, Patoos. How are you doing, bud? Good to see you. Was it intended that the worm is more aggressive now in Haga? It's not in the patch notes. Everyone knows how I feel about undocumented changes that aren't in the patch notes. Especially in a game that has loss, you cannot be giving players hidden changes that will risk that permanent loss. That's not fair. The melee dude's so much harder now. They use 4 heavies in a row and they dodge the first heavy attack. Okay, we're gonna have to go and find some melee enemies. The 50% chance of shorter breach animation was meant to be for the deep desert worms, so they would match up with the Haga Basin ones. Baron Thorconan is here. Hide, chat. There's so much spice out here, Jesus. Look, medium spice blow, medium spice blow. We've seen so much again. Thorson Statham. This one, planetologist. There should be a fallen ship up here, and I'm not sure why I can't find it, because it was in the sky. Unless I'm too high up to see it, in which case that's kind of a gameplay flaw, to be honest with you. Do Dismet, thank you very much for the Prime sub, buddy. Appreciate you. Welcome on in. You are awesome. Looks like Atreides want to win this week. Oh, they want the crafting cost. Does make a difference. See. You spend more time clicking deposit all. Well, exactly. You don't have to do that anymore. You're now completely free from deposit all and extract all and getting RSI when you have to spam click a liter, John. Free, I tell you. Imagine starting a 600-year-old project today. No bank will only. Well, exactly. There is that, Fletcher. But, I mean, if a bank was funding that in this day and age, the project would be built very differently. So it's kind of different style of building, different way that we approach projects in this day and age. Oh, wait, there's a game I want to look at. Era 1. What was that? I put a reminder on my phone for it. Half asleep last night, I came across Era 1. What is this? It's a real-time strategy-based building, space survival, and tactical battle game. No campaign yet. Demo. Basically, let it cook. Fine. Fine with anything that says let it cook. We let games cook here, chat. That's what we do. We're going to let that game cook for a while. I'll show you the Steam page in a second. I'm just on the hunt. Get out. Get more than I can chew. Whoops. Tie back in. These are normally pretty good for loot. These large flat dunes. Unless the storm hasn't been through yet. Window to the pitch black streets. Gamescom is a couple of weeks' time. I was invited to go, but I would rather be here. I've got more stuff on. I won't go to Gamescom this year. It'll be next year if I do it. And in the end... Oh, there you go. I was asking where the sandstorm was. I think you're my best friend. Warframe, one of the VIP spot tickets were sold out when they announced it. Wow. Passive but aggressive. No, it's not impressive. Thor 2K, they have indeed fixed the crossing bug. Yes. Thank you for asking a question on YouTube. It's good to see you, bud. Morning, Avaricious. 25 to 10. I know, wild, right? And I can't believe You couldn't see it coming for me. Mine, 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 mine. That is a bit weird, Fletcher. They've obviously not done any optimization of that search engine result. What a day and age we live in, huh? Mine, 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 mine. Fine. We don't worry about the storm here. No. You're a bastard.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Shit, that might have cost me. We're gonna have to raw. It's gonna be a pretty raw landing. $300. Who put that there? We're safe. Oh, deeply funny. Please don't come around to my door. That probably was 5% damage to the wings. Not a huge amount. Or luck. Oh, that was blinding skill, I'll have you know. A calculated risk. You did a war crime on the batteries again. Oh no. What are we saying? Fuck's sake, Sabu. I also got some more spice. Landing that ornithopter there has blocked the doorway. That's not smart. Can't believe I tucked my ornithopter in underneath the carrier like that. Come on, where is the front garden loot? I live here for a reason. What? I have a theory that the loot after a sandstorm only spawns when the sandstorm has cleared itself from the map. I don't know if that has any basis, but I've noticed a weird delay in things spawning in the wake of the sandstorm, because that was right in the middle of the sandstorm, right? We'll leave it open for now, bud. Your heart. See, there's one, but like, why just one on this area that normally gets dozens of them? Right, let's wait for that to despawn. Whoop, 1 second. For those of you who are asking, these are the drops. Good morning, Cthulhu Lord. How are you doing, buddy? To keep on living, I'm not afraid to walk this world alone. Yesterday, we got a huge amount of loot out of this area of sand. I'm wondering why or how we can work out the variation, because the sandstorm passed the same path, pretty much. Is it the outer edge of the sandstorm? Hi, Worm. You are hanging around, aren't you? You might build and paint some more models. Ooh, exciting. What are you painting and building, Cthulhu Lord? Do we know what time the drops go live? Roughly 2 hours time is the normal time they go live. The Twitch drop itself is up on the screen, what you'll get, yeah. You're looting near my base now? Are you kidding me? Oh, I forgot my scanner, increases heat. See, nothing. Nothing. Well, in your world needs a building, do a custom page with some gunplay. Very cool. I agree. More Thopter skins would be nice, but they have to do development work for that, and they've already got problems with the meshes on this one. Yeah, very strange. Wait, what? There's just loads down here instead. So they're all in the PvE side? Okay, so there's none in the PvP area, but there's tons in the PvE zone. That's odd. I'm still trying to work out how these caches are, like, what the actual logic is behind their creation, because... That means if we fly west, we should get a bunch of them. Yes. The logic of getting loads in the deep desert PvP area, sorry, none in the PvE or none in the PvE is weird. Because yesterday, when we scanned the PvE area, there were no drops there. Hello, Mr. Greggles. How are you doing, bud? Good to see you. I hope you've recovered from the burger. I love the waiver you had to sign for that. That was very fun. It's legally binding, and I'm probably going to use some of its wording. You are doing. I'm glad you are doing. I just hope that you are doing well, bud. How about that? Funny story about that? Oh dear. For those of you who don't know, Greg here is a big fan of spicy food and had to sign a legal waiver for a burger that they had the other day because it was so hot. You went back for another and it put you in A&E. You went back for another burger for which you had to sign a legal... Did you have to sign a second waiver? For those of you who don't know, A&E is short for accident and emergency and is the British version of the ER. So you double burgered and were sent to A&E. I'm gonna need the full story. I'm gonna need different chef. They made it with triple the capsaicin they were meant to. That would do it. Now that is a very interesting point. The waiver that you signed doesn't cover negligence or a failure on capacity on the chef's behalf. Oh, now I'm gonna have to look at the waiver again. Okay, chat, I'll share the waiver with you. How about this? I'm obviously not going to show you Greg's signature because I'm not an idiot. Okay, here you go, chat. This is the waiver. I will read it out to you because it's not the most clear. It says, I hereby declare that on ordering the Hellboy that I'm physically fit, of sound mind, and fully aware of the horrific ordeal I'm about to put myself through. Consequences of eating the Hellboy may include, but are not limited to, intense spice-related pain, sweat, tears, regret, gasping, self-loathing, loss of hearing, loss of vision, dizziness, palpitations, existential dread, loss of taste buds, and death. I acknowledge that eating the Hellboy may result in severe chili-related pain on both the way in and later on the way out. I understand fully that this burger is extremely hot, not just Vindaloo hot, not you've been to Nando's and had extra spicy hot. I'm talking full-on hottest thing you've ever eaten, crying into your napkin, 24-hour roller coaster of pain, toilet roll in the freezer hot. I hereby take full responsibility for myself and notify my executors, administrators, heirs, successors, and next of kin that I waive, release, discharge, and hold harmless, and promise not to sue the beefy boys and absolve them from any and all liabilities and claims made as a result of eating this burger. I certify that all of the warnings I'm still daft enough to order this burger, and from here on in, whatever happens to me is my own stupid fault. I kid you not. That was signed. Now, the interesting point there is that you can't absolve yourself from negligence under law like that. There is a point of negligence which is so negligent as to render that waiver invalid, right? Using 3 times the amount of capsaicin, which is a known poison for a human if you do it in the wrong way, likely falls into a really interesting grey area there. Because while you've signed that waiver, you've not waived away the right to, basically, like, have a certain level of care taken in the production of your food. It's a bit like if you signed that waiver and then had a peanut reaction because the chef hadn't washed their hands, you haven't absolved the chef from that peanut reaction. Because ultimately there are contamination requirements where, there are contamination of food standard requirements. There's a duty of care, exactly. Yeah, exactly. So that's probably one of the reasons why they're so apologetic, is they don't want to test their waiver. I find it deeply funny. I know that you wouldn't sue. We're not such a litigious culture over here. But I find it deeply funny that despite that waiver, that happened. But I hope that you're okay, bud, because having burned a hole in my stomach from painkillers, I know exactly how horrible that ordeal is. When I did burn a hole in my stomach, I spent 7 days in hospital and was the closest to death I've ever been in my life. I lost like all color in my skin, like my hair started going grey kind of thing. Like I was ashen and white. Got a War 40k question you saw on Reddit. What would happen if a Xenos race accepted the rule of the Emperor? What would happen if the orcs all grew wings and suddenly started, you know, defecating donkeys that exploded? You're asking an impossible question based on the way that Warhammer 40k works. Like, so if you're going down, oh, very rare that you get a blueprint. If you're asking a purely theoretical question, it depends on which race. Votan, I could kind of see it. Eldar, again, I could see it. I could see the forces of order against the forces of chaos, or the forces of, you know, forces of Xenos being a thing. And I would be clear, we have got Xenos races or partial Xenos races as part of it anyway. It wouldn't be the hardest thing for them to do. You'd end up having to look more like a Tau empire and ultimately have a change and a shift in the overall Imperial focus on everything outside is bad. It would take a fundamental shift in the Imperium for it to even happen. You're talking more likely a better question is what would happen if the Tyranids decided to join the Tau. We know the Tyranids are intelligent. We know the Orcs are intelligent. What happens if one of them join one of the Xenos accepting races? Imagine long-range Tyranids. Tyranids with, like, Tau energy weapons. That's a better thought question because it actually uses the possible rather than the unimaginable. Yeah, Tyranids with railguns. Speaking of Tyranids with railguns, today the Dawn of War remaster comes out. So at the end of stream, if we're done with Dune content or the game breaks again, we may do that. But we're here for drops and here for farming, gathering some resources at the moment. The game's looking pretty stable. So looks like I'm not going to be too concerned about bringing heavier gear back out, flying things back and forth. Sabu, are you able to do some runs back and forth while we're waiting from the deep desert, like while I'm doing this, or are you doing other things out stuff? Oh yeah, the Dawn of War remaster comes out today. Yeah, it's exciting, right? If it has multiplayer, we may do some community multiplayer of that. 1v1 with Necrons. Yeah, I'll play you as Necrons. I love playing Necrons. You can basically just do a flayed one, spam, and deep strike them straight into the enemy's base. It's perfect. What more do you want than hordes of Necrons wearing the skins of their flayed enemies, going up and rocking up in your base? Great fun. I see Tyranids couldn't have the Orc lover fighting. Again, that's an incongruity which wouldn't work. The Necrons are a very cool race in 40k. They're probably the only ones in there that I could make any kind of case that they have a level of innocence to them. Although the amount of time that they've stayed on their vendetta has probably eradicated some of that goodwill. But originally, you could kind of see why the Necrons were pissed. I'll be honest with you, my first faction will always be Chaos, purely because I don't like it's more because of a position of opposition to the Imperium. I do not like the Imperium of Man's style and focus, and therefore Warhammer 40k RTS has been released. Yeah, a remaster of the original Dawn of War series. So you'll have all of the factions that you used to be able to play, everything. It's going to be great. I'm really looking forward to it. Fighting for your life. So rather than actually being pro Space Marine or anything, I'm actually just anti-Imperium generally. So my first faction was the Black Legion. Basically Chaos Undivided. Then I decided to get some edgy Raven bros. And I've got some Custodes, but I will likely at some point create my Necron army. I want to create a Necron army and a Tau army at some point. Because I've always liked the Necrons. They were the first thing they were one of the main factions I used to play in Dawn of War Soulstorm. When I played that. Oh, you know what? I wonder if you can do it. I wonder if they'll be able to do a multiplayer campaign. Doesn't hurt. Oh. You have Tau currently, nice. I have oh wait, I'll show you. I've done something. I was, you know when you do something that's organized and you're like, I'm just really proud of myself. Really, real proud of doing something finally that's I've meant to do for like 6 months. Except in this case, I've meant to do it since 2023. They have online co-op on. Oh yeah, online co-op campaign. That'd be great. Try to get it. Right, if I do this, that bird is in the sand. It's an Arrakis drone. What? 4 to 5. Iron Warriors are pretty good. Yeah, Iron Warriors and their Petarabo are very good. Do I have a fully painted army? Yeah, my Raven Guard are fully painted. Well, my Successor Chapter are fully painted, yeah. I can show them on stream in a second. I'll fly back to base once I've got a full inventory and I'll show off not only my organized pile of shame, but also some of my painted Warhammer. How about that? Given that we're talking about one of my favorite franchises. I'll do another Warhammer World trip. It's been a couple of years since my last time I went there. I think I went in 2022, 2023 with a friend from the US. I'll go again. I'll happily drive up there. It's a great trip. You know me, I love a road trip. Although, hang on, when am I free? Free. Actually, I might be able to do it at the end of the month. Aside from Warhammer, have I dipped my toes into any other mini games like Infantry or Trench Crusade? No, one of them is enough. Would I do an IRL stream? I have everything I need to do an IRL stream. I just haven't. But I know the signal will be relatively good because it's a city up in the UK, so it should be fine. I've got DJI mics, so I could mic 2 people up. I can go live from my phone, so I don't see a reason why not, other than you guys potentially having to see me hobbling around using a camera and my cane if I'm on it. But, I mean, most of you have seen me at TwitchCon on my cane, so I'm not particularly fussed about it. Mark, the drops start in about 2.5, 3 hours, I believe. 1 second while I do this. Those of you wondering about the drops, these are the drops. I will move them away from Baron Thorconan. One moment, let me do this. Right, chat, let me just get one thing set up. I need to do this. Exciting to do that. What? Okay. Let me turn off the blue screen because it's getting very confused. You can see here. Oh gosh, I look awful in this. I've got quite a bit of pile of shame to build. If I go up and across, you can see there's a fair few bits on the pile of shame to build for you guys. So at some point, it will be done. We will build our way through all of these. All of this. I'm looking forward to this one. This one is a spearhead force, so it's gonna be fun to do. There's a tank over there. I'm not a big fan of tanks. That's gonna involve the airbrush. Custodes Combat Patrol, that one will be good. Some of these were won, and some of these were given to me. So any of the ones which you can see, which are like this white box, I can't. This one, that one. So this one were given to me by somebody. This one's half empty. I've only got like one side of this. You can see all my lovely empty shelves behind me where I keep cables. But yeah, and I've got a few bits, so we'll be painting our way through some of this. If I do this, you can see that I've got my airbrush is behind me, like down here. That's my airbrushes here. Stuff for it, paints, and then there's Warhammer magazines here. This is the Warhammer Imperium magazines. I haven't actually opened or done any of them because they all arrived while I was moving and prepping to move. 1 second. How do I airbrush without making a mess? That's the neat part, you don't. I use a really shitty starter airbrush, I'm going to be honest with you. Like, I need to get a new, better one. The one I got was like it's like a 70-pound compressor and airbrush. There will be painting streams. Yeah, we'll likely do Bitcraft and painting streams. Ooh. I've disabled the blue screens. How is there still a blue screen working? What? What? I need to improve the light on this. You can see why I need to change my lighting solutions, because down here is too dark for me. Oh wait, you might not be able to say that actually. There we go. Back to normal with the stream. Okay. What type of prompt to use? I'm using the Elgato one. I don't have very many which are black painted that I want to paint, I'll be honest with you. I've got some very, very old Chaos Demons that will need painting at some point, and I'm dreading it because I hate painting metal. I've never really enjoyed metal painting from Warhammer. Like having to paint the metal figurines. It's not my favorite bit to do. I have an old Herald of Khorne on Juggernaut, which is a Chaos Demons. I think a release from something like 4th edition, potentially. And I've dropped that thing on my foot twice. First time I broke a toe. The second time it cut it so deeply that I had to glue the top together. Dunder, these are the drops. They will be starting in around 2 hours. If I can find the Herald of Khorne with Juggernaut, I'll show you guys. Yeah, it's... And I don't have some of the old, like the really old metal ones that I've used before, because some of those are heavy. Like some of the old dreadnoughts, some of the old tanks. The old metal bloodthirst. Yeah. Actually, I'm not sure I've ever seen a metal bloodthirster. I didn't actually own one. They were too expensive for me when I collected Chaos Demons. Yeah, working with pewter is not ideal. Okay, so I could just load my inventory up with stuff, which is what I'll do. Fly back to the Haga Basin. You have a metal Eldred. Wow, okay, that's cool. I mean, the Herald of Khorne and Juggernaut does look really good. It'll be really good to paint it. It'll be a fun thing to have painted, but I just have to get it primed properly. I always found the stuff I primed on metal always never worked properly. I'm hoping that the new Games Workshop paints prime better onto metal. Lick my toe, thank you very much again for your prime, sir, buddy. Appreciate you. Corvus Bell, I pursue. Okay, interesting. There should be a lot of detail in it, but I have to decide what I want to do next, army-wise. Like, once I've done all of this, I'll need to really, like, actually choose what I want to do and what I want to paint. I need to find out what I enjoy in it, because I want to do somewhat atypical Custodes painting, etc. Couple of layers of Abaddon Black. Yeah, see, I did that before back in the old style, and I always found that it might have been the humidity, or it could have been like the the temperature on the days I did it, or the amount of shaking I did. Cthulhu Lord, Thor is doing well on his vacation. I would watch this space for news. Not this space. I would watch his space, like his Discord. Ooh, 1 second. What did Thor do for vacation? He rebuilt the Ferret PC, did a bunch of stuff around the house, did some forestry, I believe. He took part in the DEF CON challenge remotely. Did the date for the Game Jam results change? The Game Jam results will be announced when they are ready, ILB. I know the judging has gone very well. The deadline for our judging is today. So we're getting the last bits of judge feedback in now, and we'll be choosing our top 10 and announcing them appropriately. I think Thor will likely do it on stream and show through some of the games potentially, but he may not do. I know that there are a couple that he's personally really enjoyed. And so we'll be going from there. But I'm not going to talk about my judging experience yet. The games that I've touched on and that I've played. I don't want to give anyone in the community any unfair feedback or ideas while everything's being judged in the back end. It's basically my answer. I said this a couple of years ago as well. Will we be doing that stream today, or are we waiting until next week? The stream will not be today. Wait for pings. Basically, keep an eye on his Discord. It will likely be soon. Are you just collecting icons now? VIP, 3-month subscriber, cheer 1K, and better TTV translator. I mean, geez, you just got to catch them all. More icons than name. You are very all right, but no worries. I know people are eager for the game jam results, but ultimately, I'll be honest, it's not an area that I oversee anymore. I do oversee it, but I don't actively run the game jam. I've actually delegated some of it. I know that that's a surprise to many people who know that I am notoriously bad at delegating, but I'm getting better. I'm trying to improve. And so I don't know the exact state on the game jam right this second because I've delegated it. I could ask for an update. I know. Just you wait for Ashes of Creation. I might know the stream schedule, but if Thor hasn't communicated it, I'm not going to say anything. Best Erythrium Crystal Farm. Honestly, making an operating base in the down in the Haga Rift and just basically like farming it in the middle there. There's a good section in the middle where there's like 3 or 4 of the bases that are like all along the same level, and you can fly between them or run between them. No, Thor didn't make me delegate. I chose to delegate. Voluntarily delegating was new, but I'm actually getting used to it. There'll be some more things I delegate soon. I'll be having some discussions with the mods as well about some potential stuff that's getting delegated. Because there's stuff that is 100% getting delegated. I just need to work out how to do it in a way that works for them. And just for that, I'm delegating you Reddit specifically. What? Oh, shit. Where's my assault ornithopter? Oh wait, there's one other place I might have left it. We're not going to panic yet. I probably left it in the A band, which is a bit silly of me. I really shouldn't have moved it back across into deep desert yesterday. I was probably tired at the end of stream and wasn't really thinking about what I was doing. I've been knackered this week. I have to say the heat has been really taken out of me. Even having aircon most of the time, like at nighttime, it seems to be pretty rough. I think, Ham, the question is, like, do I need to create, like, pirate software accounts for people to access so they don't have to use their personal accounts? Because most people have personal accounts if they want to for, like, art. I know that, like, people have it for art. I know one person uses it for, like, creative writing, and I don't want them targeted for their moderation stuff, so I'm just thinking currently about whether we'll give them, like, standalone mod accounts on the Reddit, for example. Capsaholic, the real one that people don't talk about is ibuprofen. Ibuprofen is or basically anything of its type, like naproxen, can burn a hole in your stomach if you don't eat beforehand. Or you do exactly that. Like, you have to be careful on that. Taking painkillers has its own risks, and we're never really taught properly how to take them. Hello, little Bailey. What's up, little guy? Oh, yeah. Wrong. What is it? Hey. Hi. Meow. Okay, let me put you on camera. Let me give you some head rubs. Okay, let me park the ornithopter and let's see what you want. Are you asking for a... Wait, where did we end? Oh, we're in the deep desert, that's why. I thought we were back in Haga Basin for a second. Well, I would have thought he'd left the room apart from the fact that I can just about see this. He hasn't wanted to stay in shot all week. He was really friendly with it last week, getting up on the desk and everything, but this week, nah, he's not feeling it. Maybe because it's warm outside. Yeah, the time I spent in hospital for more than 2 weeks was because I with the painkillers I took burned a hole through my stomach. I wasn't told how to take them properly. And it cost me quite a lot of internal organs. They stole my appendix. So we're going to have a paint stream. Yeah, we will definitely be doing a paint stream. It'll be paint and bitcraft. That's what I'll do. Okay, he wants me to go and look at something, so I'll be right back, chat. Hello. Sorry about that. I'm back with the cat. I should probably move this camera up somehow, shouldn't I? That way you can get kind of a better view of him when he's just sat here. You can see the top of his little head, right? Okay, unless he wants to try and go out the window. Which is pretty classic Bailey, I'll be honest. That you can see what he's doing. He's just sitting on the windowsill. He might go out the window. Tabu, why don't we have the storage just nice and accessible for ourselves? Like, I know that it's obviously really super secure, but this is an absolute fucking pain to do the loading and unloading of every time. Especially because the ones nearest the door aren't full. Why have we done this? Why do we keep doing this to ourselves? Why do we hate me? It's funny for chat. Okay, that makes sense. You've just gone out of the window. You're such a daft animal. I love him, but he's so weird. It's oh, you can't call it amazing like that. That's just not fair. Do you mean? That base looks like it needs more windows. So, but I'll tell you what, you can make it 20% split if you make it less painful for me to get the to extract the stuff. How about that? I mean, I'll be honest with you, Karon, most doctors don't know or think about pain types. Like they just don't. What am I going to be painting? I will likely start by, what have I got assembled that I need to paint? I don't know what I'll paint yet. I will likely go and do my, god damn it, Baron Thor Conan stole the floor again, chat. Do I have a grey wall of shame or boxes of shame? I showed them off on stream a little minute ago. I showed them all off on stream. Sabu, if I give you access to this sand crawler, you can transfer some of the stuff from that, if I do this. You can drop some stuff off. So what this allows me to do, Chaz, is I can put a bunch of this into Sandcrawler up here. I can then just go and when the Sandcrawler gets full, I'll do a run downstairs and I can empty all 7,000 of it out in one go rather than to keep running up and down every single time I want to cycle in and out of this area. It's all... The Sandcrawler is full. Nice. Okay, I'll empty it on the next run. Even if rather than having the 2 doors, you have 2 pentashields, fine, but running, like, having to wait for the doors each time is just super annoying. And it's, like I say, really weirdly laid out. We just need 1 pentashield that runs through it to keep that area separate, if that. There are new drops incoming later today. I am just waiting to get confirmation on the Twitch end where they are, like what time they are coming at, and then I will let you guys know when I know. I was told it would be today at the normal time, so likely in about 2.5 hours, but I just need to be certain by, I can't be certain until I see it appear on the Drops Manager. Let me go and check the Drops Manager again for you. Nope, we're only up to ones that are currently live, so I still haven't seen one that's coming live for it. This will be new drops. The new drops that are coming are this one. Look at how excited Baron Thorconan is for it. Pharaoh Seal, you know what, over on YouTube, kind of a fair comment. You know what, you're not wrong. Never before have I been so insulted by something I 100% agree with. I probably left it inside a rock. You're not wrong. When I lost my ornithopter, you're right. Rip Thopter of the Rocks. We still carry a part of it. It's still important to us. So I'm just answering a quick DM from his Thorship. It's always good to answer the boss. When you ask the question. These are the new drops, not old ones. I will ask the Funcom when these go live about how we can get access to the old, like the old, if they'll be giving a way of getting the old drops back somehow. Because I agree, for many of you, that's a big concern. You might not have got into Dune in the first week, or you might, you know, been a couple of hours short at one point because you weren't made aware that it was happening. You guys should be able to get, should have a chance to get things back. Defeats the point of them being a unique drop item. Then in my eyes, they were never declared to be unique drop item, to my understanding. And I think that ultimately you can't punish new fans into the genre for not being there at first. Maybe there should be items, you know, for example, maybe you don't get the 2 rounded ones, but if you've got some of the observer set, you should be able to get the rest of the set. Like, if you've got one part of the observer set because you join now, you're gonna want to be able to go back and get the ones that you haven't already got, right? The set itself should be available. Maybe there should be unique items which aren't, or which are given to people who got those drops that do deserve uniques. They should be decorations like the statues. They shouldn't be building parts, because ultimately the building parts actually have a mechanical strength. ILB, they've been very clear that that's not their goal at any point. For real money, I wouldn't mind if they did Solaris for it. Solaris or Spice Melange. Spice Melange would be great. Alternatively, include the blueprint for, like, Observer Walls to be a rare drop from running content. Why not? Why not have building parts be something that you can grind for? Maybe it comes from one of the A-band research labs to encourage people to go out into the deep desert. You know, there's a specific type of research lab which was researching building on Arrakis rather than necessarily just, you know, rather than just the growth of plants. And in there, maybe that's a rare drop in that room. Give people the way to earn it for themselves in game. Make them spend Spice Melange on it. Oh, that's tight. That sounds like Doctor's car on, yeah. Yeah, I know a number of you are concerned about missing out on the drops the first couple of weeks, because you're new to the game, or you know, you've only started caring once it's like when it's there. You've only started caring about the game kind of down the line. Oh my god. Actually, I'll leave that all in there. Do it all in one go. I think that ultimately they need to be able to open the setup to other people. I think if you only have observer windows and stuff and observer passageways, you're going to want the other observer pieces, aren't you? It just tracks. You're not going to want half a set because you happen to miss out on the drops. That doesn't feel good as a player. And if you didn't already have all the drops, you'd likely be in the position where you would want ability to gain them back. I don't know anyone so far who's spoken up and said, I've got half of the drops, but I don't care about the ones that came before. Kind of thing. Did I didn't fill my inventory up. How are we for water? There needs to be a quick way of doing this too. This is the next quality of life thing I want, is the ability for us to like quick deposit corpses from storage somewhere. To link the death stills to a storage box so they can get like auto-filled or something would be so useful. Even if you have to build a module like a death still loading bay or something, so you have to add in like mechanics to do it, I'd be so okay with that. Having like a machine cost, because doing this manually every time is such a fucking pain. I'm sure that a number of you don't like the quality of life around the death still. It's probably some feedback I will still give them. Yeah, basically a corpse magazine. You know what? Exactly. Picture a top-loaded autocannon, but rather than loading shells, it's loading corpses. And then give me a variant which allows me to fire the corpses like it's a top-loaded autocannon. Morgues don't tend to fire the bodies. I'm going to be honest with you. It's probably not a good reference. Like, that's... Okay, no, Classic Buster, I'm not saying the pre-order ones. I'm saying the stuff that you get for watching on Twitch. The Twitch drops for watching should be restored. The pre-order stuff is completely... Like, no, if you didn't get the pre-order, you don't get the pre-order. That's different. But the drops for watching on Twitch... Yeah, well, yeah, use the example of the drops, please, because I'm not talking about that. That's not what I was suggesting. Yeah, I'm never suggesting you should give away the pre-order bonuses. That would be ridiculous. And that's ultimately, if you bought something for that reason, you would be pretty pissed to lose out on the exclusivity that you paid extra for, or paid early for. So, no, definitely not on that front. But on the side of the drops that have already been here, we should definitely like be able to get the drops if you missed the first one, or you missed like an hour of it. Oh, I've already got 2 on me. I've been so organized. Caron, I can, I might be able to I don't know if it'll trump it, but I can add to your stories about doctors with a really horrifying one if you'd like. So, when my back issue was first flaring up, the doctors weren't really sure of what was going on with it. They didn't know why I was getting pain in my legs, etc. There was nothing that showed up on MRIs of my legs or anything like that, which would point to it. And they were like, you know what? It's likely growth-related pains. You've likely got some kind of nerve or muscle problem in your legs. What we're going to do is we're going to sever your hamstrings and allow your body to regrow naturally. You'll need to have an external cast for 3 years and learn how to walk again afterwards, but it should fix the pain. Rather than think, oh yeah, maybe we should MRI higher up the body than just the lower leg and the foot where the pain is, they wanted to just sever the hamstrings of a 17-year-old kid. Yeah. So when I got the second opinion, I went to a chiropractor to basically get like a second opinion of what else in the body could be going wrong. He took one look at me. It was like, hang on, take off your t-shirt. So I did, and he was like, turn around, look at my back, and like my right shoulder was like 2 or 3 inches lower than my left, and he was like, go and get an MRI on this part of your spine. This is where you look disaligned. The guy was bang on. He literally said it would be the L4 L5 disc. 100% was like. Whether or not you agree with chiropractors cracking people's necks and backs stuff, whether it's needed, whether we needed it in the past or whatever, that guy's knowledge of physiology and the way that the human body works together saved me from probably 3 years of recovery on a surgery that wouldn't even have worked. And I'll be honest with you, that probably could have saved my life. Because being in constant pain from the age of 12 to the age of 18 was very, very wearing mentally. I will be honest with you. It fucked me up. Always get a second opinion. That's how I feel about doctors now. And yeah, I had to go private in the end. Luckily, my when I was 17, my father's work covered me for that, so I didn't have to go through the NHS for my surgery in the end, which was just as well, because my trust in doctors at that point was not great. NHS is good if you're dying. They were fantastic when I was in hospital, unable to eat or drink or like hold down food or liquids, but yeah, rough. I completely agree with that. Yeah, it's difficult to describe to non-chronic sufferers how that feels, and I genuinely hope that most of my friends and family never have to go through that. It's not the one. What is this layout? This is weird. Okay, fine. Guess we can work with it. Nice. Okay. I am a question to the world. Okay, yeah, this is fine. Fine enough, anyway. We might fix it. Give me a second. Oh. I don't know if I can get a half stair. Have a look. You want like a ramp. Half stairs? Okay. Give me plastone. Let's see, half stairs. Corner. And then you could put in a pentashield there if you need to. Like, if we really needed to. Barely sure. Kind of hard to see where I'm placing it, but hey. You could probably put a pentashield in, I'm guessing. Would it let you go down? No. Oh, okay. What is this? Is this the glass? This is the window glass, isn't it? Yeah, this is the window bug. Hate this. Yeah, honestly, the NHS system in the UK is great, but having had a family member that works in it, I know some of just how stressed that system is. And to be honest with you, one of the reasons why I go private is because my issues are not life-threatening. They are painful, sure, but that's a me problem, not a country problem. I would rather pay for that myself, and I can afford to. I don't have to stretch the system if I don't need to. It's kind of that simple for me. The things that they have to deal with is absolutely insane. Like when I was there in 2022, that was probably my hardest hospital visit ever because I was in the general ward. This is when I burned a hole through my stomach and I couldn't hold water or food or even meds down. They didn't know that there was a hole in my stomach at that point, which is half the problem. But like I was in a general ward. I was the youngest in there, probably by at least like double, like half my age. Like, you know, I was about 30. The youngest, probably the only other person in there was probably somebody who was about 55, was the next youngest person in the same ward as me, and the oldest was probably in their late 80s. Yeah, it was a guy in the bed alongside me who was very clearly suffering from dementia or kind of something similar, and was calling out for his dead wife in the bed alongside me all night. You know, would mistake the nurses for her, that kind of thing. It was very difficult to deal with, I'll be honest, and like they had to deal with that every day, which is wild. The patience and the love that our nursing staff and our doctors are able to share, like wild to me. The NHS, they do great work and they don't get enough respect for it. We are doing good, thank you, Alpha. Yeah, we're just chatting shit, you know, yapping away as we always do. Oh, like I've said this before. My sister was she was a terminal care nurse during COVID, and she's had to get like PTSD treatment and stuff post. Like she's had to leave working in the NHS temporarily, you know, and had to get PTSD treatment for everything that happened like to her and stuff. Because like being a sole terminal care nurse, you'd go out and visit people in the community during COVID. Like that was rough for her. She was frequently the only person who had to be there to like, you know, deal with the medical issues, but also like reassure the family, break the news, all kinds of stuff. Like, Thor is on vacation. You can keep an eye on his Discord for when he'll be back. Oh, it appears that it's results day in the UK, so the news is full of people talking about how results have changed across the years and how exams are easier or more difficult and why boys are better than girls in X, Y, and Z and girls are better than boys in A, B, and C. Ooh, Jesus Christ. I'll be honest, as soon as you get out of education, people stop caring about that shit real quick. Yeah, Calatia, exactly. I got locked out of Haga. You wouldn't happen to have an idea of error Q52. It doesn't need a password to enter, but deep desert and villages are still fine. Mazroth, try re-entering the server password if you're on one of ours. If not, try a full relog. It sounds like a connection issue and it somehow lost whatever it's using to authenticate your character with that server. Yeah, they've only ever cared about basically, did you pass it? Like, fine. Becador, that's exactly the kind of stuff that I struggled to deal with. I had to get therapy after my time in hospital because being around that environment like fucked me up. I'll be honest. I've had therapy a few times in my life, and I speak for it for myself quite highly. Like it's been very important for me. That one was probably the first time I've had to get therapy more about dealing with something than it is like kind of who I am and about how I want to be kind of thing. The focus of therapy when you go into it is very different. We're looking okay on our end, Alpha. I'm not seeing any issues with lag or server drops. Or connection drops or anything. Good morning, TQB. We are doing well, thank you, bud. Yep, we are. We are doing quite well in the deepest and dankest of deserts. Yes, Abu, that's a nicer way of getting in and out of the base for the resources. Thank you. Enola, that horrifies me, like as a concept. Like, I don't know. The way I see it is like, I pay my local air, I pay my taxes, which covers, you know, the things that the government provides, right? So in the UK, it provides the health service. It makes sense to me that the ambulances are paid for by that. That's what the police are paid for. That's what the fire service is paid for. That's where all that goes. That makes sense to me. The idea of having to pay for an ambulance, someone from the UK, is so foreign that sometimes I don't even think about it. That is a consideration. Cad and I'll worry about that when it happens. I've got plenty of years to deal with that one, bud. Oh my god, Beckett. Well, I'm glad you're okay, bud. That's insane. I I'm so glad that you've recovered, dude. That's well, I mean, yes, there is that alpha, but the idea is that it's generally, you know, available to all. One second, chat. I'm just dealing with an issue of somebody who's linked a child abuse meme in one of the Discord servers that I'm managing. Fucking idiot. Apologies while I moderate. People are wild, right? I got unfairly banned for posting a simple meme. Looks at the meme. Oh, you're talking about beating your child? No, you can't talk about beating children. That's Discord terms of service breach. No. Banned. Ban stays. What? Lord Conan's here. I beat records, actually. That's what I do. Like, how much spice can I gather in one day? That's the kind of record I like to beat. My own records of how much of a turbo goblin I can be. $500k. I mean, $500k in spice in one day requires us to either just have a bunch of assault ornithopters farming and cycling, or it will require us to do a multiple. You need to have multiple spice fields, so you're probably gonna need 2 carriers. We probably want to do like a server event at that point. Mazroth, I'm glad your issues are sorted, bud. Good to hear it. Mazroth, yes, you can mix and match tiers of Thopter parts. Generally, my advice to you while leveling up is to upgrade the wings and like the engine, for example. Things that say defines the. This is defines the, or it talks about the stats of the vehicle. You want to upgrade it. The chassis and stuff, you don't have to. Once you get up to tier 6, you should make everything into tier 6. Because having the extra armor will help you in the deep desert. It might help you absorb that, like to be honest with you, the tier 6 armor yesterday, like, saved me from losing my scout. Because I took 1 hit to the body, which was hard, which was enough to take most of my integrity out. But if I like had the weaker one, then fine. No, each of the component sets needs to be the same thing. So you need to have, you know, a tier 6, all tier 6 wings. Yeah, all of the modules of the same type need to be the same. That's what I mean. A 2-hour company-wide meeting on how to use Microsoft Word. Just have a nap. Yeah, once you get to T6 though, you do commit to the assault ornithopter now. I will be honest. Oh, much better. This is great. I love this. When the drop should start in around an hour and 59 minutes. Well, an hour and 57 minutes, I think. If they start at the same time as normally, it'll be in an hour and hour and 45 minutes. Today is general base training. Use new template won't be part of it. They'll be covered in part 2. Part 2 of your 2-hour Microsoft Word training. Why? Why would anyone want to do that? When drope in 2 hour. 2 hour for droop. Hang on, let me do this. Dropper in 2 hour from dismissage. Oh well, thank you, Thurston. It's hard to imagine how it works internally. So generally, I will just get a ping, or the mods will get a ticket, or this is why tickets are so important on our Discord servers. The mods will get a ping, and then they will go and deal with it. And ultimately, like, no one wants that stuff in the community, so we just get rid of it. The answer here is I take a look at it, can see that it's very clearly a meme about someone beating their kids, and like we just can't have that. It's against Discord terms of service. Oh well, thank you, Pamiagi. That's one of the things that we do with it. Yeah, we want to make sure the ticket system is easy to use for us, but also easy to use for the community. It's important. Ultimately, you guys wouldn't engage with it if it felt bad, right? It's not the way I wanted to go, but fine. I mean, people still use Access. That actually surprises me, to be honest. I didn't know people would still be using Microsoft Access. Well, people find a way. People will always find a way to be shitty online. It's nothing new, sadly. I've lost the ability to be surprised about some of these things. It's I've become jaded. I know. Your eyes. So how many more runs have we got to do to empty that thing? No, I didn't give them a defense. They on Discord. You don't get the same kind of contact. You don't get a ticket opened and you can still talk while you're doing it. If you post something like that, you just get banned. Like if you post a porn bot, you get banned. We do have a reasonably large base of project repository, yeah. The crawler, yeah, because we're going between zones, you can't use the crawler to transport it. There's 2 more in the fob. Jeez, okay. A what bot? You might see if you get like adult content bots, yes. Twitch pawns. Like, not Twitch pawns, chess pawns. That's what I mean. PAWNS. Aspect, the drops will start in a few hours' time. There's the pinned message. The drops look like this. New generation it would be, but we've lost our everything in our deep desert more than once, and we don't want to do that again. Until we know what the bug that lost us our deep desert facility was, we know that it was a bug or not a targeted attack of some kind, then we're not willing to take that risk, unfortunately. One second, I'll be right back. Sorry about that. Just have to go and answer the front door briefly. This is an assault thopter. With the changes, they feel very nice now that you can jet up to 185 in the Assault Mark 6. Much better than the 134 that you were able to do before. Aspect, yep, shit is very tough as a solo. I completely understand that. I mean, if you're on, are you on public servers or are you on a private server like us? I know that we give help to people on our servers if they're looking to start a private one or like start up on a private one. So if you're on ours and you want help with a thopter, let us know and we'll give you a Mark 4 thopter. No, this is an assault thopter. The medium thopter is a dev term that we don't use. So... Thopter. The thing I like the most is that the word thopter, ornithopter, doesn't make that much sense. Because it's ornithopter. Pter is the word. Pter is the Greek word for wing. So, like, this is an ornitho wing. What does ornitho is obviously ornith is going to be a bird. The O isn't nice. The O is just added in. Ornith and Teron. This is Death Havana, yes. I believe. Yeah, it is, yeah. I think. Is it Night Drives? That's the song? What did he call it? Flying Dragon. Where did the word ornithopter come from? The O comes from nowhere. The ornithopter. Did you hear a Bailey meow? I doubt it. I very much doubt it. I know that I know what the definition of an ornithopter is, but we're talking about the etymology of the word, because the word comes from ornith, or you know, ornith, which is bird, and pteron, Pter, Eron, which is wing in Greek. So you've got bird wing, but where does the O in the middle come from? Where drop in few hour, drop in hour. Because the interesting part is helicopter, where we get the word helicopter, is actually copter isn't a word by itself. That's a combination of two parts of helico and pteron. Helico is the pattern that it moves on. So you get helicopter is actually the two parts of helicopter, not helicopter. It's helicopter. Goodbye game. By game if like survival game might like Dune. Wait for patch. Wait, we've had patch. Wait for patch stable. I have pub quizzed. I do enjoy a pub quiz. If that's the case though, what you would normally go would be ornipter. You'd get rid of the th from ornith. You'd go orny to birdwing. That's what you would normally have done for ease. So I want to know why it went ornithopter and not ornipter, which would have been the conventional way of doing it. Because the word that I can see, that the first use of the word was 1908. So it's not coming from the Greek, it's our use of Greek words. Alpha, completely fair. If anyone can find an older use of the word ornithopter than 1908, please do let me know. And if it was because of the similarity to helicopter, which comes from French, I think helicopter was used in the 1800s and it comes from the French, then they've taken, in order to make it ornithopter, like helicopter, they've taken part of helico out of it. They've taken the icopter and made it ornithopter, which is really nice. They've taken bits of it. So where does it, yeah, ornitho isn't a Greek word. Ornitho wouldn't be a word. What's that from? Where did ornitho come from? That's what I want to know. The origin of ornitho. No, not necessarily. Ornithoptera came from Da Vinci. Have you got proof of that? Because I couldn't see that online. Ornithoptera wouldn't have been Greek wording. Ornis. So it would have been a bird's wing. Yeah. It comes from ornithology. Source? Let me permit you, Draz. Platypuses, okay, now we're getting somewhere. Are we saying that ornithopters are in fact platypus wing? If we're saying that it's platypus wing, I'm fine with that. I will call these platypi. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not sure AI is going to give you I need a language scientist. Harry the platypus? The platypus of the sky. Have we emptied all of the deep desert? No.
Fourth grade.
Platypodes. Nice. An expert in bird law. Only if it's Texas bird law. A paper. We love a paper here. Hang on. I need to go look up the paper. Oh, there's a full academic paper on it. Lovely. Thank you very much for this, Draz. This is what I mean by providing sources. Proud of this. Here we go. We're now nerding out over the origin of the word ornithopter. Ranodon. So I'm going to read through this in my own time and get back to you guys. I did indeed go to university. I studied a blended law and business, like, studies. Well, law with some elements of, like, business management in it. Like, people management, organizational management, ethics, governance, and sustainability, that kind of stuff. Both laws. How dare you call me out like that, great goddess Freya? Medication would definitely stop someone from doing that, right? I'll be honest with you, Restic, like, a lot of the skills that you learn at uni are the important bits, and I think you actually could learn law better as a, as an apprentice going through an accredited scheme than you would from a university setting. Could be worse. Could be a YouTuber crashing out of a Conan Exiles law. That could true. Are you planning on finishing operational readiness? What do you mean? Oh, I can't do that. It's bugged. I don't have an ability to do anything with it. It's just stuck. All of these are stuck. Can't do this. Can't do this one. Can't do this one. Yeah, sadly. There's a few things that I'd like to speak to Funcom about at some point and be like, hey, could you fix these weirdly specific issues? Like the 4 of those. And the fact that if I do this... Oh, wait, no. Should be A. Yeah, it was. Okay. All of my emotes are missing from the game. They just need to respawn everyone's emotes. Because I lost all my emotes, as did a bunch of people who played on basically at the start of the game. If you did certain things or you died in a certain way, you would lose all of your emotes. Yep. So those 4 missions just cannot be completed. You got your from the which rewards button? Exilia. Rewards button. Rewards. Nope. What's my favorite book? Ooh. That's a really hard question. Small Mite, thank you very much for the resub at tier 1. Congratulations on the bread roll. Thank you very much for the PP contributions. You're always welcome here, Small Mite. Great to see you, dude. Oh, my favorite book. That's a really difficult one, and I hate the question. I like a lot of books. Let me start. So, for me, it's like stories, you can't necessarily compare a better story or a worse story. Books have a different feel, and you get into them differently depending on how that book is written. My favorite book is therefore going to be one that I probably have more of an emotional tie to, and I would probably say that in that regard, the Eragon series of books, I have a very close tie to. I mean, Eragon was the first book that I owned and read so many times that the cover fell off of it. And I went back and bought a separate hard copy version. Arthur, that doesn't exist. Don't talk about that. That's a bannable offense, actually, Arthur. I'm gonna... Can't believe you. No. We don't talk about that. We don't talk about any of this. I can't believe you, chat. This is the first time I've taken extensive moderation action. That doesn't exist. There's no such thing. There's only the books. There is nothing else in that universe. Yet. Don't talk about it. There is no film. Good. Good job. Good. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that film does not exist.
Would you like to deposit or withdraw some...
Okay, nothing's been lost. Sweet. No, there is no movie, Ressa. You don't understand. Eragon is the dragon thing. Yeah, it was a great set of stories. Nice. Okay. This is better. We like this. Sand bike. Oh. Whoop. Restic, that there can't be a Silmarillion film because in order to understand the Silmarillion, you need to keep a running Obsidian file linking which character is doing what at any given time. Alpha, there's a film for the Aragon series of books that was so bad and so far from the source material that I wouldn't consider it an Aragon film. It's just a standalone film about dragons. It's not an Aragon film. It's awful. Yeah, the Silmarillion you can read, but like in order to show a film of it to the average person who watches films and isn't invested in the Warhammer 40k, like not the 140k lore, sorry, the Lord of the Rings lore, is ultimately like quite hard to follow. It's very, very it bounces around a lot. It's a lot of very high level stuff. Even Christopher Paolini hates the movie. Like everyone hates that movie. It was awful. I would watch Lord of the 40k Realms, like 40k Rings. The Silmarillion is a great collection of books. It's a terrible standalone story. It's an anthology of stories, and it's like you can't treat it like a film as a result. The Children of Hurin, however, that was quite good. Once the ads are gone, I'm going to show people why I don't like this and just give. I'll pass it across to the devs again and give some feedback. Gaunt's Ghosts, great series. All of the Gaunt's Ghosts books are very good. No, you would need to do like a Love, Death, and Robots style series, I think, for the Silmarillion. I think if you wanted to do a TV show of the Silmarillion, you could do it Love, Death, and Robot style, so that they're not necessarily linked, in fact, but you could see the various characters. Okay, so an anthology. So you do like a collection of standalone episodes, a bit like Black Mirror or Love, Death, and Robots, both of which are great series. The drops that come today look like this. The Silmarillion's a collection of works in the Lord of the Rings universe by Tolkien that wasn't released, or stuff that was never done. So this is my problem with some of the way they do development. This is the Sandbike engine. We all know it's a Sandbike. Why is it called a one-man ground car here? This is the dev name for it. The four-man ground car, again, buggy. They use it in this. This doesn't say Bloodshot four-man ground car engine. Buggy engine. Make the buggy part of this match the buggy part of this. Scout Ornithopter, great. This says Scout and Assault. What it should do. However, it's not called a carry-all. It's called a carrier. So this is what I mean about naming conventions not being consistent inside the game. I've received confirmation that the drop starts in 2.5 hours. Let me just update this. They do, Arthur, and this is my point. I'll provide a ping across the devs with it in a second. Just writing this, updating the command. I can't press send until the time ticks over, which is the funny part, because I've written the wrong timing. Well, I wrote 28 minutes thinking we were less far into the minute than we were. The Artemis Fowl series are quite good. I remember reading those when I was younger. Here we go. Okay, sorry about that chat. I was just taking a bunch of screenshots and sending the information across to Funcom just to let them know about, you know, the 1-man ground car, the 4-man ground car, and the carryall not necessarily reflecting what we actually call things in game. Because ultimately this is actually a separate vehicle entirely, the carryall. This is the carrier, that's what they mean. The 4-man ground car, we all know they mean the buggy, but new players might not. And if you don't speak English as a first language, you might have a problem with that. And the 1-man ground car, it's always called the sandbike. Call it the sandbike. Fine. Samarada, thank you very much for the gift sub that you gave to Vigmunda. I very much appreciate you. I hope you're doing well. It's great to see you back. Thank you for being here. Some deployables, water tool. Cartography tools. There you go. They're going to be passing that on upwards. They can see how it's confusing. I've asked them the question about getting other parts of the observer set chat as well. So I've done what I can. Let's see what we can do for you all. Got your back, as you know. I will always try and ask those questions if I can. The lube market is strong. Wrong way. No, check the tax man actually, see what's popping up. Okay, I've obviously spaced. why are we talking about pilau rice? I mean, pilau rice is great. Don't get me wrong. I don't even care. Apparently, some bases are just getting taxes. Like, I don't understand. We've got them turned off, but a couple of bases still seem to get them. They've been off for weeks. Okay, Funcom got back to me already. They said that there's no concrete plan on it, but they are talking about it internally. It will be done. There'll be communications about it. Ultimately, they want to make sure that everyone is able to use that building set to its full potential. So those of you who missed out on the drops before, don't be worried. They will be bringing back the ability to get the rest of the sets in future.
What will it be?
Please don't talk about gun regulations in chat. You're dangerously close to politics there due to the way that America works, etc. I know that it's not political necessarily outside of the US, but no, you're fine, Alpha. Like I said, I'm not annoyed. I will just basically just tell you guys if I think that something is not to be covered. Some people feel very strongly about it, and it's a personal choice. It's not one I think we need to get into. You're completely fine, bud. No need to apologize. You didn't cross any lines, and you've stopped when I asked. We're all good, bud. That's all I ask. It's like, you know, we don't do religious discussion as well. It's just not. The cam lost focus. Oh, it did. Use the force, Luke. Blurnos. Sorry, that was just me phasing into an alternate reality. See, I think making it purchasable with Melange would be cool, Wolmari. Melange is pretty easy to get a hold of now. Like maybe you pay resources, you know, as a thing for it. Yeah, I had to self-appointed unqualified legal team here, but maybe just for reason that public release readers, I believe Funcom may bring them back to avoid exposure to liberty and chat can get mad. I'm accepting the legal risk of that one. I'm working with information that I have the best of my knowledge. There's no guarantee on my end from that. I'm just passing information on. I'm not Warp Touch. I just really enjoy, you know, warps like Brimstone Dust, like Warpstone, you know. I think the Skaven know what's up. That's all. Sorry, there are no giant rats underneath Altdorf. What am I saying? Wait. Did that the wrong way around. So, but we harvested everything. Kill the Jedi. Execute Order 66. Are there Mark 7 vehicles in this game yet? No, there is no Tier 7 anything yet. I'm looking forward to Tier 7 shields. Exciting. Tier 7 batteries will be cool. Icket Claw. Yes, yes. Night Monarch, they've done that. They have changed the startup volume of Ornithopters. They've reduced it. They heard your plea already. They've gone back in time and changed it for you. How to open more building options. You unlock them from traders in the Harko village or Arakeen as you level up with your faction. So you can get the Atreides or the Harkonnen or both. We've had no, well, Tier 7 gear is not confirmed, but it's the natural progression of the game. So it wouldn't make sense not to give us Tier 7 at some point in the future, just not anytime soon. I wouldn't expect to see that anytime soon until we get a DLC release. Regular Duck, yes, the instability bugs have largely been fixed as a result of this one, yes. I really hope, Enola, that it isn't the Fremen. I think the Fremen, everyone will choose the Fremen the same way that everyone chose Atreides, and I think that it will just end up getting absolutely over-spammed. because they are the cool faction. Yeah. So they've not confirmed tier 7, but like the nature of the game means that tier 7 is the logical bit. That they could do a Windows, you're right, but it's unlikely, right? Because we'll just still call it tier 7. How'd you go about including Fremen? Exactly, yeah. I don't think Fremen works or lands, in my opinion. Okay, well, I'm going to leave that spice there. We're going back out into the deep desert. We're going to go spice in. I should go backwards. Like a golf. And my boost is apparently on, but not on. Cool. Did they break the scanner to drop desert treasures? You can't bet any of the patch dropped. Alicia, you'll need to look in the path of a sandstorm. It might just be that it hasn't spawned for you yet. Yeah, that's what parking in London is like, correct. Alpha, this is a separate timeline. So if you've watched the films, you'll notice that in the films, Paul is in the Fremen area, and you see a snapshot at the start when we open the game up. When he's surrounded by all the Fremen, he goes through the spice ritual. He is seeing this as a separate timeline in which he was born as Ariste rather than as Paul. Where he was correctly born as a woman, as the Bene Gesserit had attended, and Jessica hadn't chosen to go against the Bene Gesserit plan. As a result of that, Jessica is trained in the Bene Gesserit ways. She foresees the betrayal of the Doctor, so you don't have the same kind of betrayal of the Atreides that wipes them out. Sabu. You see a very, very different chain of events just by the fact that Jessica decides to have a daughter as planned versus having a son. Hades Visage, the drops start in about 2 hours and 12 minutes, 2 hours and 13 minutes. That's how we do it. So the drops will start then. And these are these are the drops. I need to restart pressing this one. Why does my still suit have so much water? Because it's this one. It's the end. It's the best one. It's the still suit. I'm not sure how I feel about vehicle shields. People have asked me this a few times, and I don't know if they make sense. I'm not an expert. I'd probably have to ask Thor if it made sense. Like, from a lore perspective, I think it does make sense, but from a gameplay perspective, vehicles are already requiring counterplay. There would be no... If vehicles had shields, there'd be no need for the lasgun. The lasgun would be pointless. Where'd you get that from? Last week you got it in Foxtrot 3. Yeah, but remember that shields and stuff work differently because of that, like, because of the safeties and stuff here. So you could theoretically have a change. Speech? Yes, it does. Drops are currently down. I don't have a. There is no. I have no news link for you for drops. So that's what you get right now. We have been told. You're told in the opening cinematic that the Fremen were eradicated. That's the wording you're given at the start of things. Paron, maybe, but understand that European law is a very nebulous term, covering a lot of different countries' individual laws. Now, you're quite all right, Speech. Don't worry. It's part of a meme. You're fine. You're not in trouble or anything, don't worry. I would settle for chat, Dad, because that's an easy one to say, but it doesn't flow off the tongue well enough. It needs to be a punchy nickname, you see. It works with law, but with chat, that's a real short. Law is long and stated, but chat is not. So Law Daddy works, but Chat Dad sounds better. Chat's art, nice. I wake up at twilight. You're right. The lore of titles is very difficult. I'll give you that. That's more about titles and lineage than anything else. That one. When it comes to naming conventions, I have very specific requirements that sometimes people don't like. The drops will begin in 2 hours and 8 minutes. The Minesweeper. I am the law. That is probably good, headcanon to have, but rather than avoiding any spoilers for people who are playing through the game, who might not have gotten there yet, we are told at the start of the game the Fremen were eradicated. You can play the game and find out for yourself. Wormenhaga breach so close to you, then immediately zoom out to the swallow one. That's why you have to be so careful now, yeah. Look, don't get me wrong, I think learning the ability to walk without rhythm slowly across the sand doesn't actually cause too much of an in-game problem. I think that just needs to be balanced speed-wise. Walking without rhythm should be a thing. Worm riding, however, given that worms are meant to be the greatest existential threat that we really face in the game, the ability to ride them, I think, would feel a little bit cheap currently. So I would want there to be some really serious balance consideration given to if we were going to be given worm riding. I think it would be awesome, and I think a lot of people would love to see it, but I just want the balance to be right there because there needs to be counterplay to it. Like, it needs to be, it needs to be a meaningful mechanic, not just a meme that people can abuse. Well, Silafren, that's the problem. We don't actually know if that's true or not. We don't know if it's only when it's in the aggro mechanic, as some people have suggested from testing, or if it's all times touching the worm. Not really one that anyone's going to want to test, is it? Because the stakes are losing everything. That's the stakes. Like, I need to not be doing what I'm doing. I've got something else earlier. The drops will start in 2 hours and 4 minutes, for those of you who are wondering. Oh, we've got ads. Whoop. Let me grab a snack. They've made the cut array more responsive. It seems to have fixed some of its issues with cutting. Some of the geometries have been improved so that it'll actually correctly display the laser on it. That still suit is not in the loot pool this week, no. Fortunately. Oh, you only wanted cliffs. Okay, nice. Not a bad form of XP as well doing this, by the way. Drops when? Oh. Is it someone that tells us what's in the drop pool? Yes. Not what I just did. There is the link in chat there. I'll put it in YouTube as well for you. That is the link for the drops for this week for the loot tables. New drops, Banshee, startup in, this is the link for them. Startup in a minute. Nellis, thank you for sorting that. Nurse, can you send me how you did that? Because I couldn't remember how to do that while I was. I've done it before for stuff, but I couldn't remember how to do it live again. I need it pinned somewhere. I've done it for Thor several times. I just can't work out for myself while live. It seems to be a streamer issue. You can't work out how your own commands work when you're live. Still can't believe that Greg had to go to A&E because of the burger. It makes me laugh. No, we haven't got a nice outfit for Thor to model this time. We'll save that for a future time, don't worry. There's 4 XP up here. I can't leave that behind. Beach, I'm really pleased to hear that you've been able to find people to play with and like alongside. I'm glad the community is still going, that you've been welcomed ultimately. I think ultimately, look, the fact that we are curating our server the way that we do means that people are more willing to come back and stick it out, and like it's easier to recover from issues from the game. There you go. I've now put a suitably baitable title. Bailey is indeed the God Emperor of Dune. I've got evidence, photographic evidence that Bailey is in fact the God Emperor of Dune. See if I can find it. Look at, see? Omega King, look, if you are considering starting a character on either the pirate or mushroom servers, first of all, I'd say start on the pirate servers. I'm looking to be able to get the mushroom servers merged onto our world at some point without losing data. Very, very clear. So the pirate servers are stable enough now that we don't necessarily need to have the mushroom servers on a separate world. That was the original goal, because the pirate servers were just too full. If you are wanting to do that, give us a shout. We will give you a basic care package to help you get started. We will at that point we will give you like an ornithopter. We'll give you some starting tools. We can get you sorted. Night Monarch, yeah, exactly. I would like to be able to get people who are on the mushroom servers across to our main server. I'd like to be able to do that because we could put all 25 of the ones that, you know, the pirate and mushroom servers, all 25 of the servers I'm managing on one world. Right? So I'm making sure that the mushroom ones we can move across without losing everything. That's the whole point. Currently, you can't do that, but server transfers will become a thing at some point, and therefore we'll be able to unify our entire community together. I'm really looking forward to that day. Our Deep Desert will get a bit busier, yes, but I think that we might be able to merge worlds at that point as well. So we might be able to bring it down to 10 worlds, for example, depending on what's going on. So, Sab, are you saying that the buggy mining is more efficient? It wouldn't surprise me. With the flight involved as well, this is rough. all the information for our server is on !Dune Discord for the Dune server, or there's some links to it in my personal Discord as well, which is !Discord. The Dune Discord is shared with a couple of other communities. We've got Annie Fuchsia's community, Helping Hands, Mr. Gregors, myself, Vicky, Pirate Software, Jay the Bard. We've got a few people on there. Weeks. Sneakers speaks. Squeakers. I call them ticks. Done. So yeah, that's my private Discord. !Dune Discord for the one that's specific to our Dune server. That has all the server info on it, the Dune one. So it has all the passwords and stuff that you'll need. That's the one, Balthazar. Which pirate are you joining on? I would probably look through the guild list and see if you want to join a guild. I would look through the guild list and I would see if there's any guilds in there that are on servers that you might want to join. So if you want to join in a Harkonnen one, which is what I would advise doing because they're the best, do it that way. Decide your server based on a group to play with rather than just a random one and then finding out what's on there. Because that way you'll have a little bit more companionship. Maybe if you join the same one that what's my brain doing? Speech is on Bartholomew Robertson is new, so you might be able to join them. There we go. Yeah, Speech, I couldn't remember. My brain was still saying Squeaks, and I was like, well, that's not right. Oh yeah, Redsy's on ours. I completely forgot about Redsy. I haven't seen Redsy on for a while, so I don't know if Redsy's still playing. No, I was talking about Sneaker Squeaks. One of our friends. Sneaky Squeaks. There we go. That okay, yeah, it was the countdown part that got me. Thank you, Nellis, in that. Surly Platypus, yes, in the deep desert I go to every one of the sectors and scan it to clear the fog of war, yeah. You get 8,100 experience for it, which is pretty great. Reggie's been busy with raising money for charity and playing the Pixel remaster of the Final Fantasy games. That's quite cool. What's the most effective way to spread chaos and discord wherever I go? Malicious compliance. Give people exactly what they ask for. The monkey's paw, doing things in the most fun and trolling way is best. That's the fun part. Hello, Jethro Gray. How are you doing, bud? Good to see you. Welcome on in. Yes, Enola, they get a 20% compounding week on week until you get to a 2 times multiplier. You want to understand how all that works? I can show you that. Yes, Enola. So what happens is, for example, given that we won last week, they have got a ×2 multiplier. So, sorry, a times an additional 0.2 multiplier. So, for example, for every, there's no nice easy one to hand in here. So for every 10 that they get for House Miracle. Every 10 that we would get for holding the control point for House Miracle, they will get 1.2, so they'll get 12 points for every minute. You know, if they hand in spice infused iron dust rather than 35, they'll get 42, but they'll get 42 points per spice infused iron dust. So and then that counts towards personal contribution as well. So yes, it's actually easier to progress in weeks where you've got that multiplier built up if you want to do unlocks. There is actually a methodology there to lose like 3 weeks in a row on purpose, unlock all of the swatches in 1 week. The new drops, I most certainly can. These are the new drops. Hello, Aquadictus. Lovely to see you, bud. Hope you're doing well. I know, we're finally getting curved floors. The legendary missing part from most survival games. Curved pieces. Where are you going? Okay. We're just going to go on for... Oh, yeah, this is nice. A lot of loot. The loot of 1,000 worlds. So for an observer door, I mean, keep watching them all. Painless Steel, you missed the first one. You didn't know about the game at the time. I have received confirmation today that they are discussing the plans for making all of them available. They said, almost word for word, the point is that they want to ensure that people can use the building set to its full potential. So they will be re-releasing those ones that you've missed in some meaningful way. They're just currently discussing on how they do that. Personally, I hope they'll make it available for purchase with Solari or with like Melange in game, because it would kind of make sense. You know, you contact, you know, a guild and you you pay them in Melange for access to some of their building secrets. Funcom have done a support a streamer like campaign before, yes. Side TV, use drops when, and you'll see when the drops start. They should start in about 1 hour and 47 minutes. Two more days of work after staying, then you have a vacation. Well, I hope you're looking forward to your vacation, bud. Well earned. I want to do a shout out to AK710. Thank you very much for your 3rd month at tier 1, buddy. You are awesome. Uxakol, thank you very much for your resub with Prime, also for 3 months. Welcome to the dough, the bread roll club for those of you. And Brimstone666, thank you very much for the Prime sub, buddy. You are so welcome in. Thank you very much for using your Prime sub. Therasith, I am happy to be of help. I'm glad that you find the information useful. Mr. Jesse, thank you very much for the 1 month tier 1 as well. You've been subbed for 3 months. Awesome of you, very kind. Enjoy your bread roll. And Toasted Puppy, thank you very much for the 5 gift subs to Lieutenant Ford, to Walter, to Mertvi Kenny, to Gallo, and to Sophia, Giver of Wisdom. Thank you very much for those gift subs, buddy. Thank you for the support. Yeah, Link, that's because I'm only popping it up occasionally when people ask the question for it. Oh, well, thank you very much, Painless Steel, yeah. I like, I think being chill is easier. There's no point being hectic all the time or being highly stressed, and, I don't like myself when I do get stressed, so it's just nice to be chill where I can be, We kind of bring a chill approach to moderation where we can. There's no point being super intense or super, demanding or, imperious. We're just trying to, everyone's just trying to have fun online, right? The drops are in 1 hour and 45 minutes, chat. When they start, we are nearly there with drops. Warchild, thank you very much for the resub at tier 1. Everything is going really well, thank you, bud. It's great to see you. I hope you're doing well. It's been a while. I'm stuck. Thank you, game. If I go this way, are you going to let me through the floor, or are you going to let me up? There we go, that's better. No. Please don't consume me, Thopter. Thank you very much for the 100 bits of Bailey as well. You are awesome. He will appreciate that. I will use it to get some catnip. I need to replace the catnip I've got. Died in the sun. Any chance to do some more research centers with Sabo and I? We could do. I'll be honest, there aren't that many good research centers to do this week, so it's not as a higher priority for me as it is getting resources to replace what we've been spending. Once I've done the resource stuff, then yes, I am level 195, very nearly 196. Launch. We are getting very, very close to max level. The drops look like this, those of you who are wondering. I'm going to move this again, just bear with me. There you go. You should be able to see what my character is doing now as well. I could farm C7 for Halleck's pick, but I've already got a couple of Halleck's pick. I'm going to be honest with you, like, this week's stuff, I've already got 5 Halleck's picks, 12 Mahanda sandbikes, 128 rock carrier wings, 14 Wayfinder helms, like, 7 Tabor soft steps, 23 X-Core leggings. Like, we've got quite a lot of this week's drops, because this is the 3rd week of this. You've loaded into Bartholomew Roberts. Well, congratulations, Omega King. I know that starting again is a pretty daunting task, but people should be more than willing to help you out. If not, I know that Sabu will also try and help, because Sabu is very helpful with that, if Sabu is around and has the capacity to. If not, I can always bring you an Ornithopter. At the very least, I've got a spare Mark IV one knocking around. Does having a high level give some kind of advantage? I mean, you've got more skills. If you've got more skills, you've got more passives. And if you've got more passives, you've just got more tricks up your sleeve. So yes, in a way, having a high level does give you power, but not in a linear line. It's not like you have more hit points at a higher level. We've got a new person joining us. Omega King in chat has joined Sabu. Are we able to get a care package to him at some point? No, you're all right, but yeah, you get, every time you level up, you get more of these skill points. The more passives you have, like, you know, for example, 30% more healing effectiveness, you know, 55 more max health. I'm just harder to kill, you know. So having more passives just helps. This means that I'm harder. I can heal faster. Balthazar, thank you very much for those 100 bits, and thank you all very much for those follows. We're getting very close to 10,000 follows, which is absolutely insane. I have something special when we get to 10,000, or when we're at 10,005, where, you know, we're comfortably over 10,000. I'll go and get the special thing. How about that? Oh. There is a weekly refresh list. Let me grab you this week's list. Is that the follower goal reached? That is indeed the follower goal reached. I mean, that is, first of all, 10,000 follows is absolutely amazing, chat. Thank you very much for it. You guys absolutely rock. I couldn't do this without you, and 3 months ago I wouldn't have believed this. Like, when I was, you know, at TwitchCon, or getting ready for TwitchCon in May 3 months ago, I did not expect any of this. You guys are all absolutely awesome, and I appreciate all of you for being here, for all the love and support, for all the follows, for all the kind words you guys say in chat, for all the follows over on YouTube, like everything. Like, at the start of this year, I think I memed someone being like, "Oh yeah, if I get 100 followers on Twitch, or 150 followers, or 500 followers, or something, and then I'll give streaming a go." And I thought I would stream like once or twice a week, maybe. You know, maybe if Thor did something big, I would do that. But as I spoke to more people, like more and more people wanted me to keep like going, so I just have been, and I've been really enjoying it. Like, it gets me out of bed every day. It is kind of a balancing act for balancing the work and the moderation I do and being there for the team with the stream. For sure, that's something I need to learn. I'm not perfect, and I will get better with it. But thanks to all of you, thanks to Thor and his community, thanks to Annie Fuchsia and her community, to Peter / Premier 2 if you know him as that. Like, I couldn't have done this without them, and I couldn't have done this without you guys. Ultimately, like, it's you guys being a cool community that makes this doable. You guys are too kind. Honestly, I'm just here doing my best, and I couldn't, like I said, I couldn't do it without you. I'm just glad that you guys are, happy watching me yap for 10 hours a day. I'm stuck in my orthopter again. Well, I'm glad you guys like it here. V88, to be honest with you, I'm one of those idiots. I convince myself that you guys are here for that reason, not because I'm doing a good job. Like, I'm as harder on myself. I'm as hard or harder on myself than anyone else probably is there. I'm working on that. OG Cookie Moonstar, the drops will be live in about 1 hour and 39 minutes. So when I say about, I mean 1 hour and 39 minutes. Oh, Toast Puppy, I'm very glad that you are recovering, first of all. I'm glad. Right, let me just go and grab this important package, and I'll be back in just 1 second. Whoop. Okay, so it's quite a large box. So just bear with me 1 second. It's not the easiest thing to transport or do or deal with in general. I'm actually very glad I moved the camera now. Because if I do, whoop, there we go, I'm back. I know, thank you very much to all of you. Drops will be here in about an hour and a half. Good morning, Pinky, hope you're doing well. Great seeing so many of you in here. We are just opening up a gift from the community that arrived like yesterday because we've just hit 10,000 people who have followed, which is absolutely amazing. So this should be I'm hoping quite fun for the community if it works. If not, it's a very nice display piece for me to meme on people with. Ads in box. Yeah, the ads are in the box, chat. Hang on, I need to move things around. It's a larger box than one expects. I've already taken off the labels, Balthazar. You're good. Oh my god, that thing is... Oh. Right. It does look a bit like a fireman's hat, I'll give you that. Right, 1 second. There is no Sambuca anywhere around. This is the helmet. Oh wait, there's still ads in progress. Hang on. Ads in helmet, exactly. Best way to protect wind traps is inside a pentashield on top of your base. Drops are soon. As far as I understand it, Solherjar, yeah, wind traps and everything still work inside inside the pentashield. They did last time I tested that anyway. So you guys have to forgive the empty bottles, but you can see that I am indeed hydrating. It is very oily. But fairly sure it goes this way around. Like just to keep it safe or keep it, you know, from a degrade. I'm not sure it'll fit over the headphones, but it's protection against the rust. I'll have to find somewhere to store it. Well, I think now we're ready to play Dune chat, right? I like how understated it is. Yeah, that's very understated. As you can see, very understated. So what I will do is I can sort out plumage for it. I will give it a clean because it's got rust protection all over it. I'll need to make sure that it's kept safe. But yes, that was very kind of the community to provide that. They provided that through Throne, which was fun. The thing on the top is off center. Is it more that my head is off center? I think I'll be honest with you. It probably because it's not seated snugly on my head because I'm not wearing a coif. Then it's likely misseated. So will I wear it in everyday life? I'll wear it every time I go through a drive. No, I can't go through a drive-through. We get chivalry cosplay while you do it. The sword I would use is behind that blue screen over there. I do know that, Enola, yes. I'd have to do that with all the swords, though. But I feel like that's going to be good for Dune health and safety. I'm going to need to get a new coif for it, I think. Not yet, James Brown. I'll need to get some. It was probably reflecting the blue. I probably have to turn off the blue screen and show it for you guys. I know, Spook. It's mad. I don't believe it. Like it's wild. Thank you all of you for all the followers. Thank you to Dan Jim and to Archon, both of you for the Prime subs. You guys are awesome. Can I wear it next time I see you? I'll consider it. Yeah, I might get some weird looks. Depends on where we are. Oh, let's go have a look at the clip. Oh yeah, the reflection of the blue screen means that actually you can't see. Yes, you can see in the clip there that actually the reflection on the metal means that you miss some of the shape. So if you look at that clip, you can see that actually it's the reflection of the blue screen that hides some of it. You know what? Gee, I will wear this helmet every single time your husband does a handstand. How about that? Vorg TV, thank you very much for the Prime sub, buddy. You are awesome. Mythgos, thank you very much for your resub with Prime, buddy. Awesome having you here. Thank you very much. Let's turn off the desk toggle for now. Let's put that. I'll be right back. I'm just going to put that somewhere a little bit safer so it doesn't, you know, get oil on Bailey's bed. And I am back. Thank you very much for waiting. That's great fun. Be right back. Polishing my helmet. Yeah, that doesn't sound great. Oh yeah, for those of you who don't know, G in chat's husband managed to break their foot by basically by dismounting a handstand / cartwheel. Like, of all the things to damage yourself doing, that's the one. That fills me with joy for some reason. I think that helmet is quite large as well. Obviously, it's because it's designed to be used with padded linings, etc. Look, gee, it's only 570 people who have heard that story, and I'm only going to tell it 5 or 6 times a day for the next 3 years. Light on the horizon. I'm not going to wear that on every single stream. What I will do today after stream is I will need to give it a clean, give it a polish, find a spot for it. I will likely look up where to get some plumage for it, because in order to create the full side-by-side comparison, we need to make sure that we have the red plumage in it. Bud, you've got a chance of getting it in Charlie 7 inside this cave. Inside these caves. I think it's in the big cave. Is that 2 falling ships? I'm guessing they're like decoy ships, basically. They might get shot down, they might not, so it makes you guess a little bit. But that's confusing because it's not in the patch notes.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Yeah, it doesn't appear to be a like a falling ship of any kind. We followed it for a long time, but
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
see you later, Pan Miyagi. Thank you very much for being here. Thanks to all of you for being here. Thanks for getting us past 10k, which is absolutely phenomenal. And I never would have expected it. Thank you very much, Cosmic. You are awesome. I appreciate you. I hope your day has gone better, Pan Miyagi. You were having a rough time at the start of stream. Beach, I don't think that is a coincidence. You know what? I think that might in fact be how that works. I think you may have actually done it. You might have been the dumb one. The drops start in 1 hour and 19 minutes. Captain Bones. Captain Bonsai? Captain Bonsai, that's the one. Sorry, your name is Dark Blue. They stand 1 hour and 18 minutes. Now I'm ditched a bit craft. It's just cozy old school RuneScape. I mean, yes. Yeah, now you're trapped. Now you're stuck there. At some point, when I'm on a video call with Thor, I won't tell him about the Swiss Guard helmet, and I'll just rock up wearing it. Just so everyone knows. You've done the same after I streamed it, and now you're nearing 700. Wow, that's dedication. That is. I should really be playing Bitcraft a little bit more while I'm doing other games, but games like Dune are far too active, and I just end up running out of fuel. Please tell me that I'm actually going to dodge that. That was kind of the goal, to go higher. Yes, I am. Nice. Now we harvest more resources. Just the helmet and swimming trunk. I mean, I'm not sure I could. No, I'm not doing. I'm not going in the hot tubs category, chat. It's not happening. Don't do this. Oh no, that's no. I can't get it through customs. Never mind. Oh, sorry, Dark Matter. Yeah, Thor is Pirate Software. He's a friend of mine, and my boss slash client, I guess. I'm the lead moderator there, so that's why we talk a lot about moderation. I'm my background on Twitch has been a moderator for channel. I mean, the smallest channel I've moderated was, you know, like 5 or 6 viewers, and the largest one I've obviously moderated is I mean, Thor's when he was playing WoW was up to, you know, in the 20,000s. So like it's kind of nuts. And the difference in how you moderate in different communities is very, very strong. So, you know, I'm also a mod over at Annie Fuchsia's community. I'm a mod over at Radical Baru, although I don't tend to do very much for either of those at the moment because ultimately their communities don't really need it. They don't actually need the support. If they did need the support, they know to ask. Like they've asked before when they've had any questions and such. So we are working on emotes. We've got a batch of them in progress. My Raylia will be back from their holiday very soon, so hopefully we'll be getting our big bank of emotes all very soon. At the same time as Twitch opens up, being able to change what our emote prefix is, hopefully soon. PM. If not, I have to go and ask the partner managers, which is annoying but probably doable. Oh yeah, Pirate Software is he's another streamer. He's got a far bigger community than this one. It's absolutely fine to not know it, but yeah, it also runs Ferret Software, which is another stream, which is a community funded rescue for ferrets. It's basically like a sanctuary almost. Ferrets that get surrendered there will live out their lives there, or something. You know, often you get people who surrender their ferrets for medical reasons because they can't afford the surgery to keep them alive or the medical treatment. They'll basically be rehomed to the rescue to basically live out palliative care if necessary, or to be nursed back to health, which has been you know, the story for a number of ferrets who were actually very sick. They've actually, you know, had turnarounds of their lives, which has been absolutely huge. Well, I don't really want to capture that while I'm doing stuff, so we're just going to leave that one. Actually, that doesn't look like it's live. No, it's not live. I mean, what was his game? His favorite games genre to stream? It's difficult to say. His favorite game is Ed Train Odyssey, I think. He's really enjoyed that. Secrets of Mana was one of his favorite games as well when he was a. Well, he doesn't tend to do shooters or survival games as much. He's more of a RPGs game, I think. Normally, he's a big fan of like a narrative RPG, like Expedition 33. He really enjoyed. Yeah, Noita he likes. It's good fun. The problem solving Noita. It's about combinations. It's He also enjoyed. Was it potion craft? Potion. What's the one where you have to basically do alchemy? Potion craft. That's the one. Yeah. The hotfix is live. As you say, hotfix. The patch is live. It's not a hotfix. Everything seems to be fine. The only thing I'm not sure about is the weird sky artifacts that we're seeing. I don't remember seeing anything about that in the patch notes. I know when he's back Friday, or does he take third week off? Keep an eye on his Discord server. He'll be pinging out. Or go and look at the Twitch channel, I think. I don't know if he's doing something in there. They were in yesterday, were they? Yeah, that's what I mean. Are they from the patch? I saw a couple yesterday, but like they're just kind of weird. And I don't remember anything in it from the patch notes. No, Archon, it's, yeah. People can believe what they want, ultimately. There is a truth. People just want to chuck shade and chuck shit, I think. It drives ad revenue. You know, whether you like it or not, that's what the internet is these days. And you've got people who are coming out saying lies about his previous work and stuff, and it's just a bit like, well, okay, but there's, you know, all the signs that what you're saying is a lie. Rip. Oh yeah, it's you wouldn't have seen it necessarily on the old internet. It would have been done differently. One of them things. Don't worry. Steel Generation. I've previously spoken about, you know, that organization and its actual state as a cover for a more dangerous and nefarious group. If you're talking about that organization, they've already won. The true people behind the screen have already won. See, Small Mike knows what's up. Small Mike knows of the true power behind the throne. Spice 7, yeah. The Spice 7 are inside the green screen, yeah. Am I Australian or British? I am British. I'm British, innit? It's Thursday, you know what? Slip it into third. Put my foot down, disappear. Thank you very much, Sabu. You are awesome. British. However, Australians love them. Absolutely great. The fact that you have Australian rednecks, like bogans, great fun. Bogans are better than Vogons. I mean, I can't disagree with that. I'm not gonna lie to you. I really, if you're ever having like, you know, a slow Saturday morning, watching some Australian people like hunting for opals in the outback, like hunting for, you know, like all kinds of stuff there, it's just great fun. Why not? A bunch of them looking for opals, they're just chucking explosive down a mine and just hoping for the best. Absolutely beautiful. Nowhere else in the world would you just be able to like just manufacture your own homemade explosives and just start blowing the ground apart. But for a $30 license in parts of Australia, you're good. Great. Why not? Why am we not turning? Okay. It would have made that Shia LaBeouf film about digging holes very different if they were able to chuck around dynamite. Yeah, it's a tier 6 assault. Yeah, the tier 6 assault comes with some useful benefits, like being able to yeet yourself around the server and get disconnected. I can bet you that's an enforcement error. Yeah. What you witnessed there was me encountering my own ornithopter and getting yeeted so high into the sky that it disconnected me. I don't necessarily, like, I don't care about journeys and quests, Dark Matter. I'm not a quest-driven person. I've not been a quest-driven person since I did one small favor in RuneScape many years ago. Many, many, many years ago. And hated it so much that I have never liked questing in games ever since. I'm gonna be real with you, so I don't care that much about new journeys and quests. I would like new content. No. One small favor is the worst. Hey, look, carrier. Carrier without... Oh no, carrier with a friend. They're doing uppies mining. Nice. I just don't find them that enjoyable. I find it more fun to wander off and do things inside a game than to follow a strictly scripted narrative most of the time. It's become a thing. Obviously, one small favor hit me at a developmental time. I mean, the quests are quite good. I've done all the quests, but like, I don't look at questing as a vital part of my gameplay experience, is what I'm saying. My rune quest experience. It took me a while to complete Skyrim's main quest, I will be honest, yeah. I'm the admin of the pirate servers and of the mushroom servers, yes. That's just the naming conventions we used for them. And that's completely fair for you, Steel Generation. I'm glad that you enjoy them. I have absolutely no problem with that. Well done questing matters as well. Like, I don't like just go here, like, bring this item, bring it, like, go, yeah, basically fetch quests or... What's the experience I had in RuneScape? Can I share? Yeah, one small favor, which is a quest, is just incredibly long and incredibly painful and irritating. Drops start in 1 hour and 4 minutes, a ton of clay. I don't mind, yeah, I have the grind mindset, I'm fine with that. Okay, fine. We're doing that, are we? Wrong button. The drops will be in 1 hour and 2 minutes. General, you are quite all right, bud. It's not a problem at all. The locations in Charlie 7 are... It's this cave up here, which is the big cave for the Halleck's pick. And there's also one in Charlie 3 in this cave in here. But they are. Don't have to worry about asking, bud. Not a problem. I mean, Sabu, we could do some uppies mining. We just want kind of a second person in another buggy, really. Yep, C7 and C3. Charlie 7, Charlie 3. Archon, yeah, our deep desert is very, very chill comparatively. Our culture has been much more collaborative as to dealing with the game, rather than the combative stuff that we've seen in other servers. That's nice. Okay, that light attack disrupted him in the middle of that attack. Why can't I slow blade him? What? Yeah, why can't I slow blade this dude? Oh, there we go. Finally. Weird behavior. Weird. The drops will start in just under an hour, and these are the drops. They have changed how melee felt a little bit there. That's a bit weird. To be honest, what I'm doing here, you could actually do better in up in the A band now. Looking at the resource densities of the A band, like this isn't even worth doing. Unless you're at the really, really dense deposits, this isn't worth doing. There you go. A dense. There you go. This area is worth doing. Cinders, I think that the only step now must be introducing a tier 7, right? Because having tier 6 in the A band like that just feels so weird. And it makes sense because ultimately people were able to exploit and dupe, so you need to basically bring the economy back to where everyone can get the current gear and you reach a gear stagnation for a while. Then when you introduce new stuff where there are no dupes and there are, you know, hopefully no dupes or fewer dupes, then the economy can stabilize and be done from afresh. It's equivalent of doing basically equivalent of doing a wipe almost, but by kind of manually setting progression. Well, the tank was removed because of basically like there wasn't gameplay reason to justify having it. So like we might not get it if they haven't fixed that hurdle. Remember that. Well, that's my problem with Ashes of Creation. It's that they don't reset the economy when there's a massive set of duping, so the rest of the economy data is just fucked for the rest of the test. I'm an economy person. If there's an economy in a game, I will break it. It's what I will do. I love doing it. If there's not a meaningful economy, then I don't like it. One of the things I want about Bitcraft is there to be more economy, but mostly because I haven't engaged that meaningfully with it. So that's on me. I'm not selling anything on the auction house here. Moony Elf, good to see you on the following. How you doing? Should have known seeing the safety Seth smells in chat. You know, that he wouldn't be out unaccompanied. You know, Seth's not allowed out after dark without company. Yeah, so, you know, a carry-all sounds like it could carry all things. But if it can't carry all like a sandbike, then we might have problems as well. I would like it if, well, because the Thopters rely largely on thermals for some of their flight. I would like it if there was no, like, it would be fine to say there's limited thermals over the polar caps, so Thopters just don't work. Or gliding doesn't work, and you can only fly slow flight. That's what He doesn't look British enough. I probably look more British by sneer. Ha 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 ha. Wait, that's French. This is indeed the Kronos. Yeah, but what if we keep flying north, Enola, until we end up in the south, huh? Right, that's how it works, yeah? Give me a rift give me like a rift that runs through the deep desert where it's too windy because of the wide open sands, but ornithopters to fly in there beyond like very, very limited speed, which makes them very, very targetable, so you won't use them except in an emergency. And give me a reason to use ground vehicles with things like rockets and stuff, because that would be great inside like a big rift base. Like a big rift area inside the deep desert. It would be so cool. Give me rad zones in the deep desert. Give it some spice, come on. Give it something, give it some oomph. Give me deep desert testing facilities that have endgame PvE in it that's really difficult. Where the enemies just keep coming and you've got to get in, get out just without by surviving is the goal. Taron, I resemble that statement. I did get a bit tilted yesterday at their use of language and wording in the patch notes. That you're not wrong. I just believe that if you're going to use a naming convention, stick to the naming convention, you know? Don't confuse players. When I come home. Oh, ho, I come home. You just joined what the drops time? The drops this time are these. Look at them. Look at them. They're beautiful. They're drop-tastic. I very nearly sprinted off the edge by mispressing Q. Must be getting near to 196. Very near to 196. You woke up with a random leg pain near an artery. Well, I hope you're okay, Tony. But do I think skills make much difference in the game? I don't see much difference apart from the active things I can do. Yes, but in a very understated way. Like, I'll be honest with you, the fact that I've got so much in health and I've got so much in stamina, regeneration, and recovery means I'm just an absolute pain in the ass to kill. That makes a difference. The amount of passives you got for damage makes a difference. The skills do add up. You know, ultimately, like, taking less durability loss on my armor and weapons and my gear makes a difference. You know, so skills, they do matter, but only in small incremental power increases over time. You don't really notice until you're actually in combat, realizing that you can 2v1 and no one can kill you. Oh wait, actually, like, I've got quite a lot of sustain based on my skills. I mean, Jinro, did you make sure you got the rare chest? Because they're hidden. I'll show you. I'll go and do a run of the C7 and the C3 chests. Then people can clip it and we can do C3. We can do a command for C3 and a command for C7. How about that? The drops will be live in 48 minutes, Dopash. Welcome on in, all of you who are new watchers. Drops are in 48 minutes, as I said. Look up, Jinro. It's up in the C7 area. If you're at the other chest and you look up towards the what I call the back entrance of that area, you'll see it hidden away up high. Oh wait, in C7. No, C7's tucked away up a ramp behind a still wall. So you have to walk up like a rocky ramp almost to a high point in the middle of the C7 cave. I will go and show you both of the caves. There are 2 caves in C7, so it might be that you're in the wrong cave. We'll go and find out in a second. That's our base just there. Yes, Mooney, when Bailey is here, we will turn the cat cam on. I'm really fascinated in seeing how they're going to be doing the winter rose. Knitzel, thank you very much for the resub a few minutes ago. Thank you for you've now got the bread emote, the little dough emote. Hello, who's here? You here for the accent and the cats? That's fair. I don't blame you. Cats a pretty good reason to be anywhere. Are we doing uppies mining? Have a look. Why are there so many Thopters here? I need to move this around a little bit. Hang on. One, two. Need another buggy there. Scouts normally live up top. What's another assault?
I think that's Luther's.
Okay, let's go look at Charlie 7 first. We're an Echo 5, Delta 6, Charlie 7, nice. The new drops come up online in 44 minutes, Atlantis. You can use exclamation point drops when for an accurate timer. Well, thank you very much, Enola. I guess that's you know, positive feedback, I guess. I saw a question that I missed. Do you know if they're going to allow you to name your vehicles? It's one of the quality of life things that they've been working on, yes. The drops will look like this, and they will be live in 43 minutes, chat. I mean, Otal, there is. You can park in the air at 350 meters just by pressing space. And you can even set planar lock so that you don't go up and down when you're in hover mode. You mean making a what you're asking for is the ability to automate your carrier flying over you. Yeah, the problem is that that's going to require like thinking machines almost to do that. Just park it. Ultimately, I don't see why that would make sense. How do I do the lock? Escape settings. Planar settings, and you scroll down in gameplay to planar lock. The auto will only change with the ascend and descend inputs, only with control and space. Planar lock. Hello. These drops will start in 42 minutes. Seems to be good, thanks, JB. They're pretty spicy. The short breaches in the deep desert are interesting to deal with, I'll be honest. Thank you all for all of the follows. Massively appreciated. Should be just here. Oh yeah, here we go. Someone here. You want a hand? Why wouldn't I just run straight into the enemy base? That might be me dead. Do this. There you go. Oh no, this isn't the one I was thinking of. My bad. Yeah, the loot chest is in this room down here. It's tucked away in this little corner. You see it? Little the glowy light above it, chat. And somebody might have looted it, but you should be able to go up to it because we're in the PvE area. It's instanced, so even if that light isn't above it, it doesn't mean it's been looted. So make sure you go up to it and check. Thank you for showing that, by the way, because that's something that people miss out all the time, that still has loot in it, even though it's not showing as having loot in it. This cave has 2 large chests in it and that loot chest, which is nice. But that's the basically a generic rare chest for the deep desert. However, those enemies are quite difficult. I'll be honest. If you're not used to the deep desert. Let's go for Charlie through. That one is it's this one, right in the bottom corner of Charlie 7. Yeah, you can see the song that I'm listening to by using exclamation point song. If I'm singing along, that's what you'll hear if you're over on YouTube, etc. Our new drops are this. I will indeed hydrate. Thank you, Mr. Jesse. Those drops start in 38 minutes time, chat. Do you get the drops too? No, I'll have to watch my own channel or someone else's channel. So I'll probably get it watching like another streamer's channel. You are quite all right, One-Eyed Games. Happy to answer the question. Yeah, Twitch doesn't automatically give you the drops as the streamer. You have to watch someone else's stream or watch your own stream. Yeah. You can't get it inside mod view. Doesn't do it. I don't make the rules with that one. I don't make the rules of Twitch. They have improved Assault Ornithopters, yes. Finally. Yeah, you do, Nellis, but the streamer doesn't. The stream manager view. So, like, oh yeah, Assault Ornithopters are. Right now, I'm just doing a quick run to the Charlie line loot cave to show people where the good loot is at. Although we might not get to this one before the ads, so I might just pause the ads. Yeah, I'm going to snooze the ads for 5 minutes. Are Assault Ornies viable in dogfights? I've not tested that yet, but I would say so, yes. I believe people were PvPing yesterday quite effectively. Yeah, we're heading towards Charlie 3 for the next one. The deterioration on Ornithopters, sure. So the update to Ornithopters is that the wings now deteriorate less quickly. It's just a good change all around for them. So for Scout Ornithopters and for Scout Ornithopter scanners as well, scanner degrades 50% slower. It's just good. It's a good balance pass because they needed it. Scout wings were burning out so quickly. It was insane. So that has now been fixed and changed. This hasn't been looted. Or if it has, it's reset itself visually. Yeah, we're fine. Although, I'm sure that the worms on this can now do a short breach, which is actually slightly terrifying. Oh, fuck that one. Can I land here and do it on this again? Oh. Parkour. Yeah, Ramanosaurus, that would be a huge amount of work to queue up, unfortunately. Yeah, Proj, but I'm also deciding whether, when I'm looking at what I'm not grabbing, I'm also looking at what's worth carrying and what I need to keep space for when I'm getting into the next loot cave. So it's not just as simple as taking everything I already have. It's also about deciding whether what I've already got is worth taking with me still. So yeah, this is the loot cave for the week. So the loot cave is a specific cave spawn that has the end game, like has an end game item. So last week it had Shaddam's bladder, the still suit I'm wearing, which has like 1.5 liters capacity. If you enter from this side, so you enter from the south, as you go in, go to the right, go up here. It's just here. There you go. So this week I've got the blood extractor. So I need to drop this, that. I don't really care about plasteel composite, but is anything here not worth carrying? Carbide blade parts are incredibly valuable. I'm not letting go of that. I don't need those specifically. There's Sabu. So you can do this one without even engaging in combat, although I think someone's probably already killed the enemies that are here. Here you go. Come on. Help yourself. That chest is instance. Everyone can get it. So that's instance loot, and that's an easy way to get yourself Spice Plastinium Dust this week, chat. So if you need this for making end game gear, that's a very good chance to do it. It should respawn every 45 minutes to an hour, so just do a loop. Go out in the deep desert, do some content, go and risk your ship in the PvP area. On the way back, in C3, it's just here. So what I advise you do is fly into the deep desert here in A3, go to Charlie 3, fly up and do whatever it is that you were going to do in the deep desert, and then come back around. On the way back out, you stop by this one here in Charlie 7 and get it. One at a time, take it back. The drops will start in 31 minutes. And if you want to know what the drops are, here you go. Hello, Blammo Sound. Great to see you today, bud. I hope you're doing well. Thank you very much for those clips, Sabu. Oh, wait, wrong one. Sabu, I'm giving you mod. You can make some commands that way. Congratulations. You've been conscripted. Now everyone can make fun of you. Nightclub Games, why does the drops info link to info about Cliff Wiki? I mean, that's a drop, right? That's about drops. Sabu's not allowed to have Greg's on shift. Sabu, you need to accept my friend request on Discord so I can add you to a thing. Wow, thank you, Dark Matter. I mean, that's really kind of gratifying to hear, to be honest with you. I also know that Calras, who's a member of the community, is doing really well in Bitcraft. So I'm really pleased to hear that as well. Nice Halleck's pick, though. Whoop. Baron of Thorconan heard about all of our loot. He's very jealous, as you can see. Jealously guarding the loot. Fine, we consumed it before he could get to it. I mean, Luna, a good VTube model is expensive, but if I'm going to do that, I'm going to do it properly. Let's do something cool as well. I have indeed seen they dropped an economy update. I want to after stream today. That's my reading. Five-star pickup isn't going to my inventory. My thought storage isn't updating as I manually drag the items. Mighty Orange, do a relog. That sounds like a visual issue. I'm fairly sure the buff red duck is somewhere in Discord. Great seeing so many of you out there. Welcome back after the ads, which I think have just happened. Yes, they have. I was in carry, yeah, carrier boosting with loader at 70. Yeah, you can boost up to 182 in the carrier if you know what you're doing. Oh, did you, Abyss? What are you, I know that you've been going around doing a bunch of additional work on the judging stuff, so how's that been going for you? Or basically, like, helping out with community judging? Well, thank you very much, Inkian. It's the playlist is basically built by, over the years, whenever I was doing road trips or lifts, people, I said, okay, well, if I'm giving you like a lift back from, you know, the clubs or whatever, you have to add a song to the playlist. And over years, this is kind of what's formed. I've also added in all of the music that I like into it. So it's music I like plus what other people have added. And generally, it's a pretty good list. There's a couple of weird songs in there that are kind of a bit out there, but hey, people added it. The melange cost of a... I don't remember what the melange cost is, Enola, but you can use this to work out, those of you on YouTube as well. This link allows you to basically do like a crafting calculator, so you can add all the component parts in it. It will tell you what you need. You can also use exclamation point song request to add a song to the list. We basically add a bunch of those each week, and we kind of add them into the playlist. I've woven them in. And then once we like get added to rotation, it's that simple. Oh, yep. Daily Bailey is there. I post a photo of Bailey every single day over on Blue Sky. Feel free to go and give it a follow. Laxter, the drops will start in 20 minutes, and these are the drops. Let me just grab something from this. The worm will fast breach on a down shuttle. That's horrifying. Protodog, yeah, there's been a melee change. Melee enemies now correctly use all of their abilities. That's the only change I've really seen. It turns out they were actually using a lot fewer abilities like dashing, stagger, like etc. You know, than they should have been using. Punkmeister, we have our network of 15 private servers provided by Natrado. You can use the exclamation point server to work out to see how the private worlds work. But broadly, that's how we're playing. That's what we play on. Care Bear servers. I mean, servers that are moderated and we've enforced terms of service. So anyone griefing has been banned, etc. Yes. I left my vehicle somewhere. That was very dumb of me. Sabu, thank you very much for continuing your sub from Prime to Tier 1, buddy.
Do you have something for the Baron? Oh, it's politics. The War Council. Delivery for House Mikero. No. Do you have something for... Oh, it's Cartel of Gay. Delivery for House Verata.
It's just my Opa Fire gem loot for the this week. I've done quite a lot of scanning this week. Where is it? Oh, there it is. There we go. So we can go and get the plasma cannon from House Varota. Let's go and find out where that one is. Are you going to let me out of the zone yet? Okay, we're going to go and see how much spice we've got. Don't know how long it takes for advanced to decay once not powdered into sandstorms. Depends on the style of the thief, because it decays from the outside in, Laxter. So it depends on the structure and how it was built. If it was built poorly... Oh. Okay, that's 750,000 water used up. If it's been made poorly, then likely it could go in like a week or two. But if it's been made really like intricately, it could be a month plus. And it depends on how often the sandstorms ultimately hit it. If it's built in an area of the map where sandstorms don't hit very often, you might actually find that it lasts a lot longer. You went to hover over an item in the inventory. Well, I appreciate that you're so into the stream that you were that level of engaged. Am I a Swiftie? Not really. No, I'm gonna be honest. Like that has a connotation that I don't mean. I liked some of her old music, like when she was new and did things like Fearless and Red and stuff. Like some of those early albums are good, but I've just lost track. Like there's just too much to keep up with. I feel like to be classified as a Swiftie, you need to like know all of like the new stuff and like be really quite like into it all, and I'm not into it enough. There are just some songs that I like, I think. But like, yeah, the song Fearless is quite good. Red, I think, was another one. It's quite good. I'm sure there are a bunch of Swifties out there who know all about it and could tell me why I'm wrong, but fine. Oh yeah, all my friendship bracelets, yeah. Yesterday was 21 years of your wife. She have a proper Indian dinner and you ate so much you thought you would die. That's how you know you've had a good amount of Indian food. The right amount of Indian food is being worried about your permanent health. That's how you know you've had the right amount of Indian food. From fullness, not necessarily from like an adverse reaction. That's normally a bad sign. I made a penis error. What? Penis. The drop starts in 13 minutes. If you don't walk in just slightly regretting the last like Bombay potatoes or like the last portion of rice, or like the last naan, you've not had enough Indian food. Well, exactly, Atlantis. That's exactly what my point was. See, my problem is if you is when you eat a food, does the reaction throughout the entirety of your digestive tract not make a difference to you? Like, if I eat peanuts, I know that things are going to go pretty poorly wrong. Like, that's just a thing. But like, if you know that, for example, if you're gonna have a really hot curry, you're gonna have, you know, a difficult time on the way out, if we say it politely. Surely you build that into, you factor that in when deciding to eat that food, right? Like, if you know that you're intolerant to, I don't know, gluten, but you still decide to eat a pizza, you know that that's like, you've chosen that. So if you're going to choose to have a really, really spicy curry, you know that that's a thing. Like, you're choosing that. You know, you're not an idiot. You know that you're going to have a hard time on the way out. Whee! Okay, so what I'm hearing is you guys should think about the consequences of your actions, but don't. Okay. I'm glad we understand each other. Christ. So like, yes, there's differences in spice. You've got spice for heat, but you've got spice for flavor. You don't need to just go for the hottest curry. You go for the most flavorsome curry. That's not the same thing. Heat doesn't equal flavor. It just equals hot. We walked through on stream earlier a waiver that somebody we know had to legally sign in order to eat a burger recently. Specifically because of how hot it was. And they still had, they were sent to the hospital by the fact they went back for a second burger. So like, we're learning about consequences here today, chat. That's how this works, okay? Props to him. Man's a legend and went back for a second one. It just so happened to be that the chef made a mistake and accidentally sent him to the hospital. Which I'm going to be honest with you, when you've had to sign such a... And I did a full reading of that waiver for everyone. Like, when you've had to sign that waiver once, the idea of going back for a second one does feel a little bit like the universe being like, okay, well, you've had enough, pipe down. I'm sorry, Greg. I've decided that that's the universe being like, you know what? That was too much. That was your hubris. Well, exactly, Sasquatch. If Greg's out there, I do apologize. But I do also think at the same time, what the fuck were you thinking going back for more? The first time you should have learned. The waiver was strong enough. If you have to sign a waiver to eat a piece of food, it probably isn't worth it. Well, obviously, he obviously liked the way it tastes. He went back for a second one, so obviously the first time was quite good. Well, you're fine. You have 3 kinds of naan, you batur, chicken korma, kadai chicken, dumplings, and a nice lamb... Oh, yeah, nice lamb biryani. And a magic pre... I mean, that sounds like a pretty great anniversary, Seth. You probably had a great time. I'm glad you're doing well, bud. Some of you know that last year I took 2 days off, and I was basically gone for 48 hours, didn't answer any messages. When I came back, I'd gone to a otter, and there's an otter sanctuary in Devon that I like to go to every now and then. Great place, the South Devon Otter and Butterfly Sanctuary, not South Otter. But near there is a chili farm. And while we were there, I picked up some properly spicy chilies and gave them to Thor at TwitchCon. Because he quite likes spicy chilies. Fast breach. I think he ate one. And it was a Carolina Reaper. I don't know if he's eaten any more since then. I mean, Zedmaster, it's kind of, I haven't seen the A-band. I refuse to look at it. Because I don't like it. I don't like the idea that the A-band has all of that loot in it, but I've seen the resource densities, and in fact, I'll share this with you, chat, because to understand why this change feels so rough, I haven't really shown. We open a Microsoft Paint. There's that one, and then this one. So, if I do this, this is the resource density of tier 6 resources. You see you've got these islands here, titanium, for example. This is the resource density of titanium. So you've got these hugely packed islands and it's scattered around everywhere else on the map. But look at the A-band now. So this is titanium. The density of resources of titanium is higher here than it is in the top part of the deep desert. This is stravidium. Titanium and stravidium alongside each other. See what I mean? This is the change I don't like from this patch. That's tier 6 resources. Why on earth, other than these islands being completely dead, would I mine up here? Why is there any point in going in the risk part? Matt is not a sheep. Thank you very much for the prime sub, buddy. Appreciate you. Enjoy the Chronos Disappointed emote. And that's exactly my point. There is no reason. Well, see, this is this week's one. We don't know if it'll be next week, but this is the stated change. This is what they've done. They've added these resource nodes in to give people more stuff here. But this is the A band. This is a PvE area. Like, so why would anyone go up here? Yeah, Ringmouth Spice is the only reason to go into the PvP area now, and the loot. This is the change that I dislike. I heavily dislike this change. If you're going to do this, it should be PvP. This is wrong, in my opinion. Morning, Lady Piccolo. Yeah, so Sabby sent this across to me earlier. This is the thing I do not like about this patch. This I do not agree with. Very, very hard for me to understand why this was a thing. Yeah, this is the titanium. So titanium's here on the left and stravidium's here on the right. I think that you should have a PvE deep desert. This area should all be PvE. Fine. Then give me a PvP area, which is similar but different. In the PvE area, you have a tier 7 armor that you can work towards, you know, 1 tier up for plastinium. In the PvP area, have more of every single resource. Every single resource should be in the PvP area. Plus, the PvP area, you should be able to work towards a PvP armor, which is the same as the tier 7 PvE armor, but it also has a bonus damage against players. So that if you are already engaging in PvP, you have an armor which benefits you in PvP, and PvE players have no reason to get it. in order to go to this region where there's PvP, you have to choose to go there. And it will reward you for doing so with massively dense resource spawns, but you should recognize that there is a risk to doing that. Because that means the player who's going into that full PvP area knows that they are taking the risk when they're doing it. They are choosing to take that PvP risk every time they enter that area, which is good. That area should not be all open sand. There should be areas where you can't fly. There should be radiation zones. There should be cave systems. There should be a rift that runs through the PvP area to give different types of combat, different abilities. You can have different kind of verticalities. You can have ground vehicle combat, which we don't see at all, really. There should be a PvP area. At this point, if you're going down this route for PvE, I strongly think that a PvP area would make more sense now. Which means that if they are the minority, as you say, Henry's Moonshine, they can go and be the minority where they're not impacting on PvE player gameplay. But those PvPers then won't feel forced to pin people down into exploits to, to get kills. They'll actually have an area where there would be somewhere where they can fight, where it matters. If they want to engage and take the risk in PvP and they want to get more loot and such, create a PvP area, in my opinion. This is PvE now. Turn the deep desert that we currently have into PvE. You could do that in lore. You can say that this area is so rich in spice that the Emperor has declared this to be part of where Canley covers. The War of Assassins is not present here because the fighting between houses that we are doing has caused so much disruption to the spice trade that the Emperor will not stand it. The Emperor sent down the Sardaukar to wipe out the Fremen because of spice production. That would fit in a lore reason. The incentive for PvP there would be that you can get many, many more resources there. Many more resources and reason to engage in that area. So, like, this doesn't make sense to me. And Anokul, no, I disagree with you, because faction v faction means that on the servers where there is just one massive faction, you're basically pushing people to choose to all be on the same side, and they will do that. The drops should be live. Let me go and check the inventory over on Twitch's end. Make sure I've done everything I need to for my side. Yes. Oh, there's actually more of them. Then we've got... Okay, I'm going to update the photo. Into OBS, do this. This one. The drops button needs to... That's too small. There you go. Okay, so those of you in the stream, press Control F5. The drops campaign has indeed started. We've got ads going for 35 seconds. There we go, chat. We are sorted. If you do a refresh, you should be getting your drops. Control FN F5, is it? Oh gosh, horrifying. Let's go and watch my own channel. Thank you, Twitch. Oh. Hear me differently at the same time as hearing me in different ways. British Boomer, thank you very much for the Prime sub, buddy. I appreciate you. It's awesome having you here. Are you drop-in, chat? Are we drops? Can we drops? When will you wear drops? I definitely didn't leave my ornithopter here. In great breach of my own personal requirements. What are we currently harvesting? We were ferrying stuff. Murderbot, thank you very much for the Prime sub, buddy. Welcome on in. I hope you're all doing well. Those of you who are here for the drops, just feel free to watch. All you got to do is watch for, I think it's an hour and a half this time, so not even a huge amount of time. Let's just go and make sure. No, 2 hours for the full thing. Are the PvE areas in the deep desert safe from losing your stuff? No, at the end of each week, the PvE play, like all of the deep desert resets. So no, at the end of each week, like that's not safe either. They are safe during the week, like people can't raid your bases, sure, but it's not safe there like long term. You don't move to the deep desert and live there permanently. Attack artist, the yeah, the hotfix, the patch has done it. Yeah. It should be a 2-week cycle and a 1 week. Why a 2-week cycle? 1p free. 1p for free. Like, I'd love to know your reasons for it. I'm fascinated to hear the idea, but I'd like to know the reasons for a 2-week rather than a 1 week. Can you see? Yeah, you can take materials back to your main base. So that's what I'm doing here. I'll basically load up the ornithopter here with a bunch of titanium, for example, then fly back. I didn't empty the spice blast out of it. Equalizer, thank you very much for your Prime sub, buddy. You are awesome. Oh, Villiv, I fully agree. The fact that you can only ever carry an assault ornithopter infantry plus your own across the border at the most is awful. Given that the sandcrawler holds 7,000 volume, right? That means that if you fill a sandcrawler, it is 7 trips for you to move that across the gap if it's spice sand, for example. If you're making a base, you have to take multiple thopter loads to and from to make it. There needs to be a greater amount of storage to be able to travel across between Haga Basin and Deep Desert. If there is a game limitation on that, then, you know, on the amount that can be transferred, there should be a system way of transferring via the taxi service. You should be able to put 5,000, 10,000 into the taxi service and be able to pay a fee for it to be transferred across to save you doing all those runs, to save you all that loading for no reason. Yep, give me a container. Give me something I can carry over. You can use a carrier, sure, but your carrier can't carry something beneath it when you're doing it. The carrier can't fly across the gap with a buggy underneath it, with a sandcrawler underneath it. You have to take just the carrier. The carrier has no storage by itself, so you have to dismantle it and carry it across in an assault ornithopter. That's what I mean by there needs to be a better way of transferring stuff across. I just can't, I cannot understand or support that, that distribution of resources into the A-band. That is, I don't even know what I'm doing out here. It feels pointlessly risky. Like, why am I doing this when I could just fly around the A-band or drive around it in a buggy? Give me jump freighters. You know what? You're right. Let me jump freighter. Give me a Sino. Let me I'm just going to do it. I'll go back to it. Toadnar, thank you very much for the 1 month gift sub. I appreciate you, buddy. Thank you for the support. Well, exactly, Arbors. I'm wondering if the issue with carrying stuff across the borders is related to having too many entities and the server can't keep track of them all and transport them quickly. Which is why I suggest the alternate method of having something like the taxi service that does it for you, like a bank, almost. We know that there's a guild bank in the game. We know that there's, you know, trading systems, so we know that, like, stuff can be stored. Not this again. The stuff can be stored and then basically, like, extracted down the line, right? It's basically storage between areas. So it must be doable. I'd like to see it. I'd like to see that become an option if they can't do it on a technical means, just to make everyone's life so much easier. You could just leave enough to make your deep desert base in that inventory, and then if you need to go and collect it inside the Haga Basin from a trader, fine. I guess if that's like what has to be done, but just give people the ability to do that because it removes a massive pain point from the game. Yeah, I mean, I guess it does, Enola Grey, but they haven't got server transfers up yet, so they must be aware that a lot of servers are very quiet, even some of the official ones. And so the change is very odd in certain places, like the effect is disproportionate. Someone else has been here mining recently. I'm not alone. Oh, let me update the cargo. Update the not the cargo. Sorry, this while I gather cargo. There we go. I'll get rid of Dune of dropped when. The drops are active. So if you rent a server, does the Deep Desert share with official users at your Deep Desert? If you rent a server, you will share with other teachers which are on the same like server network as you. If you rent a whole group of servers, you'll have your own world. So you have servers and you have a world. They're kind of the two types. So, for example, on the Mushroom one, there's about 60 servers on that world. On the Mushroom servers. But on the Pirate servers that we run, there are only 15 on the entire world. That's our private world. That's this deep desert we're on now. Sub Retro Gamer, I asked them that specifically earlier today. They said yes, the in future the drops will return in a way so that players can get they use specific wording. They want to ensure that people can use the building set to its full potential. That's what they want to do. So yes, they will be, and watch this space as they will communicate how they're planning on doing it. But it'll likely be when the full set of drops has been released so people can get all of the drops they're missing in one go. Because obviously there would be no point of releasing it all now to just do a second wave or another event like now, when they could just wait until all of them are out and get the whole thing done in one go. I think is their logic. Yeah, I asked them specifically because a lot of you in chat were asking me. So, it was great for them to be able to provide a response so quickly as well. They apparently have been talking about it extensively internally. So it's really good to see that they're on it. They're aware of what the player base wants and is asking for. That's all I can really ask of them, right? It's a good answer. If Funcom merge what happens with our bases, that is something they are probably working on. Part of the working on any kind of merger process will be, okay, well, what happens to the servers that are, left behind? What happens to the servers that, that we're choosing to stay on? Do we do a completely fresh map for all of them? They are likely working that out and trying out the different, mechanics and different setups for that right now. So I would basically say, when you're thinking about server transfers, I wouldn't worry just yet. Let them see what they come up with and then worry about whatever it is that they announce. The Twitch drops have already started. Just press Control F5 if you haven't already. You should find that they start refreshing. You can check your Twitch inventory by clicking on your profile icon up there. Watch drops for watching. Not a problem at all. You are most welcome. Enjoy getting your drops here, chat. Absolute pleasure and honor to be here for you today. Good morning, Winky. How are you doing? Did they add the ability for Sleader replicas to include non-structural buildings as part of the blueprint as well? They did, Gaikotsu. Unfortunately, I think that due to the complexity, some of the more complex structures now break Solido replicators. So I think they need to work on the performance of that system. It seems to be having issues. The Dune has been going good, Winky. They fixed the problems from yesterday, which is nice. And yeah, we're back having fun. We're gathering materials. We're ignoring the fact that the generator for this is getting decidedly spicy dark red. Normal things, right? Ramanosaurus, that is 100% my hope as well for Ashes of Creation. They have hired on a community manager. I am willing to wait and see at the start of Phase 3 how that community manager deals with some of the more negative gameplay experiences people have been having. Have you engaged in any of the PvP in this game? I'm watching for a while and mostly PvE is really what I like to do also. Hi Manatar, that is because our server, the PvE is largely functional. Like the only PvP we have on the server is when there's an actual need for it. For example, if a carrier is harvesting a spice field and somebody shows up in with a compactor, they'll normally be PvP related to that. The needless PvP is largely stopped on our server because in order to do needless PvP, you have to grief. Which doesn't work very well when the server admin's here 10 hours a day watching people. because I don't hold with griefing, I don't hold with exploiting. If you're trying to use a known bug, like, you know, when Funcom say, you know, that NPCs killing the thief is an exploit, and you continue to do so, unfortunately, that's a declared exploit. You're gonna get your account action for it. We enforce the terms of service on our server. I believe in moderation. I did get I have had my Hallex pick this week. I've got a few of them. Not a problem at all. You're very welcome. Enjoy the drops. It's Chris Fan. Well, as long as you're enjoying the game, bud. You got the X core. Yeah, you'll get the full week's loot cycle. Is there a new bug where you dash forward when you exit an inventory screen? Not that I've noticed, but we can go and have a look. A dash forward would imply that you're holding like Shift W or something. Or Alt W maybe? Shift tab, Control, yeah. I've not seen a bug where you dash forward leaving an inventory screen. That sounds like a hotkeys issue. The bed doesn't work. I know, it's very rude, right? I'd like the beds to be functional to be able to do the emotive lying down in the bed, but I guess that's animation work. That's just for you know, just for cosmetic reasons. They're focusing on fixing the game first rather than just things like that, I believe. His escape was toggling dash. Well, that's a weird... I mean, we had permanent buggy power earlier. There is a bug that makes you dash when exiting inventory. Maybe I just haven't experienced it then. Controller interactions are more buggy. Okay, it's good to hear. Kind of some of the kind of more specialist feedback that I would probably be missing. I can still do this, where I can end up at like huge speeds of dropping down. Oh, so okay, so you need actually increased height on the carry. That's an interesting one. I don't like that one. I'm going to be honest with you. That one, I don't enjoy that. I don't enjoy that at all. Permanent rockets, yep. Wow. I mean, it's a fun con game. It's a fun con game. So like, there's always going to be fun, right? Oh, the Thopter of the Rocks generator is getting very spicy. Look, it's Psychro. He's going out sand harvesting. Picking bodies, I mean, most of the interaction around bodies does feel bad. Like, the death stills don't feel great still. Loading that needs to be improved. No, we don't do a poll on the generator. This generator is too special to us to do that. How do you turn your cloth black colors? You can go, if you press U for uniform, you go into garments, you can choose the armor set that you're on. So for example, if I choose my boots, you can choose the swatch, Harkonnen swatch, which I've unlocked, or I could choose the sunset dye, or, you know, the House Hagal. That's how you do the, those. Nope, we are rocking the Shaddam's Bladder, no helmet being shown, the Circuit Gauntlets, and the Tabet soft step boots. reduced power usage, reduced worm summoning, increased ability to survive. I don't know, Winky. You might be a bit sore for that. What's the armor on the still suit? 228. It's not as good as the gauntlets or the boots, but you know, overall my armor isn't bad. Are there more server settings? No. No, we've had no server settings changed so far, Jimbo. Winky, it's just one server. If you start Bitcraft today, it's just one server. I think that Tortuga is in region 7. If you use exclamation point Tortuga, that's the Goblin Bitcrafters. They're running the largest town in the game, so they'll probably be able to give you like a heads up on how to get there. There's guidance and stuff there, Winky, if you want it. So Tortuga's region 5. There you go, region 5. Sorry, not region 7. Enjoy Bitcraft, yeah. It's like basically cozy old school RuneScape is how I would describe it. Yeah, we don't like people here don't tend to do much of the unlocking. It just trades back and forth. Basically, what tends to happen. I don't tend to engage too much in the lands rad unless there's a specific like reward that I want. Oh, Winky, it's definitely a third monitor grind. You'll really enjoy it, I hope. Makulia, I'll be streaming for at least another like 6 hours. Well, actually, no, probably not 6 hours, but at least another 5 hours or so. Like 10 hours is a pretty normal stream for me. And I've only been live for 5 hours, so I'll probably go to like my 10-hour mark. I mean, Winky, if you do stream Bitcraft, just so you know, there is a drops campaign going on for that as well. Where you get cubes. Colorful cubes. Oh, Winky, thank you for that. That's actually, I may do that at some point. When I'm doing some, like, Warhammer painting streams, I need, like, third monitor games for that. And I might do, like, Bitcraft or, like, a Nuzlocke, for example, on the side. I haven't decided yet. Once I chill and I'm no longer playing Dune. Are there plans of going back to AOC? Yes, there'll be communications coming out probably next week about that. I've got conversations this weekend about Ashes of Creation. Ultimately, it's going to come down to how much I want to play the game, where I think it's at. I need to read through this economy update that came out today, because for me, the economy is the key thing. If the economy hasn't appreciably moved on, I won't be playing it. Like, the economy testing has been awful, like in previous phases, so I need to know it's gonna be better this time, or I won't be engaging in phase 3, I don't think. But even if I'm not, other people will. Don't get me wrong. We've got some setups built up for that. We're talking about the 2 different types of kind of setup that we might want to run. So just watch the space. There'll be news on AOC soon. I'm level 196. Flasher Dad, 196. That is quite cool, Winky, to be fair. I do like the idea of what they're saying in chat appearing above their head. That's so funny. So a good level of interactivity. What is max level? 200, I believe. Tony, I don't know what's going on in Dead by Daylight, so you might have to give me the cliff notes in chat if you want my my input. I'm using the full suspense about, yeah. The drops have started. They are currently live in the pinned message or here. These are the drops. I wonder if I can do... Let me have a quick look at this. Nah, we'll just keep that live. Fine. First drop unlocked. Congratulations. Wait, I don't even know. Oh yeah, you bang on. Like, geez, immediately on the half hour mark. Wow. Oh, I'm fine. I've got plenty of water, and it all goes into Shaddam's bladder, so I'm not too concerned. Like, look, this thing holds so much water, it's unreal. Is it advised to move based when you unlock aluminium? Probably yes. When you go up a major tier is normally when it's worth investing in a new base. So going from iron to steel is a half tier, because you still need iron to make steel. When you move into duralumin, that's a half tier. You still need aluminium to make duralumin. Dura, as we call it. That's a half tier, whereas a full tier is like aluminium, a completely new item. Plastinium, it's a completely new tier. Yeah, should have something from UTI's map screenshot. What do you mean? If you want to know where on the map has good loot, you want to use exclamation point planetologist. I forgot my own commands. Might be exclamation point DD map. I can't remember how simple I went with the command. Sorry, has no beef. Nightbot's a bit spicy if you haven't got a sub, because people come in here and try spamming stuff they shouldn't. You mean Baron Thorconan? Yeah. I have seen nothing in the patch notes about a hotkey for switching seats in the buggies. I feel like that if that was in the patch, that should have been a highlight because it's a most requested feature. It is currently drop specific, Rob FM, but they have confirmed that you will be able to get the drops that you've missed at a later date. They won't be able to use the building set to its full potential, so they won't be able to get the drops if they've missed the original ones. So accumulate the ones that you want for now. I mean, NC Ghost Rider, yes, but you're walking a very weird line there between using an external program to gain advantage inside a game. So I would probably be like reticent to advise people on doing that, personally, given my position. Does the game show your experience points how close you are to the next level? Not that I access routinely. This is just what I use as a rough bar at the top here. Holding F and moving is fine. Yeah, it's just a bit of a pain. It would be nice if they gave us, like, you know, Battlefield-like kind of switching, but hey. They're working on it. It's on the to-do list. How dare you, Felix? It's very, very rude of you, but fine. How far out do you need to go for the good resource rocks? Don't get me started. Give me a second and I'll show you. Up to height. We'll do this, and I will show you what the problem is with the loot. When you say how far out do you need to go for the good resource rocks, you need to go to the A band, and here's why. This is the new resource density. On the left, you can see titanium. On the right, you can see stravidium. This is the A band of the deep desert. Like these are we're at these resource islands in the PvP area. This is not. This is what? So like the resource density of tier 6 materials is way too high in these areas. This is all titanium on the left over there, and stravidium is just here. I don't like this. I don't like that. The only reason I can see for it would be they've accepted that because of the dupes and because of the exploiting, people should just have free access to tier 6 gear now. It's too late. The cat's out the bag. So they've made it really kind of prevalent, really able to get, so that everyone can get to it, so they can catch up. At that point, I'd be expecting them to introduce new content that people should strive for very quickly. But then they've got to fix the pipeline issue of PvP, etc. I believe that another dupe was fixed in this most recent patch, yes. So spice is now the valuable commodity, but you can still get plenty of spice in the PvE area. I mean, it's just, it might be, but why? Okay, but why are people going to go into PvP when they can get all of those materials in that area? I'm going to be honest, like... Yeah, see, the difference is that on a public server, it makes sense. on our server, it doesn't feel right, and I think that to keep the game as PvP, that's alright. You can't get meaningful amounts of spice unless you dedicate a ton of time without Sandcrawler and Harvester. I kind of disagree. Using just an Assault Thopter and a Compactor across the full week, we can get 100,000 spice sand very easily, which is obviously a huge deal. I think that compacting isn't... I mean, it's not easy, but it's not impossible in doing the PvE area on our server. The difference is going to be balanced with the public servers, which obviously we don't have full oversight of. Dinner, thank you very much for the resub at tier 1. You're awesome. Enjoy your bread roll. I am also able to play a little bit more than 2 hours a day, yes. Yep, where I go, Twitch drops are on. They are rolling. You just need to watch the stream and you will be getting them. We go to the A band and see how many of those resource nodes we can see. I might have already looted this. Yeah, I have. Wait, no. Apparently I haven't. It's just, fine, I guess. Is it all opened? This field's illegal, but okay. It's hard to see without the actual section sometimes. Well, a ship crash in the PvE area likely shouldn't be, but probably is. Enjoy the juicy drops. I mean, Anthraxis, I don't tend to pick it up in the deep desert testing stations. And why not grab it if I'm just literally right next to my base? I don't know, it just feels like another step away from the PvP deep desert that that I expected and wanted when I started playing this. That's the problem. It just doesn't... I don't understand why that was needed, but I guess it comes down to the gameplay experience on different servers. This is the full Suspenser belt. No, I could understand that. Well, I think that A, B, and C, you should have been able to build on there, but I think that when the sandstorm comes through, those bases should be vulnerable. I think that's fair. I think that off the shield wall should be risky. That's what it comes down to. Yeah, I just think that I want to understand the new vision for PvP in the game. That's what I would like to understand now from Funcom. I would like to understand that. We are on a network of private servers, Ice9. We've got 15 private servers for our community, which people, so, you know, from a few communities tied together. There you go. Thank you, Sabu. The biggest issue with PvP is that the people that want to PvP have no tools to do so, and the only way they can engage in PvP is to use exploits to force the PvP. That's the problem. Hope so, Omen Papa. That's what we're holding out for, hearing more about stuff. So what I'm going to show you guys now is some loot in the PvE part of the Deep Desert that you should definitely not be sleeping on this week. Brimstone, it's kind of... the state of PvP is weird. It's basically just a back and forth. Like, realistically, 2 endgame people aren't actually going to PvP. There's no reason to anymore. Like, very few reasons why you'd actually PvP with someone at this point. Maybe if you're in the same research lab and it's one of the instance ones, fine. But like, there needs to be reasons for people to PvP to actually like encourage that beyond just, oh, I kill you. I don't like pointless PvP in that regard. Doing most of that is normally fixed by a relog if you do suffer from it, because normally it's a display issue rather than anything else. So hopefully that will be the case. So for those of you who are new in, this is in Charlie 3, so C3 of the Deep Desert PvE area. All these chests are instanced. First of all, lots of ore around here. Nice. If you land here at this cave and you go in, and there are sometimes some friends in here, are you really not gonna... Okay, once you come into this and you deal with one of the friends that's there, if you come up here, this is a rare chest. Every hour or so, you should come here and loot this because you'll get rare drops. How much does the game open up after you get an Ornithopter? It's huge, Speech. It makes such a difference. We'll make sure we get using that. So this cave here in C3 has loot. As that gives you Spice Plastinium Dust, which you can use to make the endgame gear. That one doesn't have Hallex Pick. That one has the Blood Extractor Tier 6. Hallex Pick you get over here. We will go there next, and I will show you where to get that one. Hallex Pick is the rapier that I use. So that one hadn't respawned for me yet. I went there too recently. Hallex Pick is... So where was that last cave? It's in Charlie... Oh, hang on. Let me restabilize this. In Charlie 3. C3. That edge there. And then the other one we're going to is in Charlie 7. Down here. Right in this bottom corner up on the high up bit. Yes, Hallex Pick is this one. It's what I use. Yep. Thank you to all of you for the follows, and for those of you who have subbed. Like Sin, thank you again for that 3 months resub. We get closer to the Partner Plus program before September. I very much appreciate all of you. If you've got any questions, feel free to ask them. Other than that, we'll just continue to chill, hang out, play the game, and earn you guys the drops that you are here for. Hope you're having a great day. If you've got any questions in the game, you want any hints or tips, or you're struggling, feel free to ask. Feel free to rant in the chat. We're happy to see what we can do to solve some of your problems. And if there's anything that's, you know, really important feedback for Funcom, I will pass it across. I will make sure that I do that. I've got a direct line with a couple of them, thankfully. Can my base be raided in the PvE zone in the Deep Desert if a storm knocks the power out? No, Twitch Masters. You are fine in the PvE area. You cannot be raided. You have a chance of Hallex Pick from this cave in Charlie 7 that I'm going to show you guys. This still suit is Shaddam's Bladder, the highest capacity still suit in the game. It was on rotation last week. Is there an explanation on DLC coming in 2025? There is news on, I think, I'm not sure if it's an expansion or a DLC, or just new content in October. So they're talking about that. Timer on the red box is, I believe, between 45 minutes and an hour. But it might be as high as 2 hours now. Yeah, well, yeah, that's not raiding at that point, Enola. That's just basically, you know, the game getting exploited. I think he's 90 now, is it? That would make sense. Just to basically combat farming. Thank you all for the follows. It is awesome to have you all here. Massive thank you. We hit 10,000 follows today. We've been streaming on Twitch for 2 months, 2.5 months now, nearly. And I couldn't be happier to have you all here. So thank you very much. You are all very, very welcome to just be here and to chill out. Hey, Dunk Dinkle, thank you very much for the 500 bits. Very kind of you. You are awesome. The Landsrad in our Deep Desert. The Landsrad in our Deep Desert basically goes back and forth each week. So last week, Harkonnen won. This week, probably House Atreides will win. The Emperor, thank you very much for the Prime sub, buddy. You are awesome. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. The point of the week was that the landscape is shuffled. Yeah, but there's only so many different ways to have it, but also have all the content each week. We have started a hype train. Thank you very much to all of you. You are awesome. How long do the spice fields reset on the daily or the hourly? The ring mouths? I think I just overshot my goal massively. Hang on. I did, yes. The timer isn't quite that definitive. I think that the spice field, like the medium spice blows, end up being like every couple of hours. The ring mouths, the ring mouth's still a bit of a mystery to me. Are you having issues with the NPCs? Do you fight your way into this one? You deal with the bitches that live here. They're big bitches. Look at them. Look at how big and bitchy they are. The loot chest that you want in this one, down here in this little corner, it's tucked away. Again, I've been here too recently, but you can loot this chest here in the corner that's hidden away and get the end game and get the rare loot for the week. Any reason I use the pick over replica pulse? Rapier over sword, exactly, yeah. I don't like the feel of the sword. Personally, I prefer the feel of the rapier. What sector was that in? Sure, we are in Charlie 7, the very bottom corner of C7. Oh, thank you very much, Frontenax. I'm really lucky to have, like, lots of friends who stream, people like Annie Fuchsia, Admiral Baru, Peter, or Premier 2, if you know him from that name. Thor, Pirate Software. Like, I've got a bunch of people who have taught me some really good things about streaming across the years, and ultimately I like to kind of say, I like to think that my stream's kind of a chill reflection of all of them. So I hope all of you are welcome. I hope you're having a good time. If you've got any questions, again, you're free to ask. Yeah, I like the rapier as a gap closer, and you can use it to keep the pressure up on individual enemies. Sleepers, ultimately, I think it's because the casual players are currently suffering because they aren't able to catch up with the people who are PvPing and were playing quite hard. So I think that the current change is designed to help PvEers catch up, and the next change we'll see should hopefully change some of PvP's balance. The Shuriken, I really hope so. But I would also like to be able to cross deep deserts with cargo, because it would make such a difference. Yeah, we've heard about people turning off turbines with vehicles. That's a thing. There's not that much that I can advise doing with that, other than just be careful on how you make your bases and you power your bases. If people are griefing and exploiting like that, I will normally take steps. So if anyone does do that to you, take a screenshot of whoever owns it, and we will take action on our servers, because that's not intended gameplay. You are more than welcome, Attack Artist. I'm glad you managed to get the pick. Hello, Particle Wave. How are you doing, bud? Welcome on in. Great to see so many of you. Hope you're doing well. For those of you who don't know, these are the drops. You'll be getting these as you watch. All you got to do is watch, make sure your account's linked up appropriately. What will during the private server benefit versus vanilla? So the main benefit on the private server is realistically that we can enforce our terms of service and like our server rules as well. Although so far we've not really needed to do a huge amount of it. The community's largely kind of self-enforced. So it's non-public, so you're not going to have as many outside trolls, although we do have 3 public servers as part of our network. So we do have some random people who can join to keep it a little bit fresh and new. Otherwise, it would be a little bit too friendly, in my opinion. We've been able to moderate where Funcom can't. So, for example, very early on, there were some people who thought it was okay to be using racist and homophobic slurs in PvP. Very quickly, they had their accounts completely wiped, not tolerating that whatsoever. You know, we're able to investigate problems further. So there was somebody in the deep desert who'd made a completely safe base, and it was using a known exploit, but it turned out they didn't actually know that it was an exploit itself. So we gave them the benefit of the doubt. We could give them the chance. So ultimately, the benefit of a private server to me is that we can moderate our own community. We can make our own choices about it. You know, I've decided to turn off taxes so that the players who are currently waiting for the game to improve don't have to maintain as much stuff as they did before in order to keep their stuff going. Having the ability to make those decisions makes a bit of a difference when we're playing with a number of communities who are working together, you know, because it's Pirate Softwares, it's Annie Fuchsia's, it's Jay the Bard, it's Helping Hands, it's Vicky's, it's Mr. Greggles, it's, you know, there's a bunch of us when it's Redsy. There's a lot of us who are playing on the same server who are benefiting from their communities having a safer home to play. Arthur, I completely agree. That was fundamental behind them getting the chance. They came in to apologize and explain themselves. Absolute respect for that. Is that only our server? Was Funcom doing that? I'm sure Funcom were doing that. I obviously didn't get involved with anything. I haven't seen any reports of them not doing that. But it meant that we could get on it really quickly without having to go through a company to do it for us, and got it dealt with. And when it comes to streamers who are, trying to, make a broadcast, if someone comes on screaming the N-word across comms, that's going to be really embarrassing and potentially get you, sanctioned on Twitch. You don't want to be dealing with that, so we've stepped away from that, and our community doesn't have to worry about it. We don't have to worry about it. That's kind of why. Yep, Bujanate, when you watch, you'll get it linked on Twitch. In the Twitch inventory part of your Twitch, so by clicking on your profile image up there, you'll be able to look at the progress and go and link your accounts. We do accept new players to the servers. Yeah, members of the community use !Dune Discord, and you can see our servers. That's our Discord server for our community. Yeah, our current form of content is doing low flybys of each other, just going across the comms because it's area. Are you on your own seat, your world? If Deep Desert, how'd you get your own Deep Desert? We have 15 servers provided by Nitrado, which form one whole server, so a whole world. So we actually have 15 private servers doing it. It's fine. I'm going to do some kind of video addressing the community and issues going on. You know, I can pass it on as feedback, but I don't know what their plans are. I don't know any more than you do in that regard. That's an inside the company thing. I wouldn't expect to know about anyone to know about that before it actually happens, you know. Mr. Twist, thank you very much for the gift sub a few minutes ago, bud. I appreciate you. I think I might have said thank you, but I can't remember. A C3 and C7, the only caves that spawn those small chests. This week, those are the caves that have them, yes. Neckbeard Prime, my background, I was legally trained and then decided to not go down the typical route of becoming a solicitor because I hated it. The attitude inside legal firms is not about helping people go through the worst times of their life. It's more around how many billable hours can you get, how can you make the money and stuff. Like, I didn't like that side of being a solicitor, so I went and worked for someone called Citizens Advice Bureau instead, providing consumer support. Rhino Hammer, thank you very much for the Prime sub, buddy. Thank you. I didn't... I understand it, don't get me wrong, I don't blame any solicitors for doing it. It's an important career, and like, it needs to, like, all of it needs to be done, but at the same time, like, the attitude from the management and from partners and stuff wasn't ideal. Game looks critical. Graphics maxed out. Yeah, the graphics on this are on highest. I just have the frames limited because I don't want to do settings. So I'm on ultra, but I have got the a few things disabled to make it run a little bit better. And I am capped at 60 FPS. Which is in display. You got your Twitch linked with Dune on Dune's website. How do you link your Dune to Twitch account? You're done. You should be done there, bud. That sounds about right. If you look in your Twitch drops inventory, you should see that you're making progress now. What am I doing? That's not even the right tool. Parenthal Conan's here. Hide. Just pause here, generally. You are all right. No worries, Mr. Twist. Thank you for being here, bud. Happy to provide hints and tips so that everyone finds the game a little bit easier, ultimately. It's the main way we do this thing, eh? Like, there's no point in me hoarding that information for myself when you can all benefit from it. I only have most of the information I have because people have either shown me or told me, or, you know, I've learned it by playing or having access to the closed playtests. Like, you know, there's no reason for me to keep that information to myself. I wouldn't do that. These are not the same as the first ones, no. But I do have some confirmation from Funcom on that. Welcome back from the break, everybody. It's awesome seeing you. Thank you so much for being here. So the drops are on. Those of you who are looking for them, these are the drops that you're currently going to be getting. If you've missed the previous Dune drops, don't worry. I spoke to Funcom earlier today to ask the question that you've all been asking, which is, if I miss some of the drops, will I have another chance? They have said yes, very clearly. That's something they're working on internally. Likely when everything has been released, they will make it so that everything is available. They want to find a way to ensure that everyone has a way to use the building set to its full potential. So while if you've missed a couple of them, yeah, you won't get them just yet. Don't worry if you miss any more. Don't worry if you've missed out on just one of the full lot. Or if you missed out on just the first week, they will be made available in some way to you once they're all done. Once we've gotten through the drops list. About some patience there, which I know is difficult, but ultimately the observer pieces aren't, they aren't game changing. It's not going to give you an advantage in the game to have them. So it's just about waiting for those ones. I'm sorry if you've missed out, but hopefully you can get the new ones here. This is the third round of drops, indeed, yes. They look cool, but they don't change your gameplay enough that I think you'll be missing out. And exactly, because they're not made of plastone, they're not like they're not like a PvP one, they're not better for raiders, they are more easily damaged, etc. Exactly. Like they thought it through. Dangerous. Luxicol, yeah, that's a pretty good price. I like that's a pretty reasonable price for that item, I would say. Give you unlimited lights. They have also introduced the desert mechanic set, which is very true. We like seeing an expansion to the desert sets. That's a sand bike thing, so we don't use that. We don't do that here. That's on the ground. Imagine being on the ground. Why would we want to do that? Every opportunity to be in the air. Every opportunity possible. That's the goal. I don't even use a sand crawler. Is this song saying Vogons? Geronimo. Yeah. The floors provide some lighting, not a lot though. Yeah, that does help. But lighting, obviously, as people are saying, causes issues. Although I have been hearing, and if anyone's on a lower end or a medium end machine, that this patch has fixed some of the performance issues that people were seeing on lower and medium end machines. So if anyone's able to confirm, that would be nice. Not really? Okay. Okay, I want to know how extensive that was, because I know a few people who are playing on low-end machines that that might be important for them. Performance is worse? Okay, that's a shame. I've already done a couple of titanium runs earlier on today. But I'm sure Sabu's around somewhere causing mischief. He's probably harvesting something. You know what he's like. He's a big gremlin. Yeah, those kids will give you a huge amount of micro sandwich fabrics, etc. Yeah, Arthur. Yeah. Did they fix perma-hugging your thopter and not be able to get off of it? No, but all the old fixes are still a thing. So, like, you just need to basically, like, try and, I know, Shigawire claw yourself off of it. Oh, Sabu's harvesting neighbors. That makes sense. Has no beef. I can understand that, but On an i5 4670, a bit smoother, less stutters at the same FPS. Okay, that's good to know. Less stutters is always a good move. If that's what you're seeing, I'm glad to see it. Delphago. The current level cap is indeed 200. Well, they didn't define lower or medium end machines, so I guess yeah, it's anyone's guess as to what that means. Likely one of those changes where it just means general performance improvements, and they can't say specifically which, you know, like Intel, AMD. They can't say like which models will get better. It's just like general, and therefore you'll see more of a difference on lower end machines that were struggling in those areas beforehand. Brute Force, it's because I can translate the patch notes into a gamer speak. That's one of the things I've been talking about, is like using different terms in their patch notes than what the players are using doesn't work, and it causes confusion for people. So to try and like kind of sanity check their own things. Can you respec your research points? No, you can't respec these points, but you do reach a point when you can't get any more. Jibody, have you made sure that you're using the fief to fill up all of the power cells, so that all of the things have the same amount of power? Because you need to make sure that all of the power generators have enough power. Because if one of them goes down and you just go below the threshold, you'll still run below the threshold and run out of power without being able to do anything. Okay, so I can now go back and research. I can go and store research points again. Is that what we're saying? I can finally get intel. I know, Tiny Titan, exactly what's Dragonfly mode is exactly it. What is a cat? Why is there a carry-all in as an option? That's not even the name of the ornithopters we have access to. I might be a patch note. What are you going to do about it if I am Taffy now? I'm imprisoned in my own thopter. You're still waiting to get back 7 points. I'm guessing that you've got the turret bug. If you respec the turret, it doesn't give you the points back currently, which is a real strange change. That is my biggest issue with the game, is currently getting stuck on my own ornithopter, yes. Napster, thank you very much for your Prime sub, buddy. I appreciate you. Welcome on in. Welcome to the community. What's Zapharos saying now? June Awakens public game with no bugs? Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'll believe that when I see it. XP. Okay, no more free XP bits on the floor. I mean, that's currently my most recurrent issue, is getting stuck on my own ornithopter, and it annoys the hell out of me every time. Earlier, I got so stuck on my ornithopter that the game disconnected me for a movement violation. Yeah, my George, that's the problem. The carry-all is a different thing to the carrier, which they also sometimes call the transport ornithopter. So, naming convention, please. Naming convention is important so players can understand what it is that they're interacting with inside the game and what those changes are. Because if you constantly fly a carrier and you know it as a carrier and you always call it a carrier, when you look at the patch notes, you might not think that a transport ornithopter has changed things for you. You might not. Has the Bindu Sprint carrier thing work? No, they fixed it. It is one of the patch notes, but it is a patch note that I found and sent them, which is great fun. Help me, Step Orny, I'm stuck. It is great seeing you all here, though. Feel free to ask more questions. If you want to see anything else in Dune, give me a shout. Other than that, enjoy your drops. Zafroth, this is the power of drops. We love free stuff. What's my favorite water brand? People have a favorite water brand? Just water. It's just whichever one is most readily available and cheapest. When did I join Funcom staff? I've always been part of them, like I've been part of the Swiss Guard. They can taste different, but I just drink water, I don't care. I don't care enough to care that much about the flavor of the water I'm drinking. Tap water where I grew up is pretty good. It's pretty good, but like, oh, fizzy water, no. What soda water, like carbonated water, whatever you want to call it, tastes like TV static. Good. It tastes like TV static sounds, and all of you know what I mean. If I wanted to taste TV static, I would just go and lick an old CRT TV, but so that's free. They are Archon, yeah, that's a thing. That's why I don't mind just tap water. Like, tap water is fine. Anyone else having problems with the carrier ascending and descending on its own? No, Brex Weaver, but I use this setting, not that setting. I use this setting under gameplay or planar lock. So I have this on, so I might not have the same experience as you. This means that the carrier will only change height when I tell it to. So maybe try toggling this and see if it's changing height based on your mouse when it shouldn't be. If you've never heard the scream of a modem late at night, then, you know, that's it. Maybe try planar lock, because it might be that's broken for you or something. It has to do with the size of bubbles. What? A small bubbles, they taste less spiky? Is that what happens? Is that how this works? I hate it. I hate it, but it makes sense. And bubbles the size of golf balls. This is Shaddam's bladder. It is the largest still suit in the game. Give me a second. When I'm up to height, I will Shaddam's bladder. This one. The tier 6 cave one. I saw a child playing with bubbles the size of a tangerine. Johnny, the icon on the screen that sometimes flashes up. Let's see if I can find the server border. There'll be one in a second. I'll show you. And then I'll explain to chat what it is that what they're seeing. I've made that drops fit quite nicely at the bottom there, to be honest. I'm fine with that. I saw a bubble playing with a child the size of a ruby. When we cross this border into the Gulf area, you will see that again. I will show you what that is. So, when you are connecting to the server at all times, you're basically sending data back and forth, right? That's pretty much how this works. This is networking for dummies because I'm a dummy about networking. When you are seeing that icon at the top of the screen, which will appear up there as we go over the server border about now-ish, the red that flashes up there, that's basically like showing a loss of basically transfer of data packets between the server and yourself. So when you see packet loss in the game, which is where basically where the game isn't getting all of the information you're sending, or that you're not receiving all the information the server is sending to you. Fundamentally, that's how I understand it. I'm sure someone in chat will now tell me that I'm intrinsically wrong and I've committed a mortal sin against all networking engineers everywhere. That is my understanding of packet loss. Close enough? Fine. Happy with that. Happy with one person said close enough. I'm going to selectively one guy myself. Power going down in a storm normal in A2? I mean, your power down won't be a proper power down. Like, you will still have power. It just looks like it's basically, yeah, it reflects the shields going down. Your base will still take damage from the sandstorm. Just remember that. It will take structural damage from the sandstorm, so you'll need to check to repair your base. I do know that lots of things can interfere with packets. I do believe that the sun and solar flares can have quite a lot of impact on network stuff, which is remarkably weird. Somewhere out there is somebody sitting, meant to be doing their IT job, but is so disturbed by my explanation of how packets work on servers that they're frantically typing at 9,000 words a second. Tell me that I'm wrong, and I respect that. You know, if you're so disturbed by something I say that you feel compelled to type out why I'm wrong, fine. Educate. That's why I really like how I do I do some of my stream titles to mess with people. The database call issue, not network. Okay, I'll open a help desk ticket right now on it. Help desk, can you just turn on and off the entire network for me? I'm sure that will fix it. Thank you. Mobster14, thank you very much for your Prime sub. And McAllen Stream, thank you as well for your Prime sub, buddy. Appreciate you guys choosing to use those here. Those of you who have Amazon Prime, you are contractually owed Twitch Prime as part of that. And Amazon basically gives you $2.50 that you can give to a streamer of your choice or a stream of your choice. So if you have Amazon Prime and you haven't been using your Twitch Prime, go and use it on a small streamer somewhere. Go and use it over on like something like Ferret Software or over on Alveus Sanctuary. If you want to use it here, you're more than welcome to. But just know that when you don't spend your Twitch Prime sub, that $2.50 doesn't come to Twitch. Jeff Bezos keeps that money and puts it in his moon statue fund, where he's working on making a diamond statue of himself on the moon. So make sure you use your Prime subs and keep Jeff Bezos off the moon. Thank you for coming to my pitch. Storyteller DP, Satan Venet, Pandasol, and Proj, thank you all very much for your Prime subs. You guys rock. Thank you very much for listening to me talk absolute bullshit. Night Flight Radio, thank you very much for the Prime sub as well, buddy. You're awesome. And Jay Burner as well. Thank you all very much. Oh, geez. Dargan Master as well. Thank you very much. You guys all rock. Thank you very much for the support, and having you all here is great. Glad you guys are enjoying the stream, enjoying getting your drops. Venzi, thank you very much for your Prime sub. It might be $3 now. I'm still on a 50-50 split, you see, with Prime subs. So maybe it might be $3. It might not even be $2.50 anymore. It might be even better. Calaras, thank you very much for the 5 community subs, buddy. You are awesome. I hope your stream is going well. Hope you're enjoying Bitcraft. Caxa TV, thank you very much for the Prime sub as well. Doing your job, doing your peacekeeping. Jeff Bezos away from the moon. We're proud of you. Proud of all of you for using your Prime subs today. SBR thank you very much as well for your Prime sub. You're all doing the moon god's work. Keeping Jeff Bezos off of the egg. Good job. Proud of you all. If I could wear a... probably not, nah. Don't mess around with tech in the 40k universe is my advice there. How do you do the Prime sub? If you have Twitch Prime, it's every month, first of all, you can click, like, I think you can click on subscribe down below the stream, and one of the options will be to, like, a tick box to use your Prime sub, if I recall correctly. I can't remember. I kind of stumble through doing it every month when I raid someone now. I will confess, I have previously forgotten to spend my Prime sub, and I have probably contributed at least once to the Jeff Bezos Moon Fund inadvertently, and I'm sorry to everyone for that. Forgetting to spend, you know, my Prime sub is unconscionable. The Taylors, Jimbodia, and Omega King, thank you all very much for the Prime. It is great to have you here. Great to see you, and now you guys get to avoid adverts as well. You'll normally hear me make weird noises as I disappear off of the ad screen. Mako Storm as well, thank you very much for the Prime sub. You guys are all awesome. Thank you very much for the support and choosing to spend it here, ultimately. There are plenty of other people that you can support with that, and I advise you do so. There are many great small streamers who just haven't got the visibility. If you don't want to use it here, please go use it over there. Go use it on Alvia's Sanctuary. Go use it on Ferret Software. Somewhere like that, it would be awesome. Or if you want to help Jeff Bezos make a moon statue, I guess that's your right too. Just know that I'm watching you, and you'll probably end up on, you know, big Amazon's. Alexa will be on your side, but, you know, Siri probably will turn against you. Be careful. Prime subs hidden under elevate your sub. Okay. Mako Storm, Roommate, thank you both very much for your Prime sub. And Jimbodia, thank you very much for the 1 community gift sub, buddy. You're awesome. Thank you. Oh, Karis, that makes sense. Thank you. Well, go and use your Prime sub somewhere else then. That's what I say. Jimbodia, thank you for that gift sub to Tasty Tears. You are awesome. %, 2 hours, you're nearly there. Those of you who are new, welcome on in. I really appreciate you all being here. Many of you are probably here for the drop. Some of you are probably here to see the cat, but I just appreciate all of you no matter what. Those of you who don't know, my name is Kronos. My background is that I've been a moderator here on Twitch for probably a good 10 plus years, covering streams from, you know, 10 people all the way up to 20,000 at one point. You might know me from places like Annie Fuchsia's stream. You might know me from Pirate Software stream. You might know me from Premiere 2 or from, well, now Peter, sorry, is his name now. Admiral Baru's stream. You might have seen me around. If not, welcome on in. If I have seen you there, great to see you again. And if you've got any questions, feel free to ask. We just believe in being pretty chill here. And I have to talk about the game or anything related to it, really. I've only been streaming for 2.5 months, so please be gentle with me. I'm still new despite having the support of so many awesome people. I still have a lot to learn, so I apologize if I missed your messages or I say your name's wrong, that kind of thing. I'm just trying my best. What's my favorite part of Dune so far? The flying. The flying the ornithopters feels so much fun. You're flying over the sands, following a sandstorm, or trying to outrun one, like, or you know, you're flying across, doing some scanning, and all of a sudden the sunrise comes out across the dunes. That feels amazing. I'm gonna be honest with you. There are moments in the game as well where you just feel a real sense of being in the universe. When you're early on in the game requires you to cross from the starter area to kind of the main game on your sand bike. The feel of that first crossing is something I'm unable to really voice, the level of kind of like fear and excitement, and this is the real game opening up that comes to you. Whoa. Yuxicol, thank you for the 1,400 bits. Sorry, 14,000 bits. That is insane of you. Thank you so much for the support. Honestly, the no taxes thing just made sense in my mind. There are a lot of people who are out there who aren't playing the game while they wait for it to be fixed. I was testing it out, and I was like, you know what? I'll run the test on our server first for a couple of weeks, see how it works. Worked out fine. I said, you know what, Thor, I think we should turn off the taxes for the entire server, just mean that people can maintain power only. He was completely on board, so we did it. Like, just turned it off one day. And I'm glad you're all benefiting from it. Yeah, the Deep Desert is a bit of a mess. They are still working on things. Ultimately, this was the first patch that they've done which will really focus on quality of life fixes other than the immediate fixes post-launch. Sorry, I'm just keeping getting distracted by Uxacol's cheer. That was absolutely insane. But thank you so much. They are still working on the game. The game still needs time to make improvements, and they need to make sure they're looking at the feedback properly, not just on one small part of it. So yeah, let's give them time. Give them time to cook. Ithar, thank you very much. I mean, we're doing quite good on them, I'll be honest. We could do with some more albatrosses, sure, but I think we're probably okay on rock carrier wings. We're running out of space. 144. The new building skin, you just watch and you get these drops that are just here. Look at them all. Here's some I prepared earlier. Kratos, thank you very much for the Prime sub. You guys are all awesome. Space Raccoon, that's not very kind. You can't be starting a wizard war just in chat like that without any notice. You're a wizard or 4K, 2K4. Damn it. ZH Borzen, there is actually excuse me. Excuse me. There is actually a point when moose become fish. The main excuse me, I've got some hay fever I'm struggling with. Or I've breathed in a cat hair, that's entirely possible as well. Like one of the main predators of the moose is the orca. When an orca kills a moose, that moose counts as a fish because the moose is swimming across, you know, across the open water. That moose counts as a fish because it's found in the water. That's how this works. The new observer column does not snap to wall edges. Vogel Industries, I can provide that to them as feedback now. So that. Oops, the I passed that information across. I'm sure that Funcom will do something with that. Thank you very much for letting me know. We've let them know that the observer column doesn't snap to wall edges as it's meant to. We just emptied the assault ornithopter. We'll go again. Wait, did you want to do uppies mining? Is that why you were shooting the laser at me?
Yes, you asked me like 2 hours ago.
I think I was waiting for a second buggy
You need a second buggy.
and a second pilot so we can do shuttle runs back and forth, rapidly do it. But I don't think Luther's on. I think he's working, and I think that obviously Demnar's in a different country, so we'll just do one. That's fine.
Yeah, Luther's here as well. But,
Wait, suspicious. Okay, well we could if Luther comes out with a second buggy, we could just do that. Small might come out as well.
That's good.
Okay, sounds good. Let me know. I can't believe you guys are having a full-on wizarding war in chat. I'm not going to take part and curse, 1,700 people who are here for drops with wizarding war things like, some of the things you've been saying. Disgraceful. Now look, you can't just go around casting mend butt crack on people. That's very rude. Yeah, I still think the worst kind of internet curse if you're doing a wizarding war is not necessarily slow internet, but internet that specifically will load text really fast and images in a blurry thumbnail, but it won't fully populate the image for you unless you wait 13 to 15 seconds. Just frustratingly slow, but still functional. Yeah. Yeah, basically, yeah. Yeah, Unicorn, you're not wrong.
He might come later. He's playing something else at the moment.
Okay, let's go. If you can bring out a buggy, Sabby, you'll need to. I need co-owner on that to lift you. Oh, instant that loads all ads first in sequence. That would be awful. Why would you give them don't tell anyone that. Don't tell Twitch that. Imposter Architect, that's a secret between us. Don't tell them, don't tell them. Ignore that. Any new worm PTSD? The worm slow breaches are very, very terrifying. Any advice for solo players first trip Deep Desert? Yeah, this week, make sure you go to these locations. In C3, go to this cave here. And, hang on. In C7, go to... Wait, why so far up? C7, go to this one here. In these caves, Sabu sent a clip of them. You'll find the high-end loot that you basically need for an end game in the PvE area in instance chests. Those are a really good thing to start harvesting early on in your first week out here because you don't need to risk yourself to get them. As a new player, that will help you catch up so that you can compete in PvP when you need to. D4 is also community run as well. Nice. Yeah, spice infused plast is huge, and you can harvest that every like hour or two. Yeah, C3, C7. Be aware the C7, like both of them have a small amount of combat in them. You may need to fight your way in, or you might need to work with other members of the community who are out and about with you to do stuff. Which is fine. You can do that very easily. Look, no hands. Yeah, we're gonna try some buggy mining for a bit. Okay, so that's actually awesome. In that case, we can make that work. Hang on. Yeah, I just need to think of a way. It is indeed a buggy. Attack artist, maybe. It's possible. We'll be trying out Battlefield 6 over the weekend, most likely, if anyone is interested. We'll be doing Dune, obviously, all day today. Oh, I don't like this. No.
Something weird going on.
The carrier does carry the buggy, and it has done for a long time. Yeah, it's a useful little thing. The carrier can carry everything apart from a sand bike. This is a weird bug that Sabu seems to be having with mining some of these. To be honest with you, Sabu, it's probably actually easier for you to drive around on the floor. This is why I think that using two buggies and like shuttling you both back and forth might be easier. Well, if you park near our base, you drop your vehicle on the roof. I'll sort it in a second. Come back here. Fuck's sake, you are a little bastard. Come back here.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
I'll hide. You get out.
What do you mean? What's the etiquette on bases in the basin? Like they are. Bases in the basin is an exploit. It's been fixed. If you're using an NPC to destroy it, they Funcom declared it an exploit.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
If there's no subfeed and it's falling apart, that's kind of fair game, to be honest with you. I think. That's free game at that point. The Caryopthopter is different to the Carry-All. They seem to refer to different things, yes. We've passed some feedback to devs that there's some confusion in the naming convention there. Oh, it's in Echo 5, Small Mite. We'll be there in a second. But Smoke Johnson, be that as it may, Funcom still declared it an exploit. Whether you choose to believe whether it's okay or not, no matter what happens, like at the end of the day, it was declared an exploit and it's been fixed, so it's kind of gone now. So I don't personally believe that anything in the deep desert or in Haga Basin should go to waste. It doesn't make a lot of sense. You don't have a society like this where we're told you never waste anything, you know, like you salvage all of it, you keep all of it. Like, it doesn't make sense, in my opinion, to let those bases just completely degrade the way that they are. But the Omen Papa, they are, but also they're not, because the Carry-All is actually also a different, supposedly, like, different tier of one. I thought the one above the Carrier, but no one really knows. Well, exactly, and that's why there needs to be a way that those bases become available to all once that, like, when the power is off, the boxes should unlock, realistically. Like, maybe there should be a 24-hour timer after the power runs out, and then the boxes become unclaimed. But ultimately, it doesn't make sense, in my opinion, that you're letting all these things just degrade in the sandstorm and you can't loot them. That doesn't fit with the theme of the game. But luring NPCs to do it was the wrong way of going about it, it seems. So I'm hoping that we get some confirmation from Funcom on what they actually want that gameplay loop to look like.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
We will sit here and wait for the sandstorm. Yeah, when the stuff has gotten the boxes open, but like ultimately there needs to be a way that people can get stuff from the dying bases. Putting NPCs wasn't the right way of doing it. It should just be that when the thing is not powered, it should, well, as it's degrading to the sandstorm, after 24 hours, those boxes should become unlocked. That's the laws of the deep desert. If the subfever's on the middle of it, like, but you could get to all the boxes, you're going to loot to all the boxes. No, you can put the tent on pretty much any surface. During the storm, I'm just going to quickly nip to the toilet, the loo, as we call it. So I'll be gone a second. There's no reason to use a still tent. They don't make a lot of sense. They don't fit very well, but I like to use it just for cinematic reasons. And also, like, we get some cool footage. You get to see the lightning strikes and stuff on the sand. You get to really feel what it feels like to be inside the game and to see the actual kind of like fear of these storms. And the fact that the sand on the sand ripples really weirdly here. Apparently. Whoop. I will be right back. 1 second. I would buy a still tent mouse, to be fair. That'd be fun. That'd be cool. So, excuse me. Those of you who make deep desert bases probably know this all the time, but after that base, despite our base being shielded, the base is still taking some damage. As every storm goes past, this will degrade further. This is why you don't want to have just one spire, because if you get a lot of sandstorms, like, because we're only a couple of days in, but imagine if this was granite, it would be a very different story. Like, if you get a lot of sandstorms, this could be half gone. So, you have to be careful. You have to keep an eye on your base and make sure you're doing repairs after storms, because the outer edges will all take damage from those storms. Tech Moment, yeah, we've got PvP on our server, yeah. Okay, we haven't got space for another carrier here, so how am I going to... Let me think about how I'm doing this. Okay. I will fly the carrier, because I have absolutely no skills in ground harvesting or ground vehicles. So Sabu, if you get into one of the buggies, we're not going to worry about physics. Okay, apparently I can't exit there. Sabu, move forward, move forward. Why have you done this? Nope.
Like a goal.
Like a go-
Like a goal.
This is the word.
I can also take the carrier back to Haga and fly back in my scout if that's necessary. For my assault.
To those of you who don't know, what you can't see is you see it says sheltered here on the right, behind my abnormally large head. I can just put this somewhere that's sheltered, and just leave it there. It's not the safest thing to do, but hey, it's better than doing what we're doing there, because knowing how janky the game is, I don't want to be messing around with things like that. Why have we got no power? Oh, it's because the storm's active still, supposedly. Mormai, what is your name in game? Oh, you're just there. You're Izuna. There we go. You should be able to get through the boundary now. Have assault ornies improved? You use a Mark 6 scout. I wonder if it's worth it now. The assault ornies feel a lot better now that you can actually like use them. So do carriers. They can jet up to 180, which is quite nice. It just feels a lot better than it used to be honest.
Alright, now this is like a goal.
Small Mite, are you able to join my Discord server into the channel there? I can basically put you and Sabu in a channel so I can hear you both live, and then we can I can shuttle you back and forth. I will use the carrier, and you guys can mine.
Alright, I'm in VC1 now.
Hello. Do this. Don't worry, chat won't be able to hear you guys. We'll just use it for intel purposes, and you guys get to hear me yapping, unless you want me to actually mute myself, in which case I can learn to do that, I guess. Okie dokie. Okay, so what you need to do is you need to deploy your buggy. So we have the 2 buggies out. Morpheus, yes, this base will be gone, as with all other bases in the deep desert, after the storm wipes it. Okay, I need to be co-owner on the carrier and on the buggy in order to do this. So what we're going to do is, I'm going to fly one of you out to the island, like Stravidium Island or a Titanium Island. I will drop the buggy. You will drive around and go and harvest. I will then come back and get the second buggy and take them to a different island, and we will play a game of Can I Remember Where I Left You Guys? Which sounds perfectly safe and reasonable, and I think chat will very much enjoy it. Polydog, thank you very much for the gift sub to Onyx Monkeybird. Appreciate you. Welcome on in, everyone. Can we, just in terms of the locations of where the 2 are... Actually, no, it'll be fine. Yeah, we'll use Sabu's carrier, your buggy, and yeah, that's fine. I can use this carrier then. That's fine. Let me just repair the wings. It wouldn't be as if we're going to test. This is ultimately a test to see if we can do shuttle mining with one carrier and 2 buggies. Because as a buggy, you should be able to basically get yourself into cover to avoid attack reasonably quickly. Like most of those caves will let you run. It's a matter of how doable that is, I think. You've got Mark 6 buggy, haven't you? Ah. Think. You don't need a Mark 6. We can get you some Blastanium for that, it's not a problem. Right, okay. That sounds awful. At that point, we might as well have a driver and a miner. Okay, so Mike, can you use Sabu's buggy? Sabu, can you fly back to the Haga Basin and get a Mark 6 cutter ray? There we go. Okay. Now the question will be, can I actually pick you up with this many other vehicles around? Yes. Gotta go fast. Grimslayer, thank you very much for the sub at tier 2. It's awesome of you. Thank you for the 2 points towards our partner program goal, which we are getting ever closer to. Polydog, thank you for that community gift sub. And Fresh as 91, thank you very much for your Prime sub as well. You guys are all awesome. I appreciate all of you for being here. And I hope you guys are enjoying the stream and the drops. Yeah, we haven't got the vehicle, so excuse me. Our lands route this week is we've got Chome refining contract, which we didn't choose, interestingly, but we'll see. British Boomer, no, you cannot carry a loaded buggy through the Deep Desert world map. You can't actually carry anything underneath the carrier across the world map, which I think is a problem, because that means that the largest thing you can actually transfer is always going to be an assault ornithopter. What are the drops? These are the drops. They're beautiful, see? Oh, okay, those of you who are new here, this is Bailey. He is very, very loud cat. He's very cute. Hi. Hi. What is it? Meow. Okay. Hi, little cat. Can I see? Can I get your face in the shot? I can. There you go. Hi. Hi, baby cat. You're just here shouting for attention. You want food, do you? You're asking for food, aren't you? This is the asking for food cat. I believe I've sourced this. I've sorted it out. He's a beautiful baby. So Bailey is 15 years old. There you go. He's gone to get some food. He is 15. He actually belongs to my neighbors, but he chooses to live here because they got a dog a couple of years ago, but I think it's because he's so old and he's an outside cat. Ultimately, he decided to move just kind of into the garden of the house that I moved into. And yeah, he just kind of asked to be let in every day, and then here we are. Just drive around and I'll try and stay above you. All right. Yes, I post a photo of Bailey every single day. It's called the Daily Bailey over on Blue Sky. Next, yes, I checked with the devs today, and they confirmed that they want everyone to be able to engage with this like meaningfully. They want to be able to everyone to get the full amount of use out of the observer drops. So yes, once all of the drops have been out, they will be releasing the ones that have been missed in a way that other people can get them. So if you've missed any previous ones, don't worry. Just focus on getting the ones that you've got access to now, and the devs will announce how you can get the ones that you're missing at some point very, very soon, I'm sure. What time do I start my streams? I normally start my streams around 9:30 AM UK time, but it kind of varies. At the moment, I was a little bit late these past couple of days because of the patches on Dune. You keep driving up and around to the left, you'll find 2 more nodes as well. Fully Sasquatch, well, I'm glad you've got all the drops, even if you haven't got the game yet. Yeah. This light wasn't very useful, chat, for when we were doing spice mining, but this is far more useful. Grab it off the top. I'm gonna grab. Holy Dog, thank you very much for the gift sub again, bud. To Juicebox Pilot, you are awesome. Thank you very much. Bella DeVille, you're very welcome. I'm glad you've got your drops. Hopefully see you again some point soon when there's another drops campaign. When the servers are patched, how much do you as the admin have to do? Is it handled by Funcom by Nitrado? How does that work? So, okay, so what happens is when the when the public servers go down for a patch, the private servers don't actually go down immediately. They go down at the same time as the client patch is released on Steam, and all of the client data is released. So that then gets pushed out to the servers. The Nitrado servers then go down for the patch, and then come up again as normal. So actually, we get the servers get the patch the same time as the players do, and we can then basically go live. So we can actually stay up slightly after the estimated downtime for most of these patches. We just don't know exactly how long it takes for Funcom to push the updates out to Steam. The other side of the spire is one more. No one saw that. You're fine. I'll grab you and take you up the up on the spire. As far as I understand it, yep, that's how it's been explained to me, but I'm not a, again, as I said, I'm not like a network engineer, I'm not a server specialist, I just admin things. Oh, Criminalville, I'm very pleased that you are here, I'm glad that you've been enjoying the content. Thank you very much for the follow, I appreciate you. Are you able to harvest that, or are you full? It's something about angle or distance, and I can't quite work out why it is that certain rocks can't be grabbed by the laser. Because that one was at a very long distance that was just mined, but the ones that are closer distance seem to not be working sometimes. Mythgos, great to see you. No worries. Absolutely fine taking a breather. Breather. One behind you. $14.63. Okay, geez. So I think the method will be to like drop you and just let you basically drive around doing it yourself while I go back and get Sabu for the next carrier. That's basically, I think, the way it's going to work best. Thank you, Sabu. Yep. Well, once we've done this, we'll go back and we'll meet you back there, Sabu. That's the way we'll do it. I'm glad you guys are all getting your drops. It's always a good thing to grab. You are all appreciated for being here. There is indeed a Mark 5 and Mark 4 bigger buggy boot. I think there's even a Mark 6 bigger buggy boot. You need to go further forward up the hill. Yeah. Oh, there's a bunch up here, so. There is a Mark 6, yeah. It's all found in the deep desert. I can't go through that, so. Thank you very much for all of those of you who are following. It's great to see you all. Any tips for getting spice to the large refinery? Yeah, I think all I can really suggest is that you use something like an assault or an ornithopter and you just go and get the small spice boats, build up slowly over time, glorious purpose. Or you can ultimately, you might be able to find someone else on your server who's willing to give you like a melange loan or make some kind of deal for the melange that you need to make it, or to like kind of like give you access to theirs for a while. There's a lot to be said for collaborating for access to something like that. Might be that bit too close. Dravidium's the slow one, yeah. Yeah, I know. Bigger buggy boot is not in the storage rotation this week. charge 10% water tax. That's perfectly fair, to be honest with you. I think I would basically be like, you know what, you can use it, but you've got to bring 4 bodies, because that's with the advanced distill. That's 200. That's, you know, it's 180 liters. But even with the small one, that pays for the 75. It might be plus 25 extra. So 4 bodies for a use of the run is probably what I would do. Exactly. What's that for all parties? Yeah. Oh, well, thank you very much, Brimstone666. That's very kind of you, bud. You are welcome back anytime, and I hope to see you soon. Take it easy. You can indeed hold shift to drop the buggy. The only concern about that is that sometimes the geometry that it can land on can fire the buggy up into the air. And I don't really want to risk firing the buggy around right now while worms are still short breaching the way they are, because a short breach and going for the buggy could be quicker than I could recover it. Okay, so Kletter in chat has basically said that on the public test server, the laser had an issue that if you're holding it as low as possible at one of the lowest angles, it probably won't work. So try to aim higher, not too close to the node. So basically, actually further away from the node is currently better. That's a bit janky, but hey, what more would you expect from a game like this, hey? We will make it work. Dune is a perfectly stable game with no bugs. Yeah. No bugs at all. You've discovered some unique buggy physics. Yeah, I think the thing about buggy physics is it's surprising how buggy it can actually be. Like later day when we dropped a sand core onto completely open sand and the whole thing just freaked out and fired it 50 meters to the left. Do we know why? Nope. Could we repeat it? Also no. Wild behavior. Wild. Good morning, Lamina. How are you doing? It's good to see you. That worm is being a bit of a bitch. Well, I hope that you're doing okay, Lamina. Yeah. Cadwin, because ultimately the people who are watching the stream know that if they come and stream kill me on this private server, they're probably gonna end up in trouble, because most of the server is here watching. Oh, nice. Yeah. Okay, Sabu, are you in the other... Oh, okay, no, you're not. I can see your icon's actually working. Okay, hang on. I should actually have a think about where I'm taking you and how I do this in which order. Nice. Let me just check one thing. Thank you, All About Compliment. That is very kind of you. I'm just getting this so I can try and remember where I leave you guys, because that would probably be helpful. B5. I go. Okay, Sabu, you are ready to go, yeah? Okay, for those of you who aren't sure what we're doing, we are seeing if we can use one carrier to mine two sets of ore at the time. With two separate carriers. Nightbot might be a bit upset. If it's I'm glad you guys are all collecting your drops. I'm very pleased to hear it. I hope you're enjoying them. You keep emptying your catch poker while restocking your bodies. Yeah, that happens, Enola. I try and balance the, like, keeping about, you know, about half of my, still suit full, while also maintaining my water usage. Generally, because I find that it balances better. Sick. Brute force, look, I'm never going to tell a development studio how to do their community comms. Then they have an understanding of what's going on inside their company more than I do. I will pass on general feedback if I'm given the opportunity that you guys would like a bit more clarity and a bit more communication about what's coming from them. They have said that across August they will be doing more communications out. They will be doing more. So please do watch the space. They are likely doing everything they can to communicate as rapidly as they can, but you know, if I get the opportunity, I will pass it on. But I'm not going to proactively have a go at them, if that makes sense. It's just they are doing a good job of fixing the bugs that they are getting reported to them. So I'm broadly willing to give them the benefit of the doubt and wait for them to fix the other issues that we're seeing. And they have said they are going to communicate more, so I do want to see that from them. But I'm not going to go and say it again when they've already said they're going to communicate more, if that makes sense. Like, being asked to do something that you were already going to do feels weird, right? No. Yep, they've got a roadmap for their future plans. That's pretty good going. Can you guys fit a whole dismantled buggy in your inventories? Then why don't I just... Why don't I just fly you out there in the carrier, pick up the next person, and you assemble the vehicle and then do it out here, rather than flying at slow mode like this? Oh, true. Yeah. Fair enough. Okay, I'm going to drop you here, Sabu. And I'm going to go back and, come and grab, do you want me to call you a Zuna or Small Might? Choose one. Small Might, okay. You've made it a chance to get all the unique schematics, got all the copper easily, still working on iron and steel, guild teammates help with some trades. Even if that's what gives you a sense of like satisfaction and completion in the game, awesome, fantastic, pleased. Everyone in a sandbox game like this, and I know obviously the joke is there, you need to find your own fun, find the things that you enjoy. I'm enjoying getting my level up and just like harvesting resources. Yeah, I am seeing the high ping. See if it recovers. So I'm glad that you're enjoying yourself. Venom, welcome on in. The drops are cool. Okay, so not currently, but the devs confirmed today that they are looking to make sure that everybody can get the full usage out of the drops that have been so far. So yes, there will be some way in future for you to get the drops that you've missed. Likely once they've got all of the, all the various like bits out. Because otherwise you're going to do multiple catch-ups. You are more than all right, Brute Force. Yeah, so completely okay. I want to be fair to the devs for that. Wind Assassin, if I had that ability, I would do that, but we can't. There's very little that we can do on the admin end for like the only settings we have are sandstorms in Haga Basin, yes or no. PvP everywhere in Haga Basin or just the shipwrecks, and taxes, yes or no. That's the only 3 settings we actually have. Lord Shade, I don't know, but I would suspect that they aren't because there's no observer door yet, and it would make sense that there would be one. Carriers feel so much better since the changes when you're not carrying cargo. Like, the ability to jet upwards at 170 is insane. Yeah, you can make Haga full PvP by looks of things. I'll be real with you, like I've said this before, I would really love to be able to do like a full, like a hardcore roleplay server potentially, where like if you get eaten by the worm, you wipe the character, like that's it, you've been consumed by the worm. And like have people, we have events like that, we have sand bike races where, you have to race from the A band to the C border on foot and then go from C to the edge of like F. In like a sand bike, and then you had to go from G all the way to the end of the deep desert in a or maybe to the H tier in a buggy, and then the final one in a sand crawler, and whoever makes it all the vehicles wins. Like, just fun sand races that like deep desert events like that, narrative events like that was something I would really love to be able to do, like in a kind of a Zeus mode. But we don't currently have any kind of admin tools. I think we have exclamation point server settings that shows you, it will show you exactly what the settings are. Iron Laser, yeah, that makes a lot of sense, yeah. I think all of my icons are broken again because apparently Sabu is back at the entrance to the game. I mean, Troy, I don't know who would be more British. I just know that I am quite British, but I'm not the most British. Like, I don't like tea that much. Like, hot drinks are just kind of like, not a big fan of hot drinks in general. Hot chocolate I would kind of settle for, but like, never needed it. I like my drinks cold. Long Island iced tea, absolutely fine with that form of tea. That's great. Got a lot of time for that. And I turned off taxes on our server, yeah. Exactly. I did, Crowley, yeah. He was here in chat earlier talking about it. Deeply funny. But I'm glad he's okay. Ridiculous behavior. Yeah, the drops image is up. I can turn it off if you want. Just people were asking what the drops were. I just wanted to show you what they were. You know what? If anyone has built the structure into the path of the patrol ship in Haga Basin, I've not seen anyone do that. No. I think they fly generally quite high up so that it's difficult to deploy, but I'm sure you could deploy something in the way. But I want it. The loot calls me. I'm just trying to resist the urge for loot. That's what that was, chat. I was watching the dropship, just thinking of all the loot it might have in it, and knowing that I have all the blueprints inside of it, but I still want it. Very difficult for me to explain and understand. Are you full? On a Stravidium island? Jesus. Have you got the bigger buggy boot Mark 6? Okay, I also don't know where you are because map markers aren't working. That would be way too helpful. Nice, okay. Yep. Okay, hang on. Let's drop you. There's a bunch more on this island, so I'm going to drop you here still. Wonder if I can snatch you at speed. Don't move. Nice, there we go. The big bitches. What an excellent ornithopter this is. Hello, Smallhead. Hope you're doing well. It's good to see you today, bud. Yep, people are here enjoying their drops, getting the freshest of Dune drops that are available. Great to see you all. I hope you're doing well. If anyone's got any questions about Dune, feel free to ask. You are more than welcome. Yep, indeed. It is drops, baby. You need to use a survey gun that he does as well. Like you don't have to, but you can. And if you do, each of the various cells that you scan, you'll get 100 XP for it. So if you want to see the full map, you will need to see everything. Like you'll need to scan all of the things to do it. What's the rate for taxi service per sector or per way? I do it per M3. We do it Eve jump freighter rates. I charge in ISK. Oh god, I don't miss freighting. I would love there to be guild swatches in game. Yeah, that would be great. Like being able to have like a guild color scheme so you can set your guild's color. That would be amazing. See, Renard Fox Demon, I'm not sure that PvP between traders and Harkonnen only works because you'll just end up with everybody on each server just choosing one side. The lands round will become unbalanced. There would be no contest or any kind of competition to it anymore. It would just become very static, I think. That's the problem I think with side versus basically faction versus faction and that with the two sides. It would just be very imbalanced. Oh well, thank you very much, Cinders. That's very kind of you to say. It's everyone's here, but I reckon it's just because of Bailey. It's because Bailey was here. That's what it is. 3 sides might be doable. I would say 3 sides might. So that's why we need to wait and see what the third faction they bring out is, because that might balance it. Well, exactly, yeah. And if you've got color schemes, you know, you've got visual identifiers in a second on the colors. Wait until everyone's running around like bright pink as a guild identifier. It'd be great fun. There's somebody here. One second. Fine, so this one, yeah, that's exactly kind of the balance that it always reminds me of. The planet side balance of the three sides always kind of kept things reasonably fresh, I guess. Matt, I haven't seen you log into the game for a little while. Are you still spicing, or are you taking a bit of a break from spicing? Titanium and the A-band are those you guys don't know. For those of you who don't know what the changes have done, let me show you the concentration of titanium and stravidium in the deep desert. This is the thing about the patch I don't like. I don't like this. This is titanium. over here on the left. This is Stravidium over here on the right. These are awful. Look at that. Look at that resource density. There's no... What we're doing here, you could do this in the A band of the deep desert. For our server, this is awful, but if this is what it's come to on public servers in order for the game to be viable, that's quite sad, in my opinion. It's more than any of the old islands. It's basically more than this combined, including areas of the PvP area. Winky, exactly. This is the resource density. This is resource density of Titanium on the left and Stravidium on the right. This is what I don't like about this patch. So, like, what we're doing doesn't even make sense. Yeah, you make the, someone makes a very good point. This is probably one of the reasons why we've not been interrupted doing this, is because it's now so readily available that the contesting what we're doing isn't worth doing. That is true, Matt. You have been busy with the Gam Jam, which results out soon. Exciting. I mean, there's no point we're only out here because we already had a base. To be honest, with all that stuff out there is wild. Oh, nice one, Matt. Okay. Thank you all very much for all the follows and all of the subs, and back again to Yuxicol for that bits cheer earlier, just absolutely smashing every kind of goal expectation I had. You guys are all awesome. Thank you very much for being here today. It's been an absolutely wild stream so far, and I'm really pleased to be here for you guys. Your friends quit playing because the banner at the PvP had, so bummed. Eridu, hopefully they will come back. Hopefully that Buncombe will turn things around and the PvPers will have a reason to come back. Thank you very much, Speeches. We did indeed break 10k to 10k today, which was insane. I never would have expected that when I started streaming a couple of months ago. It's wild. I really appreciate all of you. Those of you who are here for drops, I hope that you're enjoying your yapping. Or you're enjoying your muted tabs in Google Chrome, in which case I appreciate the lurk support. Very kind of you. Yeah, this is why I hold out for my suggested, my suggested answer really is a bit different for it. But again, I'm sure they've got another, ideas internally of how they want to go and how they want to do this. The fact that you ricochet around on the end of the ropes as the buggy is very calming, of course, as a pilot every time we do this. Yeah, man, that's exactly it. I think this new design means that people don't make fobs anymore. I think Deep Desert, this is what I mean. If you're here and you're new and you haven't heard me do this rant before, great. If you have heard it before, I apologize. You're going to put up with it. I think ultimately the Deep Desert is a write-off. You need to turn this whole thing into PvE and say, look, because of the spice production in this area of the desert being so important, the Emperor has declared that this is a War of Assassins area where it's not on. It's Canley, like you have in parts of Haga Basin. That's in line with the law, because the Emperor will send down the Sardaukar if the spice trade is interrupted. At that point, you've got everything the way it is. You need to introduce tier 7. You need to create a new tier of resources that people who have been playing need something to go for. Introduce that into the Deep Desert as you've got it. At the same time, create a PvP area like the Deep Desert with no safe zones. You can build in it, but your bases get raided. Make that zone include areas like rad zones. Make it include a large rift. Make it include areas which are visually interesting and different, so it's not just ornithopter combat all the time. Make areas in there where you can't fly ornithopters. Make it so there are cave networks. That PvP area should have many, many more resources than the PvE area. Plus, it should also be where you get a PvP tier 7. PvP tier 7 should be exactly the same as PvE tier 7, but it should also do bonus damage against players. That means that PvP players want the PvP gear. PvE players who don't care about PvP don't have to bother with it. They've got exactly the same gear for their side of the game over in their area. They can, so anyone who wants to get ahead or get an advantage will go to the PvP area to get more resources. The PvPers therefore get people coming to them basically as content, and the people who are going there know when you go there, you are risking everything. You are risking stuff. And there needs to be an introduction to that so that you get used to things like Ornithopter combat, so you get used to harder PvE combat that is more akin to players. In EVE, the most important part of it for getting people into PvP was learning that you can fight, you can lose stuff, and you can learn from it and come back stronger. This game doesn't do a good job of showing you that and telling you that. And I think that's where we've had some of the issues around PvE and PvP. So I think you need to hit this on both sides. Give the PvE as something to aim towards, and give something the PvP as something to work towards that fits with the lore, and means that when you do PvP, you're doing PvP. Like, at the end of the day, go on and accept that you've lost stuff like that. That'll need to be a thing. But make the area separate. Don't force PvEers to kind of dip their toe in, but not give them any of the tools to play. It doesn't help them. These are the new drops, so they are different. I might have gone over where I meant to go, actually. You might need to make sure you harvest some of the shards off the side of the main island. Some of those have great spawns around them. Okay, Sabo, I'm going to leave you here. Griefers are griefers and they ruin all content. Yeah, but if you're in a PvE area, you make it so that griefing is less incentivized and doesn't give them anything other than the trolling. And then you have to moderate. You have to mean that people who are griefing, which is against Funcom's terms of service, it's in there, we checked, get actioned. You have to like moderate your servers. You have to enforce your own rules. I can't see you. Or might. Okay. I might be on the wrong island, that might be why. There are a lot of good changes in this patch, I'll give you that. I just really don't like the feel of some of that PvE stuff. When you tie it into the rest of the changes, it just feels like the PvP vision is dead. Killing someone in PvP, like killing someone in PvP isn't griefing, no. Forcing somebody to land by forcing your ships into them and then thumpering them when they're pinned down, that is griefing. You know, there's a line. Griefing is normally utilization of an exploit, for example, or doing things just specifically to do it for a bit of dick move. And I think that PvPers deserve their own area where they can actually have interesting combat, because I'm going to be honest with you, like, just spamming Ornithopters with rockets isn't good PvP. You want ground combat. Have people who actually are, like, using the abilities, who are using, you know, things like that, like... Exactly, Caliber, yeah. Give there a reason for PvP. People should be going into that, like, that PvP area for the end game loot, for higher spawns, for, you know, for the tier 7 stuff that they want to rate the risk for. Don't... Yeah, you have to have a reason to PvP. You're fighting over limited resources. That ultimately should be the goal. And also, if somebody is running a deep desert, like a testing station, if they run all of the content, they kill all of the enemies, they should get the loot. It shouldn't be tied to a random timer if someone's logged off there beforehand. It should be that an enemy, like the boss drops a key and you unlock the chest with the key and it's a one-use key. Like that's a fair way of doing it. Do the content, get the drop. Don't rob people of their reward just because somebody's got a log off trap and they're logging in every 45 minutes to loot the chests. Raj family, I agree with you. Yeah, some bit like looking for specific blueprints and getting into PvP in the deep desert felt really good, but now so much of that content is PvE.
A large sandstorm
It.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
It. Sabu, I'm sorry, your paint's gonna get scratched. The paint on your carry is gonna get a bit scratched. How large of a storm is it? Yeah, I know. We're gonna punch through it. We're gonna punch through the storm.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Try and recover heat. Well, I need you to look at the buggy integrity screen at all times and tell me how you're doing in that. Let's see if we can punch straight through it at the absolute maximum speed we can fly. This is a bad idea, but this is the only idea we have. What? Lightning. We just took a big lightning hit. On. Nice. Okay, so punching through the sandstorm in a carrier does actually work. With the vehicle turned off, yeah, you do take less, yeah. What do the wings look like? Here are the wings. I actually would like to point out, if you look at the coloration of the wings from above, it's actually the two front ones and the two third ones which are damaged, and the ones that yeah, because the coloration is what's dating it. So that's a really weird. It is actually the left and right. So the left is at 50% integrity and the right is at 75%, but visually on the coloration, it's wrong. It's interesting. Go into further into the area. There's loads more chests in them. Are you? Oh shit, okay. you really risking it? Oh. Welcome on in, everybody. These are the drops. Base cam back on. Sorry about that. Would have been funny, wouldn't it? Let's see if I can find a way to fit the Swiss Guard helmet and put my headphones on underneath it somehow. I'm not sure that's going to be doable. I'd use what? I'd have to use little wide earbuds here. So this would only work with basically us dismantling the carriers between runs is the problem in terms of speed. No worries, Kratos. I hope you enjoyed the drops. Catch you later. Speak to you soon, I'm guessing. Have a good one. Yeah. That'll make this a lot faster doing it that way. Second, let me just make this a little bit easier. No, I don't. I just need to cut the tracking links out of your clips. Because there's a bunch of tracking there that doesn't need to be. Base. See if that works. Okay, didn't like the first one. Give you guys a proper link for this. Give me a second. That's the C3 cave. That does work. Whoops. We've got the ads in just a moment, but don't worry, we will be continuing afterwards, and you will still be getting your drops while the ads are on. Imagine. Truly splendid. The drops don't change every day. Today is a new release of drops. I'm a cow. So we've got the next drops that run from today until September the something. Yeah, I believe it's early September. Then there'll probably be another one early September, I think, that will last us until October. Maybe towards the end of September. Maybe we'll have one that runs from the 4th, from like kind of maybe the 8th to the 24th. And then one that runs into mid-October being the DLC would make sense. Each week there are different, there's different loot here in the deep desert, so that's a whole thing. The ads are hit. Hide. Normally we pause during the adverts here, but generally, you know, while we're doing this kind of flying back and forth, there's no real need to pause. There's nothing really going on which you're going to miss. Phoenix Mercer, we are harvesting the component parts for Plastinium. So you said drop in the middle, yeah? Just in like in the bottom of the thing. I mean, I'll probably drop you on this side where there's some high up ones and you can work your way down in case. I see you 22,000 meters away. Did I say there was some in A band now? Some in A band. Ukadides or Ukaides, the carrier cannot glide with something harnessed. Yeah, because it would affect the thing. Okay. After the patch, after the ad break, I'll show you what the patch has changed about the spawning of Plastinium resources in the deep desert, and you will see why I might have a small issue with it, chat. Yeah, make sure you go in and claim your drops. If you don't have something like Better Twitch TV doing it for you, chat. Excuse me. Definitely breeding a cat here. Thank you very much, all of you, for the follows. All massively appreciated. We hit 10,000 today, which is absolutely huge. Thank you very much, all of you, for the support. Yep, if you're here for drops, remember that you need to be claiming your drops every half an hour or an hour, unless you've got something like Better Twitch TV claiming it for you. You filled your assault but never got past A? Yeah, exactly. Havoc, it's interesting. So for those of you who don't know, the most recent patch has changed the spawning of titanium and stravidium. These are the spawn patterns now. So, move my face. We are harvesting these densely packed islands that you see up here. That's what we're currently doing. But realistically, we don't need to. We could just drive around this in the safe part of the deep desert. Like we don't really need to do this. We're just doing it to test and have some fun, really, because it's good content. Because this is what we enjoy doing. But like, it would actually arguably more efficient and more effective to just drive around the A band of the deep desert for us. Where did I get this map? It was provided to me by a member of the community. There's a bunch of Dune sites that get that stuff. Mercer Cube, I agree. Yeah, that kind of functionality on a mobile would be quite nice, quite helpful for people who utilize the mobile forms of Twitch. Yeah, completely agree. C3 and C7 are the main PvE rare chests. Yeah, there's also a, I think it's D4 has a lab, I believe. Or might be a wreck. Turns out you're based by the C7 cave. The limiting factor for, yeah, Spice Plasinium. Well, exactly, yeah. Spice Plasinium makes a huge difference to you when you start getting into the game. Like when you start getting to the end of it. Where is House Mutelli? For those of you who want to know where to find specific houses in the deep like for your lands rad, this is the site that I use for that. You can basically click on any of these any of the houses, and you can actually select which one it is that you're looking for. I've linked it for you across Twitch and over on YouTube as well. I mean, Samurai, as long as you're having fun doing that, like, that's fine. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Like, if you're having fun, it doesn't really matter if you're a good player or not. That's the main thing, like, game. Eternal Tattoo, yep, the Mark 6 pieces make a huge difference, don't they? It's really nice. Real nice. Oh, there's full titanium in the A row, yeah. In Macau, no, the drops are not specific to each streamer. All streamers, the same items throughout early September as well. It's alright, we're all secretly bad at the game here, chat, it's fine. I believe it was Zag, yeah. I'm gonna put you here. We're going to have so much fun transporting this to and from the Haga Basin. Thank you. We can indeed use the buggies as handbags and the sandcrawler to carry stuff back and forth. Yes, that's going to be how we're going to be getting the stuff back towards the A-band. We may even need to build a refinery, to be honest with you, in the A-band. Pan Miyagi, I broke that ship because I felt like it. What are you going to do about me? What are you going to do about it? Sue me? You can't sue me on Arrakis. I'll fight you. I've got a permit for that crashing. I'll have you know. I got a permit. Nice. Oh wait, shit. We are indeed doing carrier buggy runs, yeah. I'm trying to remember where I'm leaving people. That's what I'm doing. Yeah, I remembered where you were. Don't worry, Spill Mike. It's more. I might forget where I leave Sabu. Sabu's a mod now, so that means that we can forget where we leave Sabu all the time. We're on our private. We have 15 private servers like that we run a world on together. We call them the pirate servers because they're all named after famous pirates, like Blackbeard and Bonnie. Sushi Boy, yes. Oh, sorry. Yep, Sushi. The carrier now goes 120 after buff, and if you run your booster at the same time, you can get up to 160. Look, no hands. Finally, an auto mode. Kind of. I'm not sure if it's this island or the other one. I'm going to assume it's the other one. Wait, what? No, it's definitely not this one. You're a crackhead. I'll call you a crackhead to your face. That was not the proper one. Look at this one's the proper one. Thinking that was the proper one. Nothing. There you go. It wasn't the titanium island either. It had minimal of both. Now I get to go fast for a bit. Nice. Yeah, so our servers are open to anyone who's part of like my community, Pirate Softwares, Annie Fuchsias, Jay the Bards, Helping Hands, Vicky's. We've got a couple of streaming servers. So if you're you want to be part of the community, you want to come join in, you can use !Dune Discord, and you can join it. It is an NA East based server. So if you're in Europe, just bear that in mind. The ping is normally absolutely fine. I'm playing from the UK and I have a ping of 75, so nice and low. But nice and easy. Profano, I would love to see flares and fireworks with the probe launcher. I think that would be great fun. Be able to signal people at distance and stuff. It'd be awesome. Ping doesn't really matter until like 150, yeah. Aaron Bakes, the drops are currently live. Welcome on in, buddy. Not in this game, but where you get things like flares or like brightly colored glow sticks, I'm a big fan. So I would be down for survey probe launcher fireworks and flares. I think that would be a cool way of like communicating like black flares, reds, greens, blues. It'd be awesome. Like, why not? Maybe you can get the colors from the labs because you had to get certain like pigments from plants for it. Yeah, you'd use the probe launchers for it. I think it would be the best way of doing it. But to be able to get coloration, you'd probably use plants for pigments. That's the quickest way of doing it. And that would also give you a functional smoke grenade, like a smoke screen that can be fired at people as well. Which means you actually have like a PvP reason to carry a survey probe launcher, or just you would just call it a probe launcher, and it would be like a smoke probe. The House Mauritani swatch bugged. I'm not aware of it if it is Dr. Disco. You might want to check their Discord server where they have lists of known issues like that. Yeah, I think some kind of alert for the house for things getting taken in the deep desert would help. I'll give them ideas if they ask for it, but other than that, I normally just provide bugs across. So I give feedback in the normal, like I give requests of ideas and stuff in the normal way. I only tend to give them critical bugs or issues with patch notes through direct channels just to save them time and energy. They don't need to be listening to every single idea I chuck at them at the moment. They're dealing with enough. Yep, flashbangs. Well, if you're firing a smoke cloud into the sky, when it detonates, you'd hope it would leave like a bit of a cloud behind it, so it might be enough just to distract like Thops for a second. Be great on the ground. You fire it at the Thopter and you just disappear on the ground and hide in the rocks. You know, you put up one of the sand sheets that they talk about in the they talk about in one of the scenes, like one of the loading menus. They talk about like the basically the tents that they put over the Thopters to hide them from the sun and hide them from being spotted from above. Like those kind of things would be awesome to include. So Pan Miyagi, that's a fun one. It's a nice easy riddle, but like and it's cool. I like when they do that. The only line I don't get in there is my kin live in leaf and tree. Can you fire missiles at worms? You can, it just doesn't do anything, just pisses them off. Whoop. All you're gonna do is upset the worms. Could Funcom make an app like Destiny did? I don't think that they've built the game in a way that would support that, Rory. I think that's the problem. That's why I don't like. That's why I haven't let myself get eaten by the worm. The worms have a great memory, and if you know, if they eat you, they remember that you're delicious. I don't want that. Oh, Enola, what do you think elephants base their trunks on? Huh? Aranjaran, you can shoot again. You can shoot them. It doesn't do anything. I wish it did. I'm not sure stronger explosives is the answer. No. The worms are back on today, Caliber. Yeah, I've just seen a worm down below us somewhere. Johnny, that sounds weird. You might want to do a control F5 or potentially make sure you haven't got any other streams open as well, because sometimes Twitch can get confused. Yeah, worms can now do the short breach. That is the scary part about most interactions with the worms now. That's why we've had to be so careful with sand crawling and everything. No more lollygagging, indeed. Yeah, you have to be rapid on the lift with that. There you go. There's a worm down there now. Big wormy bastards. Come on. Being silly. It's just getting collision with probably with the sandcrawler. You're full? Okay. It has. A new one came down last time I was back. That shuttle was eaten. We've just been doing this for a while. Yeah. Whereas the best pay that comes from those is things like the fluid pumps, because I hate having to run Sentinel City. Like, that's the reason I run after the storms and I pick the stuff up, because having to run Sentinel City for fluid pumps is awful, and I like having water storage. Oh, power out to our farming bodies in the rift. Well, I hope that you are able to get stuff back. It's kind of terrifying, Draz, but hey, we ball. We ball. Iron laser, yeah, I mean, not everyone will, but you can do this. You can use a carrier and a buggy like solo, just have to use it in different ways. Like, make yourself a little forward operating base and just be careful with it. If it's just a penta shield and a square that you'll park your carrier in while you're harvesting, as long as, like, during a sandstorm, you can always just take off and leave if you absolutely needed to. Yep, yesterday we did 4 crawler runs, yep. Hello, why? Hey Sabu, you know how I like having those party markers that work? How are you enjoying being at the entrance to the deep desert? Oh, nice. There we go. Thank you. Yep. Yeah, you can do a double click and stuff. I can't see where you actually are though, Sabu. Oh, okay. No, I won't do a vault. I don't want to try a vulture mode pickup. No, you can't actually pick someone up at that speed. Won't let me grab you for some reason. The amount of water needs to refine is why you thought it'd be hard to do it. That's why you import people. You basically have to bring bodies out, put death stills out here, and build your water supply up, or make yourself sand traps and just do all of it at the end of the week. Which we could just do. We could make wind traps to get water and then just wait, you know, till tomorrow morning and harvest it all at the start, like produce it all at the start of stream. But we just need the ability to have a tanker of some kind. I completely agree with you, chat. Like, there's no reason why if you can carry a buggy, you can't carry a cube that's 100% full of water that's the same kind of weight as the buggy. As long as there's no sloshing inside, aerodynamically it shouldn't make a difference. Yeah, water shippers. Yeah, is one of the DLCs. Yeah. Ugh, gross. Who showers? No, I parallel park when I shower. I would like a water tank and a fully big gun pew pew armor tank. I completely agree, Poofy Rand. We know that you can pressurize containers in Dune very well because we have a 2-liter volume decaliter john, or a liter john that holds 3 liters of water. So we know that that kind of compression is absolutely insane. How much melange is a fully upgraded sandcrawler storage in one? Right, a fully upgraded sandcrawler holds 11,000, so you're going to be doing 50,000 from 7. You're talking like 8 runs. Basically, you're taking about like 1,600 melange. Just shy of 1,600 melange. Every other run would be 1,600, so yeah. 600 melange plus extra, you know, half the way to making the next run, or in 2 full goes you'd be able to make sorry, my brain's just gone absolutely blank. You'd be able to make 150, you'd be able to make 3,000 melange. That's why I'm about to do something silly. You can make 3,000 melange from 2 runs and a fully upgraded sandcrawler. Jeez, trying to make me math. Math. We're in American time zone, so we call it math. Oh, hello, worm. Yeah, the Regis spice container on the sandcrawler makes a huge difference, but I'm going to be honest with you, melange is very different in terms of how much you need it, depending on the server that you're on and depending on the overall environment upon which you guys are playing. On a public server, you might be really short on melange. Melange might be worth a huge amount. On our server, most of the time, melange isn't actually that much of a problem because we're working collaboratively. Most melange gets harvested, like most spice gets harvested and turned into melange very rapidly. So that means there's a prevalence of it, which means it's not massively sold. I think the going price for melange is about 5,000 on our exchange at the moment, and that's just because there's only one listed. Like one set leading. I'm just Dave, look, you can drive between islands, but it is dangerous. You are risking yourself to go from here. You could theoretically go all the way through all of these islands. It's technically viable. Would I do it? Fuck. Gonna be honest with you, absolutely not. They could do Poofy Ran, but I'm not sure how effective that would be. You have to make it in the deep desert. When you say shut a ring mouth, what do you mean, Phoenix Mercer? Oop, the ads are here. Whoop. Can't remember which one of these it is. Do you need help? Oh yeah, you did. Wow. Yep, Sabu nearly bounced off. That was a very brave noise you just made, Sabu. There are indeed new drops today. Oh, hang on. Let me do this. Finish eating my snack. There are new drops today. Yes, correct. I've got these specially for you, chat. I say your problem is you're spending too much time focusing on the ones that actually aren't worth getting. That's what's taking you so long. How full are you? Yeah, you're better off going for the areas in this. When you're doing it this way, you're better off driving to the areas which are really dense where you can get like 3 or 4 easy ones rather than just like the one that's really difficult to get and you've got to line up and back up and forth and stuff. Just drive around and just harvest the ones that are worth doing. You don't have to be too methodical about it. I think that's the trick really with them. I think Sabu's probably just a bit more cutthroat about the ones he does and doesn't go for. And if you drive down the hill, there's one more down there. It'll come with practice. You'll be fine, Small, don't worry. I've taken Sabu on many of these trips. Nightmare Game UK, thank you very much for your Prime sub a few minutes ago. And Aaron Bakes, thank you very much as well. Thank you all very much for your Prime subs. Welcome on in to the community. Hope you are doing well today. Hope you're enjoying your drops. Feel free to hang out. We will be live for a while longer. Glad you're all enjoying yourselves. Cool. Might not let you because of the angle. There we go. You need one more. There you go. Oops. That might be a little bit too much on the edge. Full. There's a bunch of stuff that affects the ring mouth aggro, and I do not really know how to fully work out what exactly triggers Grandpa every single time. Some people say many thumpers do, some people say that it doesn't. You know, some people say, like, for example, you know, some people said that like using 3 thumpers at a time will do it, but we used 5 yesterday and didn't summon it. Some people say that doing, you know, the laps around the outside will do it. Some people say that if you do a sand crawler and you just like go back and forth, then you won't summon your grandpa. I do not yet know what isn't mythology on the grandfather worm summoning, and that's what I'm struggling with a little bit. Like, that kind of worm science isn't making sense. Moonface Assassin, I mean, the carry is great fun. It's an investment, and ultimately if you ever lose one, it's going to feel awful, but this is just a lot of fun. With the new resource density in the A-band, taking a carrier around with one of these, just flying it around the A-band is worth doing. It's perfectly safe to do it in the A-band. Can you trick a worm in Haga to go to the other end of the map so a guildie could loot the crash ship without risk? Like, there is basically some handoffs between like where the worms will go in terms of territories that we don't quite know. You can't make one worm follow you accurately across the other side of the map, I don't believe. You'd likely either cause another one to spawn or attract one of the ones that's already in your pathway. The ringmouth respawned almost instantly. See, that's the really weird part. I don't know what causes ringmouths to respawn. Also, thumpers are inconsistent at best. We do have that issue. Lobo Gambit, many of the changes are really good. Some of them are a bit strange. I just think that the Deep Desert, once again, well, it's not once again, it's more, there is the ongoing issue that the Deep Desert doesn't really know what its identity is. Is it PvP? Is it PvE? That needs to be made. The mind needs to be made up on that one. I think that's still my issue with the game. The new resource like provision in the A band is real strange. Wait, no, that doesn't work. I've only dropped you onto the roof rather than through it. I need to put you, like, here. I think we are getting pretty much full. Let me go grab Sabu. I'll grab Sabu and we'll start doing runs back towards the front end of the deep desert. They should nerf the A-band. I mean, I think more, rather than nerfing the A-band, now give us a reason to go to the deep desert. Give us a reason for PvP. Funcom have not yet merged Worlds, Metal Siren yet. I believe that they're working on how all of that works and how server transfers might work, but I don't think we have a definitive answer yet. So watch this space is my advice. No, the stamina block icon, the red thing that surrounds your stamina bar or your power bar is basically the block symbol. It basically means that you're blocked from regenerating that resource at any given time you're using it. For example, because you're reloading or because you're sprinting. So that red outline around that resource now shows that you can't regenerate it right now. It gives you an immediate visual indicator as to whether you are regenerating or not. Yeah, that's really nice quality of life change. That's one of the examples of really good things that they've done in this patch. D'Souza Gaming, welcome on in over on the YouTube side, bud. But are the only useful changes patch outside the bug fixes the assault? I mean, the thruster changes are really, really nice. Look, the carrier feels really good. But he has to do 170 in a carrier. Gives me a level of joy that I haven't felt in a while. Like, this is just fun. It's also a bit ridiculous, but hey, we are where we are. Sorry, at this altitude, the carrier treats air like it's jam. So navigating becomes quite difficult. Like, I can't even turn properly, as you can see. Carrier can outrun a scout with rockets if it drops its cargo, which kind of makes sense. Like, it doesn't necessarily make sense from a mass or physics point of view, but from a gameplay enjoyment point of view, that one, I guess, kind of makes sense. Bob Mosses, I completely agree with you. There is a lack of meaningful endgame. The Landsrad system is not a meaningful endgame. It doesn't feel good. Yeah, I mean, I guess when you put it like that, you know, semi-truck tractor without the trailer is hella fast. Yeah, kind of makes sense. You in the Thopter, Sabu? Makes sense. Hang on. privates have more PvP than PvE players, but larger number of PvP players are bad for duping, just got bored. I mean, Belegroon, I think ultimately it comes down to the fact that PvPers want to be able to engage in their PvP loop. They aren't able to engage in their PvP loop because of the fact that there's no meaningful way for a PvP player to stop a PvEer from leaving, and because of the change to the Deep Desert, there's no way to catch up or to actually like keep a player there to fight. There's no reason to actually fight someone in PvP, so why would PvEers stay around to fight? Why PvPers haven't got a target because there's no reason for anyone to PvP each other, not fundamentally. It's very, very rare. So a lot of PvP players like lost interest because actually the only way you could force PvP was by using an exploit, like pinning someone down against the ground or, you know, like ramming them with scout fopters. I think it's more that there was no reason to PvP, so the people who were looking to PvP had to engage in negative tactics, which gets called griefing, which causes problems, you know, gets the negativity around it. Luther, which one? Our one? Like, where? Which console? Why is it giving you anxiety? I mean, I like knowing that I'm causing you psychic damage, but I at least want to understand how I'm doing it. Maybe don't delete stuff then, Luther. Like, easy. Fuck's sake. They snipe each other for giggles. That's the point. Like, you needed to make PvEers want to PvP to gain something from it. Otherwise, they're just going to keep like running away and fighting. You're not going to be able to encourage them to learning how to do it. And you have to give them the tools to learn how to PvP. You are very welcome, McNerd. I hope you enjoy them. I guess I can move it, Luther. Fine. I'll move it in a minute. Where would you like it moved to? When you're in a storage assault or scout, how do you fight? You drop out and zap someone with a las gun. You fight on the ground. Rockets aren't that overpowered. You can dodge them. You can outrun the scouts. You can do all kinds of stuff. You can use the terrain to your advantage and you can whittle them down. The real trick to PvP is not necessarily to, like, kill them every time, but just be too annoying for them to kill, and they just give up. They just get bored, and then they go away. Whoever has a las gun, now that you can get the tier 6 materials in the Deep Desert A-band, you can make the cutter array to get a las gun very, very easily. I'll be honest with you, as of this change, there is no reason that anybody who is at Duralumin tier into Plastinium should be worried. Why are you taking off? What you doing? Yes. So you're going to want to grab you're going to want to fill your buggy up and grab it. Oh, thank you. And then do you want to fly your carrier on the Sanctuary back, Sabu, and I'll take my assault, which is currently tucked under the base. I didn't forget that I put that under the base at all. I might have forgotten, and it was only when I looked around the base realizing it wasn't there that I remembered. Why? Oh, but you brought the carrier out, so we've got 2 carriers, which makes it much faster for us to do this. It's good. Yeah. We didn't come remotely close to mine. Well, we came close, but not... No actual touching on that point. That's just a 1 advanced thief make it, yeah. I'm looking forward to being able to name vehicles. I think it'll be fun. Why you need to move to a thief if it's in a PvE zone? Because Luther might accidentally demolish it while he's doing base renovations. And while I enjoy causing Luther a large amount of psychic damage, I would like to prevent our base from being deleted because that would kind of suck. So I will actually, like, move it. Fine, I guess. Chronothopter, exactly. I might call it Dune Dash. You might not have access to the base more, Mike. You'll need to come to the left, I believe. If that's your carrier, I can see on my screen right now. Yep, you'll need to come to the left. It's this point over... I'll ping it. Southeast. Can a carrier... Okay, a carrier can't pick up a carrier, and carryalls aren't a thing in the game. Carryall means something else in the Dune universe. It's a different kind of vessel. They just got it in for terminology reasons that they shouldn't really be using because it's confusing. Violet Orchid, these are the drops here. Look at them, they're delicious. These are some I made earlier. You get them by watching them. 2 hours will get you all the drops. If you haven't already got all of the observer set, I checked with the devs earlier. They have confirmed that the observer drops will be available in future for the ones that you haven't got, just likely at the end when all of them have been released. Well, thank you very much, Thrall, for being here to watch. Wait, I can take this straight across the gap and just save everyone a journey and go and fix Luther's problem at the same time. Efficient. As much as I enjoy upsetting Luther. I did see the chest in C7 is dropping Halleck's picks. Yeah, Ravan's very good. No, Mr. Bushman, I appreciate it. Thank you for the support. I mean, Luther, you're not wrong, but I didn't say it, so I'm off the hook. How's the spice drops in the PvE zones? There's still quite a bit of spice you can get a hold of in the PvE zones, I'll be honest with you. It's pretty workable now. The resources of it's more the Stravidium and Titanium that's available in the PvE zone is now huge. For those of you who haven't seen me show this earlier, this is the new... This is the new density of resources in the A-band. So over there on the left you have titanium. Over here you have stravidium. You can see the difference. That might be the way around, but you see what I mean. You can now get the tier 6 resources really easily in the A-band, the PvE part of the deep desert. So you should be pretty good for getting plastinium. Then in C7 and C3, there are chests that drop spice plastinium dust, so you can start making the end game gear. This is how you can kind of spin up. So thanks. I will welcome on in. I hope you're enjoying your drops. They have added more medium blooms in the PvE band, exactly, yeah. What do you have to do for the Twitch drops? You basically watch, and then in your inventory, once you've got them, you'll be able to link your account easily to Funcom, and you'll be able to get the drops in-game. You've got all the drops today? I'm glad to hear it, Nwaldi. Thank you for being here. Thank you for hanging out. Yeah, watch for 2 hours, aka just put me onto another tab and, like, go AFK. Solid Tequila, you know, yeah, but, you know, hopefully they can make these changes and turn the game around, and then we can progress over time. There are indeed medium spice blows in the PvE area now, yes. Wait. I'm good. I remembered. Ooh. Where do you want it? You want it in here? Pyro, no, we can't read your mic test, unfortunately. I'm sorry. You're gonna need to try again. I should probably put one of these up for sale. Is a Sentinel good for PvE, PvP? I use it quite a lot in PvE, yeah, it's quite effective for that. Yeah, unfortunately your mic test in Twitch chat didn't work. Players can destroy it in PvP. They can, if we're in a PvP area, which we're not. So... As a PvE, I kind of don't agree with medium spice blows. Viable to blast strap entry at the main spice. Yeah, I mean, look, ultimately, this is why I think my main point about all of this patch is that the identity of the deep desert versus like being PvE or PvP needs to be confirmed, because it doesn't feel like it's a PvP area right now. The deep desert ultimately feels like it's a PvE area where you have a little bit of risk from players for us, or a lot of risk from players on a public server. And it's varied massively depending on the culture of the place that's left. The vultures wait at prime time. Yeah, I can imagine. I can imagine that being a thing. Ultimately, that's the only content they've got, and now you've actually got very little reason to even go into the PvP zone. You've got spice blows in the PvE area. You've got Providium and Titanium in the A band. That's true, Serduk, and I think that Funcom will ultimately win some of the player base back as they make changes and improvements over time. I think that's the key part as well. They have delivered a number of quality of life changes here, which are really good for us to see. Whoop. Gonna have a quick snackaroony. I mean, we'll do a flight along here, but I look at this. Like, so there you go. Tier 6 material. Just there. Bunch more around. Some over there. Some up there. Some down there. Some more there. Some more there. Yeah, it's going to be really easy for people to catch up. I mean, it's good in some ways and bad in others. Like, Unlaris, I'm glad you've enjoyed the drops. Thank you for being here, bud. I appreciate the support. Thank you for being here to watch the stream, guys. Naked Snake, I would say watch his Twitch channel, watch his Discord server. There should be news coming out pretty soon about that. Jay Psycho, thank you very much for the resub at tier 1. 3-month streak, 3 months. I appreciate you, but thank you for being here. Enjoy the bread roll icon. You're now a bread roll. You're no longer mere dough. You have risen. No problem, bud. Jotan's tongue. I mean, the flamethrower is pretty good in a number of ways. I just don't personally like using heavy weapons. I don't find it's that effective. Docs, how are you enjoying Palia? I haven't actually managed to play Palia yet. How are people finding it? The lasgun isn't a heavy weapon, it's a way of life. The Deep Desert update is good. I mean, the Deep Desert update, I'm just not sure how I feel about the changes to the way they've done Strividium and Titanium. It's good for PvE players. I think, once again, the patch leaves me questioning what is the identity of the Deep Desert. Is it PvE or is it PvP? We just need to be told once and for all, more than anything. What makes it bad in PvP? Well, now players have no need to go to the end game PvP area in order to get their, what's the word? Strividium Titanium. There's so much of it in the A band that you will never need to go to Deep Desert to get the dense resource nodes, more than anything. Not at all, Space Raccoon. I'm just lucky that everyone's here because of the drops. Large Spice, so the Ringmouth, is not available in the PvE area, no. But medium Spice Blows are, so you can still get, you know, a couple of full Assault Thopters full. You usually get 200 melange from a medium Spice Blow. Easily. In the Deep Desert. Not at all, Space Raccoon. God, no. Most of our community comes from Annie Futures, actually. We share an awful lot of people with her community. And same with Peter. Or Premier 2, if you don't know. We're just having fun, chilling. I'm glad you guys are enjoying getting your drops today. So that's why I'm actually quite grateful that Thor's not like raided here into us at any point, because it means that we can build our own community, which is kind of part of, if you know, for those of you who want to be part of both, but also distinct and separate and our own and unique and chilled, which is really nice. I've really appreciated, you know, and all the advice and support I've got from people like Annie and Baru and Barjo, like just awesome people. Really, there are some really awesome streamers out there, and you know, I'm really grateful to all of them for, you know, being able to put this broadcast on for you guys ultimately. Couldn't do it without all of you as well. Thank you very much. Grav, mine is bugged unplayable. I'm not sure what the problem is, bud, so I'm not able to help you. My load times are fast. Yeah, we're on a private server, yeah. Distinct and separate. It was... There, calm. Oh. Probably shouldn't be too deafened in Discord for too long. I should probably let the others tell me where they are and stuff if they need to. There we go. You place it once and it stays on detonate. That's weird, but have you tried relogging Dr. Disco? That might be a player side issue. Gravity Death, no, you cannot fly a buggy back and forth. This is the largest inventory we have access to, which I think is a little bit of a problem personally, but hey, we are where we are. Oh, I remember very well, Seth, playing all of Divinity Original Sin 2 just while both very heavily unwell. Both of us just stopping to cough and just a wheeze and die, yeah. Private server, Deep Desert isn't private. Freebird, our private server is 15 private servers making up a private world. So we have a private world on our server. So yes, we have a private Deep Desert. It's strange, the drops are live. These are the drops just here. You can see them. The carrier, there needs to be some way of shipping stuff back and forth that's better than this, because this is just exhausting and silly. Yeah, well, actually, Freebird, honestly, that's thanks to Nitrado. Nitrado have provided us our servers for free for the entire community. They've been really supportive, really kind. They've been really helpful in helping us moderate our servers. I've used Nitrado's servers before, but like I've not actually like administered a game through them. And this has been really, really good. Like they've been absolutely fantastic for us. They're the ones who found out that while we weren't able to ban people because Funcom didn't give us the tools to do that, we were able to wipe their progress, and we were able to wipe their progress every 6 minutes or 6 to 12 minutes, depending on like in-game actions, so that they wouldn't come back. So for a long while we couldn't ban people, that's what Nitrado would set up for us. So I find that deeply funny. And if you're going to exploit, you know, you're going to dupe stuff, that's what happened to you. You got your account wiped every 6 minutes or 12 minutes. Yeah. Yeah. That's kind of better than banning people in some ways, to be honest. Like, thank you very much, Small Mike. Oh, thank you very much, Small Mike. I appreciate the runs and the shuttling back and forth and stuff. It's been appreciated. All right, bud. Get some rest. Catch you later. This is finally finished. Nice. I mean, I can't take the credit for this base. This is a Luther special, and Luther's still not happy with it, so I'm not allowed to be nice about it because Luther gets grumbly. But yeah, Luther makes really good bases. I'm going to be honest with you. Luther is the one of the mods here. He's our designated German. If I have any question about Germany, I ask Luther. I don't know why. Even though I work with 2 other German people. Is that Spice Machine wonky? No, it's just in the corner. He's just a bit shy. Not wonky, he's just shy. How would you like it if the Spice Machine came up to you and called you wonky, Arthur? That's so rude. Can't believe you'd do that. Honestly. Yeah, Luther is the one who makes the Planetologist app, if those of you use that. If you don't, you should use !DD map. The Planetologist app is incredible. Very, very useful, useful thing. Nightlight, that's likely that there's too many items inside of it or it's bugged. I believe they're aware of some bugs there that they are fixing, but you might just need to wait and see on that one, unfortunately, I'm afraid, bud. Right. We are going to need some friends, I think, at some point, but... No, like, basically what it means is that your base is too good for the Salido blueprint replicator to currently process it. So take it like that. That's what I mean. Design, that's one of the most requested features in terms of quality of life. People want the ability to fast load the corpses because it's kind of a pain. So, yes, I'm hoping so. I think that what they need is like a top-fed auto, like a magazine of corpses that you slot into place and it just chunks each corpse in like 5 in a row. I reckon that's not remotely barbaric and hideous, but remarkably funny. Also, in an unrelated request, give us a giant autocannon that we can load people into just for fun. I mean, it would turn them into water. Just the sheer amount of force they go through the gun barrel would basically turn them into just a mist. And then you harvest all of the liquid from the mist. Perfect. It's like blood bags, but you take the whole person. That's how physics works, chat. I'm an expert, trust me. I've used physics my entire life. You might have studied physics, but I've been working with physics my entire life. Dazan, right? I think the first thing I would have done is been like, huh, I'm in this deep desert lab where there's this like hydroponics, you know, that I could just pick up and take with me and it's free and no one could stop me. Now I can grow agave seeds without having to go out through the Udan and look for them like a pig looking for truffles. Like, yeah, you should be able to grow plants in your base like that. There should be no, like, it should cost you water. Like, ultimately, you should have to top the water system up so there is some level of balance. But, like, I think, like, crop plots would be quite helpful to have. So you can grow fiber, you could grow, you know, the agave, that kind of stuff. I think the other thing about that is it would let you grow pigments. And I think that, like I was saying earlier, with pigments, you could then make basically flares that you fire from the probe launcher. And you can make colored flares based on the pigments that you've grown in your own base. Yeah, you can just paint the walls of the base like Simon just suggested. Yeah, basically just give us pigment plants. I'm B-Rad. We have a general kind of quite chill deep desert. People are testing after the changes now. I think it's going to be remarkably okay. It's not necessarily... People do fight for resources occasionally, but realistically, there's no real reason to fight for resources because there's just so many of them now. Like, titanium and stravidium is just all over the deep desert A-band now. They've added it in. So, like, why would we need to fight over most of the resources? Yeah, if it becomes a thing on the server that if you see a Cronus, you fire a red flare, that'll be hilarious. You hear a whee! Yet all of a sudden, a series of red flares goes up, leading back to the deep desert entrance. Cronus has been spotted in the deep desert. The game's dead. I disagree with you, Crazy Mayhem, but I think there's a lot of hope for the future. I think the devs are doing good changes, but if the game is dead for you, that is completely fair. That is completely fair. If the game is dead for you and it's exhausted your goodwill, you can't force yourself and you shouldn't. No one can tell you to do that. So if you are done with the game, that is completely fair. I'm not going to stop you. I'm not going to have a go at you. I'm not going to tell you that you're wrong. You know you better than I do. Thank you very much for all the follows. Remove, Hermin, everyone else. I really appreciate it. It's very kind of you. Hello, TQB. I'm glad you had a nap. I hope you're less EP. Dueling would be really good. Yeah. I would like them to add like a PvP arena where you can set presets, like so you can make it so there's no regeneration or limited regeneration and stuff. I mean, all-out conflict. You didn't have to lay him out flat on the floor like that. Deeply funny. No, that was a great response, bud. Exactly, yeah. For those of you who weren't paying attention or weren't reading chat, all I come said, I mean, there's dead games and there's games you still watch streams for and have opinions about and try for drops while saying it's dead. Like... God damn, that's good. I didn't realize that the sand crawler was full of by sand. I don't know. I assume you were doing tank brain things. Like I don't know. I know what tanks get up to when they're not tanking. Were you, I don't know, staring at a white wall, thinking, you know, it could be planar? Is that the kind of? You thought it was a bit too distracted? Is that how it works? Is that how tank brain works? You're a mod now, so I get to make fun of you. Easy. Well, hopefully once you've got the Bitcraft drops, Cinders, you'll be able to get the Dune drops as well. I don't think I emptied my Ornithopter. I think I just emptied the Sandcrawler. No, I don't have a sand addiction. I love melange. Melange. That man, the drops alive. Here they are next to me. You can see them. There you go. Another 5. 2 more hours for your final Bitcraft cube. Exciting. Okay, so we've made so far 3,000 Stravidium fibers. Proto Dog, I've done that so many times. You've got all the dinner guests there. The hotel, all the guests of the hotel are suddenly in your Ornithopter. You're like, oopsie. Didn't mean to bring them all that way. What was the map you brought up with all the pins in the A block for the deep desert? I'll show that again. So this is the new resource. This is the resource, like, oh, hang on, let me take the drops off. So this is titanium and stravidium on the deep desert. So this is the A band down the bottom. This is what the patch has introduced. There is a lot more stravidium and titanium, which you can now just get in the PvE area. It's basically completely safe to get these, to get the materials. This week, you can also harvest spice plastinium dust in C3 and C7. So you can get pretty much all of the end game materials this week in the PvE zone, the Deep Desert, if not all of them. Yeah, we're using it in Paint because I know how to use programs well here and don't just throw them into Microsoft Paint because it's a shortcut on my screenshotting tool. She's actually Mrs. Paint now. Yep, there's spice plastinium dust in C7 as well. So in C7, in this one here, right in the bottom corner, Forgotten Cave, this also has spice plastinium dust in it. In fact, you know what? We'll take a break from shuttling things back and forward, and we'll go and collect our spice plastinium dust because it's been a while, and those of you who weren't here at the start of the drops won't have seen our walkthrough of it. I know Sabu's got clips, but I also want spice plastinium dust. There's clips of the caves, not the locations. I am sorry, the Dax. Yeah, so the C7 one is here in the bottom corner. We'll go there first. That'll let you get and this resets this chest about every, I mean, if you go every 2 hours, you'll pretty much always have loot there as far as I understand it. So if you just do a couple of runs to the desert, go back, you know, log off, go and have your dinner, come back a few hours later, you'll be able to harvest enough, you know, sand that actually, yeah, sorry, spice plastinium dust rather than sand, that you'll be able to actually make some progression quite nicely. Yeah, 45 minutes, 2 to 2 hours random. Yep. If I do this, then I won't forget about it on my way back. Oh, it's a sand crawler. Very nice. Okay. Hello, those of you over on YouTube. Hope you're all doing well out there. You've got the C3 cave. So C7 is this one in the bottom, and C3 is this cave that's here. We'll go there next. You know, is anyone to run the testing station, so you'd be blocked on it? If you're on our servers, ProtoDork, you like to be able to find a group. If you're looking for people, yeah. This is a full tier 6 Thopter, yeah. That's why it handles like an absolute dream. Yeah, C3 POI, yeah. Okay, no worries, ProtoDoc. If you do decide to switch over, I'm sure Sabu or someone else will help you. I can give you an ornithopter if you want to. Yours isn't too bad. Oh, that's good to hear, bud. I'm Birad. I'll be honest with you. Yeah, I completely agree with you. If you want to find a group and you're restarting, feel free to join our Dune Discord server, and I'm sure people will be able to give you a hand if you're looking for it and help you kind of catch back up. Look at how much. That's tier 6. I think that's tier 6. That's tier 6. That's tier 6. I think these two are tier 6 as well. Oh no, one of those isn't. Well, that's tier 6 and some copper. Okay. So only a small amount of tier 6 stuff here in the Deep Desert. Don't worry. So here we go. We're in C7. So we're in the PvE area. Pretty much completely safe. Bottom right-hand corner. Just go in here. There will be enemies in here, so make sure you've got a group if you're not confident, like getting in a fight with some high-end enemies. Up here, you've got one of these chests. You've got a large chest. Oh, look, there's someone in here. Ooh. More people. Another large chest here. And then, in this corner, you have these. Hidden away in the corner. Hello. It's Glorious Splat. I can't believe you stole my loot. Disgraceful. How many enemies normally? You normally get 4 enemies in there. At most. One of them might be a flamethrower though, so be careful. This is in C7. You have Spice Plutonium Dust, and it's in this bottom cave here. I will go and show you the other cave that has the loot in that you'll want. You got a Dune watch for flamers, that would do it. Yeah, I use a las cannon on flamers because it's just fun. When is firing las cannons at people not fun, honestly? Yeah, if you know, Garish is right. If you've got a shield and battery 5, you can just run into the cave, loot, and run out without caring about the NPCs, but they might pin you in the doorway, so just be careful. I mean, yeah, on a public server, you might find that it's been farmed so rapidly that there's no mobs there. Yeah. Wait outside for someone else to go in at that point if you're worried about that. Yeah, the Dune Discord is exclamation point Dune Discord. The exclamation point Discord command is just my community one if you want to be part of, you know, the Chrono Zone. The cronies, that's where we all hang out. But our Dune server, specifically for Dune, is exclamation point Dune Discord. You are very welcome, bud. Ultimately, if we can get a couple of people back into the game, like, you know, enjoying themselves, having fun, that's the main thing. Like, if we can give, like, you know, people who have had a little bit of a rough time on public servers, you know, they find that our community's vibe fits them better, so be it. Absolutely fantastic news at that point. That's all we can really do. A couple of people have been pretty happy, so I'm glad things are working out. Our private server cluster is based in NA East, so you can play it from anywhere in America and in Europe, for example. You have, like, I'm playing from the UK and I've got a ping of 75, which is absolute nothing for this. I'm right. Well, you're welcome to join one of the pirate servers if you really want to. Like, we've got a bunch of all the ones with like pirate names that are open are pretty good. We will be moving the mushroom servers across to join us as soon as we can. That is a thing. Bad ping would probably be like 200 plus, realistically. Ruchi the Shaman, thank you very much for the pre-sub at for 6 months at Tier 1. You are awesome. Thank you very much for your support. You bitch. Fine. Oh, we've got ads. what to do once you hit tier 6. I mean, part of a sandbox game is finding your own fun, to be honest with you. Like, finding what is it that you enjoy. And when you're done with the content, give yourself a break. I very much appreciate it, Ruchi. It's amazing. G-Man Crib, thank you very much for the Prime sub as well. You are awesome. We'll wait for the ads to be over before I go in and do the rest of this. We've got a minute and a half left for that. We are just going to wait for the ads to be over. We'll show everyone the next loot cave, and then we'll go back and do some more shuttling, or possibly even find a storm to chase. 45 seconds left on the ads. No one will be missing anything, don't you worry. Welcome back from the ad break, everybody. I hope you're all doing well. We've held off on going to find the second loot cave until you were all back, so I will now show you where this one is. So we are in Charlie 3, the C3 on the map, and in the 9 o'clock position, roughly, of the square, you've got this forgotten cave in here. This one is the loot cave of the week, so it has this in it. So if you come in here and you look up to the side, it's hiding here. See, more spice plastinium dust, more rare loot. There you go. That's where you'll find the second loot chest. It's here in Charlie 3, Sector C3. What's up with the water shippers in Dune Awakening? Is it only a lore thing? What do you mean, what's up with them? There's that's the next DLC. Gonzalez, I think PvP balancing for Ornithopsis is something they're looking at quite carefully, so it would not surprise me if we see something along those lines coming at some point. You pull the Wayfinder Helm from that, very nice. Wayfinder Helm's a good drop. But then one of the Mark 6 blood extractors. Rock carrier wings in the last one. Not that we've got enough of those already. Tiberius, we've just gone and looted that one. Yeah, we've just shown all of chat that. There's 2 of them. Should be showing off where you can get all of the that was in the C row, the PvE area. That's alright, Tiberius. Don't need to apologise at all, bud. Don't worry. You are quite alright, bud. Whoop, 1 second. Hello, sorry about that. So that little run got us 17 spice plastinium dust. If we did that every 2 hours, just 3 times a day, that's that's 60 or so. Well, call an average of 10 maybe to downgrade it. Do it 3 times a day, both places. That's that's 30 per day. You do that 2 or 3 days a week, you've got 100 spice plastinium. That's enough to last a long time. Amoeba Joe, I mean, ultimately, I don't moderate for Streamer House. I don't know what their rules are. I don't know what the tone of what you said was. Ultimately, I've only got your side to go on. But, some people don't like hearing that when they've been killed in PvP. I know that when I've been killed in PvP, I can be a little bit, like, grumpy at times. So maybe if you do an unbanned request and you'd be like, you know what, I'm sorry, I said that while you were, still tilted from dying, maybe next time I do something differently, maybe they'll unban you. It depends on how you did it. It depends on, depends on what was going on in the stream. It depends on how they died. I don't know the context, but most Streamer House seem pretty reasonable people. So, if you explain what happened and you want to get unbanned, I'm sure they'll consider it. If they are also subscribers to the you must process all unban requests philosophy, which I am, and I process all unban requests. I have not found a use for the spice mask personally, no. It's worth the mask to make. It's worth 200 XP to make and wear once. It's pretty good armor, is it? I use head armor, like. Oh, yeah, thanks for that. The shinies can wait until the end of the week. I'll bring them all back at some point. I'll collect more. So now we have to run it all back to Argo Basin. Great, fantastic. This is why I want the devs to bring us stuff to help with transporting stuff, because it's just insane to have to do this so many times with 1,000 volume each time. God. Well, exactly, Rakuta. There's no reason to run the spice mask, because ultimately it doesn't give a benefit. Is Dune an MMO? I wouldn't call this an MMO. No, I would call this an open world survival game. More like Rust or DayZ, but on a bigger scale with the deep desert. Or it could be if they focused on PvP stuff, or gave the PvP a bit of a more solid identity, if that makes sense. There is no tier 6 storage module. You can't upgrade the storage module of either the assault or the scout from where you've got it. Nowhere, thank you very much for the Prime sub. Thank you to all of you out there who've used your Prime subs today. I'd like to remind you of the age-old meme that, you are contractually owed that Prime sub, and when you don't spend it, that money goes towards Jeff Bezos making a statue of himself on the moon made of diamonds. So use your Prime subs, give it to a small streamer, give it to, an animal charity, give it to Albion Sanctuary, Ferret Software, Use it here if you want to, but make sure you use your Prime sub. Don't let Jeff Bezos have your money for free. Well, no, that seems like a fair trade to me. I'm very grateful, but so thank you very much for that Prime sub. Richard Cranium Jr., thank you very much for the Prime sub. Pilot BRS, thank you very much for the Prime sub as well. You guys are all awesome. Thank you for being here. Well, exactly, yeah. I mean, I think that the big meme amoeba Joe would be for the really rich people on the moon to keep sending up probes to re-angle a mirror that's like shining into each other's bedroom. Wouldn't you think that would be a fun thing to do? Just like have a little capture the flag game with another multi-billionaire trillionaire, like pointing a mirror through their bedroom window at night so they can't sleep. What was I doing? And hit some welding wire. What I need. I mean, what else are you gonna do when you're a multi-billion trillionaire? Like, fine, I guess that's what they're doing with their free time. That's why they all care about space. Someone in the 60s or 70s left a little mirror up there shining in through someone's window, and they really want that real estate. That must be it, right? It's all a big game of capture the flag, with the stakes are being able to sleep. Moonface Assassin, this isn't enough storage. We actually need more. I realize I just did the wrong thing there, but fine. Millionaires flex with cars, billionaires flex with boats, trillionaires flex with the moon. That makes perfect sense to me, Sabu. Yeah, 100%. Well, someone that makes a big sun blocker. Ooh. Could be a problem. Hope you are all enjoying your drops out there. Remember, we only have the finest of drops here. Didn't do that very well, did I? Why am I going backwards with the... Wow, why am I stuck to the ground, Funcom? Thank you. Felt like I was having a stronk for a second there. Fame's non having a stronk. You're missing roof from drops that half circle pieces. Which ones? You call it bondulants. Hello, baby doll bites. How are you doing today? Good to see you. Yeah, no more Greg's on shift for Sabu. Yeah, yeah. The end modeling. The observer one, there's no half circle roofs yet, I guess. Well, if we look at like the drops timing, this one runs until early September. There will be one that runs across September, probably for like 3 weeks, right? They tend to run for about 2-3 weeks. So I see one that runs maybe from like the 8th to the 24th of September, for example. Then you've got one that runs from, say, you know, the 28th of September until the middle of October. The middle of October would be a good time for this DLC patch that we're talking about. So maybe there's 2 more rounds of drops before the DLC with new content. So you're not meant to eat the driver for DoorDash as well. Come on, jeez. Can't believe that Zoltralord ate the Bondulance driver. I can't believe you just got auto-modded for aggression. Can't believe how aggressive Cinders is being. Yeah, Cinders, yeah, auto-mod does specifically single you out. Like, it's been like 3 or 4 times recently. Maybe there's a lesson to be learned here, Cinders. Maybe it's trying to tell you something. I'm not going to tell you what that is. This is going to be a learning experience. Zoltralord, are you what the kobolds and the goblins are fighting over to decide whose team you aren't on? Is that what they're doing? I'd believe it. Crazy Edge, yeah, you can't carry the crawler across the gap. So we use the crawler to carry back and forth, but because our base is so close here, it's not worth doing, and we've already done that on the far side in the A-band. So now we're just having to do the shuttle runs back and forth. So you're right, yes. But unfortunately, because you can't take anything more across the gap than an assault ornithopter, that doesn't work. How full are the chests getting out there, Sabu? All of the chests here. Oh, I mean, in the Haga Basin base. Have you filled up all the chests already? No. Okay. They're not all full. Okay. Oh no. How did I? How have I? How did I do that? Why am I like this? That's all right, Crazy AJ. I'm glad, you know, we can give you the information so you know for yourself for the future. Why am I? Where can I find spice-infused Bassium dust without having to worry about getting ganked? I will show you, but you can find it in the caves in the west of C3 and the very bottom right-hand corner, southeast corner of C7. Huckleberry. I'm going... It takes me a second to remember that this is moved. We can do a little bit of... Yeah. Okay. Just queuing 1,000 plastinium and using all of the water that we've ever possessed. Okay, we can probably do a couple more runs before we need to change the water. Thanks for those links, Sabu. You can create commands in that, Sabu, by using exclamation point commands add and then or edit an existing command. You can learn Nightbot now. Yeah. And when you make a mistake, I get to laugh at you. That's how that works. Real fun being a moderator, isn't it? When do you think we'll be able to train to ride the worms? I don't know. I think it's a really weird... I don't know how that's going to be introduced. I want them to introduce it in the right way that makes sense with the game. So, I don't know. But like, I don't want them to like mess with the game too much to make it happen, if that makes sense. Yeah, lukewarm. He's been conscripted. Added to the non-Greg's train. Can't be trusted after Greg's right, you see, sadly. That's the problem. I know that you were involved. You were complicit in the Greg's riots. Unicorn reach around. The nice thing is that you say that. I do about as much flailing, if not more, with these systems. The only systems I know really well are the moderation. But I'm glad I give you the impression that I'm not doing any flailing, because that makes me feel good. Like a swan. All calm above the water and just frantically paddling beneath it. I mean, if you try riding a worm that's aggroed now in game, it'll just kill you. Oh, Toadnar, I appreciate it. That's very kind of you. Yeah, I need to, I'll put some details out about it. It's kind of wild. Yeah, I'm really excited to be giving that talk at TwitchCon, to be fair. It'll be interesting. I hope I've got some stuff to add. And to see if I can make sure that Thor doesn't wander off while I'm in a talk for an hour, because, like, if he gets lost, he might try wandering off into a forest, and there aren't any forests in San Diego. He'll end up in the zoo. Don't Dinkle, I do indeed do buried treasures. As a British person, I love treasure. I gotta go put it in a museum. It's very important to me. I'm just not done looking at it at any point. Is it worth it to craft missiles now? I mean, it might be worth it for you. It's going to depend on what you think it's going to be. Like, if you think it's worth more to buy them, fine, you can. If you think it's worth more for your time than it is just to go out and craft them, it's your choice. Like, that's about value. If you think there's value in the time it takes to harvest them, nah. I defy the sandstorm. Fire on you, I say. Well, thank you very much, All About Conflict. Thank you for being here, bud. Enjoy. It's now sold in the Harko Village and Arakeen. They now sell missiles and stuff in there for cheaper than before. I know, Walmari, that's the trick. Don't tell them that. I have no idea, Blunt Force Growler, how that would happen. There are no open fields in London. You'd end up in a zoo. What would you say to guildmates who are coming back to raider bases because they didn't pay attention to their power? I would say that it's unfortunate that there was a bug in the game, or that there was an issue with the game that was declared an exploit where people could basically abuse the ability for NPCs to raid bases. Unfortunately, that is the nature of the game. If there was one on our server, we try and help them recover, but ultimately, there's not much we can do. Like, you ultimately speak to Funcom and see what they can do, but it's a very difficult situation, unfortunately. It's ultimately they should have been logging on to look at their bases. As soon as we knew about it, we pinged. Ricotta, I mean, that there will be people out there doing the math right now. But Bailey dropped by earlier. He's probably out and about enjoying the sun. It's been quite nice in the UK for the past couple of weeks, so he's probably in the back garden chilling, just like sunbathing in the evenings. Have they added content to the game yet, or still a resource gathering PvP endgame? I'll be honest with you, it's definitely not a PvP endgame. Yes, for yeah, thank you. We've shown it on stream a couple of times. Yeah, I wouldn't even call it a PvP end game anymore. It is now a PvE end game with the new. It's now resource gathering, really. They still need to decide whether they want the identity to be PvE or PvP because there's currently no real reason to PvP. You can do everything in the game now, especially with where the loot spawns are this week in PvE. So the identity still seems a bit vague to me, and I want them to talk about what their future for that is, because I think when we understand what their future kind of goals are and intent is, we'll know a bit more about how close they are to it and what the changes are needed. Right now, we don't really have any idea of what they're looking at doing. I think that that's causing players to be a bit more concerned than they need to be, or would otherwise be if they understood. Like it or not, Funcom declared raiding the bases to be an exploit. Personally, I think that it doesn't make sense on Arrakis that bases would be allowed to degrade the way they are. I think once the power is out, there should be a 24-hour cooldown on the chests, and then after that, chests should be opened up. Once your base is out of power, that's it. It no longer defends against the storm. It shouldn't defend against theft as well, because Arrakis is about recycling the materials. So if the power goes out, ultimately, after 24 hours, I think the base should become freely lootable. You shouldn't have to use NPCs to exploit your way into the base. Realistically, if the base is unpowered and being destroyed by a sandstorm, it should be lootable, because Arrakis is all about not letting things go to waste. Yeah, Protodoxy, that's the problem. Like, that doesn't make sense in the way that the game works. They've stopped caring about their bases, not like that stuff isn't going to be there when they come back to the game. It is going to degrade. You're told very early on how important power is. Like, it's one of the very first, like, early lessons you learn in the game in making a base about power. So, Paul Biawoo, I'm not talking about making the game as harsh possible so no one ever comes back. My point is that those bases are despawning anyway. Like, this stuff is all going to waste because it just degrades over time in the sandstorms. I'm not saying that they should be punished for that. That stuff that is going to waste and being deleted by the storm should be takeable by players. There's no reason not to. It's not a matter of making it hard for players to return. These players are already going to lose everything from this system. If that's what they've decided, that's what they've decided. I can't fault the devs on that. But I do think that it shouldn't just go to waste, and that stuff should be lootable by other players if the power is gone and 24 hours passes. I think you should be given a little bit of leeway, because if, for example, you're changing things in your base and you change your power, there should be a 24-hour timer on that. Because sometimes, you know, you might be rebuilding your base and it might take you an hour to realize that your base has been unpowered. I think 24 hours seems to be a pretty good rule for you starting a timer at that point. And if you use some of that timer, there should be a cooldown based on how much you've used. Like, if you use 1 hour of it, it should take you an hour before that kicks back into place again, so that it's self-managing, so that you can't just like have it run for 23 hours, take it off for a minute, run it for 23 hours again. You need to make sure that people can't exploit it from the start. "21 days is a very generous time frame." Yes. The mechanic I'm talking about is purely to prevent, when you're building it, having unforeseen problems. Eliminations, I don't think the taxes is that necessary. I think it should all be tied to power. Solari should be coming out through taxes on the exchange. There should be shipping costs for delivering materials. We should have a market exchange terminal so that you can access the Chome exchange from anywhere, but you should pay 8% fees for it in the villages, 12% fees to account for shipping, to come to you in the Haga Basin, and it should be delivered to somewhere nearby, like one of the trading stations, rather than to your base specifically. Make it so that there are reasons to spend Solari in the game. Make things take Solari out so that you are keeping that cycling. Because Solari currently doesn't really have any benefit. It's kind of a meme. Sorry, I do a lot of, like, survival games where mechanics like this are really important. I think about this kind of stuff quite a lot. If anyone wants me to explain any of my viewpoints, please do feel free to ask. I'm happy to, like, walk people through why I think this would be a good idea. If you don't understand anything or you think that I'm wrong, feel free to point it out. I don't use Solari for pretty much anything anymore. I just have a lot of it because I like to be able to sell rad suits. Oh yeah, Landsride will be able to do now. Yeah, Sabo's right, yeah. Obviously, I'm just Solariing wrong. I'm not trying to make a spice refinery on the moon. The moon is an inefficient place to make a spice refinery. I would make a spice repository because it's safe and far away from people like Thor who could try and steal my spice. The chest in the C5 cave, if you run through the rooms, you found the second large chest. It's tucked away in the corner of the room with the second large chest. Behind like a rocky outcrop. Weaver of Flies because they've already had 21 days on power. 24 hours is just a nice one day. It's an easy timer. It's basically just a convenience. It's long enough that somebody should be able to, like, you know, recognize that their base has become unpowered, but short enough that it can't be abused. I think actually you can get your base to power yourself for 30 days. If you do certain things. Someone was saying the other day that if you use certain types of power creation, you can power for 30 days. Yes, there you go. There's a C3. I think you just did the C3 twice. You need the exclamation point in Dune Loot Cave. Oh god. It's also commands add, not command, singular. There you go. I think we could probably work on the wording of that to show which one the C3 is and which one the C7 is. You just reword it slightly. Because it doesn't show you which one's which. And people will come in looking for a specific one. Cheers, bud. That's what I was struggling with before. In classic streamer fashion, I got distracted. Just gonna hold my hands up and say it. Joril, by the end of this week, we'll be able to remove it. To be honest, it's mostly useful while people are enjoying the drops campaign. I'm very grateful so many of you are here, though, getting your drops. It's great to see you. Thank you for all the follows. Thank you for all the Prime subs. It's really awesome having you all here today. Thank you very much. Spice power, I think, does last 30 days, yeah. Some of us have moved to other games but still want to be able to return to the game when we can have to log in every day. It's a bit of a chore. My friends and I haven't played the game anymore. Base is massive. It's out the way. Don't want to build it from sleep. Don't want to play the game right now. That's fair, Naked Snake. That's why I showed people how to store a full kit in the bank in game, so that when you come back, you can just hit the ground running, and you might be starting from from fresh, but you could also store a bunch of like plastinium, for example, and melange there if you really wanted to as well. Hello, Bailey. Hi. Meow. Baby cat, what's up? He's gonna have a clean now. This is Bailey, the true streamer. He's very, very cute. He's quite loud. He's 15 years old. Hi, baby. Hi. Hi, little cat. Doing? Hi. Reach over and give you some pets. Yeah. Yeah. Can't reach all the way. Hi. Yeah, meow to you too. There you go. This is the wiki. You can learn about Bailey here. He's been kind of living with us since he was 13 and a half or so. He's doing quite well. There's some backstory in the Wikipedia command. I have taken it out of chat because it fills the entire chat. It is very spammy. But the full the backstory is in there. He's I'm very grateful for him. He's quite calming in many ways. Reminds me to take a break. Hey, little cat, are you gonna go check out your food bowl? Is that what you were doing? You are, yeah. Bless him. He's gonna go check his food bowl out. Yeah, so he kind of moved. When I moved into my house in 2023, he was kind of here and had basically like he was like semi-living in the garden, basically being fed around the neighborhood and kind of going back to his house every day as well. He was quite chubby, very well loved, but yeah, I wasn't expecting the house to come with a cat, and I wasn't expecting to love the cat so much, to be honest with you. He is my chubby son. That's my proposal, Sasha. I think that's what would make sense. You have 21 days plus 1 day grace period. Agamemnon, yes, the bug is fixed for carrying stuff back from the deep desert. They put out a patch this morning and fixed the issue. Yeah, Draz Dawnfire, that happens a lot here, bud. That's how we do things. That said, you can again get 30 days if you are lucky enough to be using Spice Power, but not everyone will be, particularly if you're playing solo. I don't expect you to be using Spice Power. So I know some people are saying you can have 30 days. Thurston, sorry, I didn't see your question a few minutes ago. How did I come to 8% and 12% tax for shipping? It's I think the current system charges you 10% or something on the exchange. This would mean that the average is still the same, but you're benefiting people who are going to choose to use your social hubs by charging that, and people who want to get it shipped to the Haga Basin will have a higher tax rate because you have to pay for additional shipping. So that averages out at 10%, right? But you'd actually probably find out it'll actually average out about 11% taxes because more people will choose to get shipped to the Haga Basin for ease. Oh, you get 29 days of wind and lubricants. That's good to know, Peter's line. Although, is that the lowest amount, or will some of your devices go offline in 21 days and your base will go half working? So I think that's how I would balance tax rates if I was going to allow you to access your Chome exchange in Haga Basin. But I'm flying behind, Sabu. The upper tier wind generator will do 30. Directional wind will do 30 days. Oh, there you go. A little bit harder for solo players to get to initially, but if you're in the end game, it should be doable. It's... One box is empty. Amazing. Nearly 2 boxes, but I now need to move more Stravidium back. Omnidirectional wind is only 20, but directional is 31. There you go. Yeah, I think upper tier wind gens are able solo, but some people who are playing solo are a stage behind where we are, remember? So they might not be at Plastinium tier, they might still not even be at Ornithopters yet, so you might not have everyone have access to that early on. Stallionids, I hope you enjoy your long holiday. That's interrail across parts of Europe. Sounds pretty great. Hope you enjoy yourself. Agamemnon, perfect. I mean, that's what you can do, yeah, ideally. In this day and age, if you can get access to a stable enough computer that can let you remote in like that, fantastic. That's absolutely ideal. Your crash is due to NVIDIA and settings 4070 Ti. Mr. Opalot, I mean, what are you running on DLSS? Because if in graphics, there's a lot of instability I found if you're using any of the frame generation methods. I've just turned these off completely, and it's been far more stable as a result. So maybe try turning off the frame generation method. Or limiting your FPS at 60. All DLSS on? What do you mean by all DLSS on? Let me show you the settings again. In graphics, it's under, you want upscaling method DLSS, but if you're running at, I'm capped at 60 FPS because that's what you guys can see on Twitch, right? The upscaling, I've just turned frame generation method off. That's all I've done. They're on a 40 series card, so it's gonna be a newer gen, isn't it? And then I turned off NVIDIA Reflex, to be honest with you. It's not needed. Everything else I've got on absolutely fine. Admittedly, I have got quite a powerful machine, but a 4070 Ti should be absolutely fine running this. Ultra, there are lots of limits on you, you know. Is keeping VSync on anymore? Like, I don't keep VSync on particularly. I don't even pay attention to VSync as an option. I don't even see VSync in here. Is that a display? Oh yeah, you don't need it. I don't need it on my computer. It doesn't add any value for me. There you go, MT Husker. You've got 400 hours on a GTX 1070. Well, exactly, yeah. So the 4070 Ti must be absolutely fine, right? The performance is great. Crashes not so much. I think you should be able to get it stable. Like that, you must be able to find a way to get that stable. Sure of it. The drops that, so these are the drops today. Look at them. Oh, G-Man Crib. Well, I'm glad you guys have enjoyed changing some of those settings. Yeah, that's what I found works for me. So I'm glad it's working for you guys. Well, you are welcome on in, Judgment 92. It's good to see you, bud. Feel free to come here and hang out and get your drops. Exactly. Everyone gets to redesign their build all over again with all the new drops. Perfect, right? The time. See you later, Johnny. Thanks for being here, bud. We'll just, well, watch this space, because, you know, he'll be back at some point soon. Don't worry about it. Given that all of you are here while we're transitioning between servers, I'll do a shameless plug. Myself, why not? I am also streaming over on YouTube. I need to get 1,000 subs over there and a bunch of watched hours. So if you fancy doing me a favor, feel free to head on over there. Give me a follow over there, whatever they call it on YouTube. Like the stream or whatever, something like that. I would appreciate it if you would do that. But in a British way, if you feel like you don't want to, I mean, completely understand. I mean, it makes complete sense. Don't want to put you in any trouble, you know. I appreciate the support over there. At some point, I will also create YouTube videos and see how I feel about doing that. But, you know, I think live content works better for me so far. Thank you very much for giving the YouTubes. I appreciate it. You guys are awesome. Oh yeah, the thruster change for the assault just feels so much better. I mean, I've got the steady boost now as well, so I accumulate heat even slower, and it's just so much fun. The steady assault boost module, that's the one. Zephyron, if there is, I don't know about it. I don't pay attention to most of those. Any short form content you get from stream? Probably lukewarm, but I don't even know what I'm doing when it comes to short form content. I've never like edited my own videos and stuff, so it's all news to me, and it's something I want to learn at some point. But honestly, streaming for y'all has been like a whirlwind already. I'm kind of like, I spend most days just being like, I can't believe all of that was real. But damn. The Agamemnon, the problem is I can't answer that question for you because that depends on the economy on your individual server that you're on, and I don't have that information. So if you're on our servers, that might be a lower amount because our servers are a lot safer to harvest those. Hey, quick question. I haven't been around lately. How's Thor doing? Thor is doing good, Drace Mew. Yeah, keep an eye on the Discord for any pings out about streams or about when he's back. But he's doing really well. He really enjoyed being able to do DEF CON competition stuff. He's been sorting out stuff for the ferret rescue, which is really exciting. There's some news coming on that front kind of relatively soon, I would hope. I mean, Lukewarm, if you want to do that, I'd be very, very grateful. I'm trying to learn not to say no to things just because I'm being polite. Let me do... Done. Lukewarm, I've done that. Created. Look at how efficient I am. Pal Thulu 666, thank you very much for the Prime sub. You are awesome. I appreciate you. So now look, I mean, if Thor is anything like me, his vacation also included doing some things that one wouldn't normally call vacationary, but for him would be a break. What, world domination, I guess, Sabu? Makes sense here. Is Thor anything like me? It's a very good question. In some ways, Thor and I are quite similar. In some ways, we are very, very different. And that's why oftentimes we will argue quite strongly. And then it takes one of us like to see the other's point of view. And that's how we do things. Like it works because we are both different. That's one of the reasons why I will always get a very different opinion from him than I would get from like, if I asked myself the same question. So like, we have the same viewpoints on certain things for games, particularly. Like, you know, we both got the same experience inside Eve and such, you know, or similar experience inside Eve that mean that we've got, you know, a reasonably unified viewpoint on how you run a, like an Eve guild kind of thing. But I wouldn't say that I'm very like him. That's a very interesting question, actually. We both do look at things in a very methodical way. I think that's because he's got a programming background and like a development background. And I obviously have you know, like I have legal training, so yeah, I think there's some similarities and some really stark differences. I think in this day and age, I think I'm a little bit more forgiving than Thor is, but I think I have the luxury of that position, and that's kind of how that is. I just don't care. I'm more apathetic about quite a lot of things. He's got some real passion about stuff that I just. I wouldn't want to be too much like anyone else, though. Like, I don't know. I'm fine being my own way. I mean, I'm nowhere near as into anime. I like some animes that I have seen, but other animes I just really haven't given a fuck about. Like I quite enjoyed Solo Leveling, but I really enjoyed Solo Leveling because I like lit RPGs and progression fantasy, where, you know, for example, a character is isekai'd into, you know, a magic world or a structure or a cultivation style world where they've got to gain power slowly over time. Solo Leveling is like that. It's got it's a system that's you level up and you do. It is a progressive power increase for the main character. I was always going to like that format because that's the books I like. I like that. It's a whole section of books. But I'm gonna be honest with you, I didn't really care that much about like Sword Art Online. I watched like a season or two of that. Log Horizon I quite enjoyed. That was okay. I think Log Horizon was like you basically isekai'd into a game, or they wake up and they're their characters or something. But I reckon it's been a good few years. But I don't watch a lot of anime, I'll be honest with you. Most recently, I've been rewatching House, Vikings. Rewatching, so I've only seen that like once all the way through. The Sandman on Netflix, that's next on my list to watch. I haven't seen the second season of that yet. I'm looking forward to it. But Lotus Moon, thank you very much for the 1 month at tier 1. Welcome on in. Welcome to the community. Oh, Vikings is so good. We are in, I think I'm all the way up to season 6. Episode like 6 or 7. And like there's some real, like we're getting towards like the end of where they stopped the series off. And it stays like solid right up until the middle of the 6th season. Like it didn't get, it changes when they change the main character's focus sometimes. But like, they made a really good job of it doing well. You need to get see, this is what people say about Sword Art Online. You need to get past season 2 because it's not the greatest, but season 3 gets back up. I got weirded out by Sword Art Online by like in the first season. There's a bit where they go to this elf land, and then suddenly the love interest is kidnapped by some elfy dude that summons weird slug monsters, and it all gets a little bit like weirdly fan servicey, and like I just don't, I lose interest like that. And that was season 1. Like that's the end of season 1. I think it was kind of weird. So no, there are some animes that people recommend. Like there's an anime on my list to watch where I think it's about cells in the body. Like it's cells at work. My brain says cells at work. Apparently that's quite good. So I want to give that one a go because it sounds like quite an interesting premise. You were actually from logging out to another server, so kind of like kidnapping. Yeah, we just got a bit weird. Oh, Sabby, thank you for that. 250 out of 300. Awesome. The other part of season 2. Oh, my apologies. I lose track of what's like how it's split up and stuff. Let me go down here and make sure that I'm running these. Nick G, yes, when I fly back to Deep Desert in a second, I will show you where that is. Don't worry. Just give me a moment. Make another 700 of these. Why is this paused? Fine. It probably had stopped waiting before, but now I've crafted some more plastinium. It's probably got more space. Thanks. So, in response to the question, am I as much of a weeb? I think the answer has to be no. I don't. I know a lot of people really love anime, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying there's like something wrong with it, but there's a lot of it that I just don't seem to understand, I think. Like, I'm not gonna like people like, oh, like One Piece is amazing, but I'm like, that's an awful lot of episodes. Why is there a filler-free version? Why is it still like 200 episodes? How? I don't know if I have the brain energy. You're fine to ban those if you want. Apparently I'm crashing into the wall at rapid speed. Red Falcon, well, I'm glad you're back enjoying the Command & Conquer games. Red Alert was an absolute masterpiece. Red Alert 2 was good. Red Alert 3 was also, very fun. I think Red Alert 3, the last time I actually played it, was a conversion for Command & Conquer Generals. Lotus Moon, thank you very much for the 1 month, that tier 1. Hads, thank you very much for the Prime. And One of Dial, thank you very much for the Prime sub as well. You guys are all awesome. Welcome on in, and I hope you're enjoying your drops. How long do I stream for? I stream until I feel like stopping, and I've got plenty of energy in me, so... Ricotta, that was a bug yesterday they fixed in the patch. Why have I got such low performance? May just do a quick restart. Yes, they released a patch earlier today which fixed it. These are the drops. This is chunky. Wow. Actually looks okay on stream, weirdly. Okay, fine. I'll just do a quick log out to main menu, see if it fixes anything. I didn't change any graphic settings. Thankfully, didn't change any graphical settings, so we're good. The new Baja Blast is purple. Is it spice flavored? You know how much we like spice. Is it Baja Blast Dune spice? If so, follow me entertained. I'm interested. Gives me spice streams. If I could drink Baja Blast that gave me spice streams, I would do it. Yeah, I would do it once. Oh, this is bad. I'm gonna see if leaving the deep desert helps. The 45-foot giraffe while driving, that would be awful. That's why you don't spice and drive, chat. No, it is the game. It's definitely not my computer. Hmm. See, absolutely no lag at all on this menu. Buttery smooth. Might have been a dodgy loading in, maybe. A dodgy loading screen or something. If it's bad when we get to Haga Basin, we'll do a restart in Haga Basin because it's only a 30-second reload timer in Haga Basin, so nice and easy. If a copter had spice on it and a worm pulls you over, what would you say so they would let it slide this time? I'd be like, hey, my guy. If a worm's pulling you over, you've got bigger concerns than carrying spice. Yeah, I'll need to do a game restart. This is rough. Getting progressively worse. Here's my favorite 007. Oh, that very nearly hit you with the lag. This is awful. We're just gonna do a quick restart of Rooney chat. These are the drops, just so you know. What is going on here? Dune? Awaken? Geordie, thank you very much for the pre-sub at tier 3. You are absolutely amazing. Thank you for being here. It is always lovely to see you. How are you doing, Geordie? Thank you very much again for that tier 3 sub, doing us 6 points closer to the PP program goal. I think we're probably at 256 now. We are so close. I'm really grateful to all of you for getting us there. We can get there before September. It's going to be absolutely amazing. I'm really looking forward to it. And thank you all for that support. Wild to think that I only started streaming like 2 months and a week ago. I think I made partner 2 months ago. No, not quite yet. In a few days' time. At the 17th, I think it was. Daniel Craig now used to be Sean Connery. I think like, I don't know, the old Bond films are better, I think, but Daniel Craig is probably my favorite Bond. Mostly because he's the one I've seen the most of recently. But like the old Bond films are just like absolutely great. Like they're ridiculous at times, but they're like their own genre almost. Sushi Debot? No, I didn't. The only content creation I did before I started streaming was posting a photo of my cat every day. That's literally the content creation I did. How long do I normally stream for? Oh, wait. My average stream is about 10 hours long, right? I haven't gone beyond 12 for quite a while, but I'm really enjoying Dune today, and I've got a lot more to do in it. So, why wouldn't I? Oh, Ben Vetsi, I'm glad that your server works again. It's a good thing to have working. I'm sorry to hear that it wasn't working, to be honest. There we go. We're all smooth again now in game. It likely had a memory leak. Actively no Sushi Debot. I mean, I stay informed on the key issues that I needed to, but I'm not practicing at all. It's a nice break from the corporate world, to be honest with you. Doing merger work before this, it was awful. That's like asking someone like who their favorite Bond is like asking like who's your favorite Doctor. Like there's only a few answers, but like it can be quite divisive. To be fair. Less and less. Yeah, you make a fair point. Not that many people have seen all of the new seen the old Doctors. Yeah. Who's my favorite Doctor? My favorite Doctor is definitely, yeah, as you say in chat, clearly Brosnan. Yeah, my favorite Doctor was Brosnan. Yeah, 100%. No, my favorite Doctor, like David Tennant. David Tennant. Like, I started watching the end of Christopher Eccleston, but like David Tennant was always. I think he did like a tortured, brooding Doctor quite well. Like when he got angry, like he got very like he managed to do angry very well in a kind of a quite cold, chilling way. I think for me, Tennant is pretty damn good. Did a great job of it. Mrs. Doubtfire was the best Bond villain. Oh, hello, dearie. You Virginia Doubtfire. Great film. I'm glad that we got Nos and Greg to make sure they watched Mrs. Doubtfire, because I was surprised that Nos hadn't seen it. Okay. Stuck on a terrain. Now I can't take Peter Capaldi seriously as the Doctor for a really stupid reason. Some of you in chat from the UK likely watched Skins at some point. Like, if you watch Skins and you kind of around, put a little marker in chat. Skins was like a TV show, almost like. Actually, wait, I think they did a US version, didn't they, of Skins? I don't think that was any good, but the kind of thing that happened. The in Skins, not Christopher Eccleston, Peter Capaldi plays one of the main character in the first series' dads, and he is a complete arsehole. He is rude, violent, aggressive, uncaring, and awful. And he plays it so well that whenever I saw him as the Doctor, I couldn't see him as anything other than Sid's dad. And you might not remember Skins, but at some point in that, Peter Capaldi's character does unfortunately pass away, and they steal his body from the funeral so that the kids can have a proper send-off of Sid's dad rather than the family. So, you know, it's very difficult when you've seen Peter Capaldi's corpse being dragged around a city streets in what I think is an old Mini. See him and take him seriously as the Doctor. Also, eyebrows very distracting. Probably did a very good job of the Doctor. I think he could probably do a very good angry Doctor. But I can guarantee you in every scene I would be looking at his eyebrows being like, damn. If I ever meet Peter Capaldi and he shows me a clip of this, I'm fucked, chat. Face is quite good. I haven't seen that for a long time. Nope. Fuck's sake. You don't worry about Rhinoceros. Yeah, it's a pretty it's one of the songs on the list that's just about on the line to be acceptable. Like, if you're going to allow Without Me by Eminem, you kind of have to allow this song as well. They're no. Well, probably should remove it from the playlist, to be fair. Think the song bot is broken? Oh yeah, it seems to be. Let me fix that for everybody. There we go. That is now fixed. Apologies. I didn't realize that was broken. Thank you for pointing that one out, chat. Good job. Wait, we're out of water. Shit. Of course we are. That would be the first thing that we ran out of, definitely. Oh, that's true. Beach, thank you very much for being here, bud. I appreciate it. Enjoy your evening. Yeah, the fact that the crafting time's up 75% means that we are burning through this. We're making the refining quite, nice and quick, but yeah, the burn through of water is quite high. We might need to go on a friends trip at some point. Maybe that will be something we do. Oh no, tomorrow I was going to do something else. Maybe we'll just we'll go on a friends trip after this chat. We can keep emptying them. The problem is that in order to empty the boxes that we're filling, I need water, and in order to get water, I need the corpses. That said, I've got enough stored up bodies-wise to do another few runs, so we are good, but... I just... Give me a corpse magazine, Funcom. I want to be able to reload it like an autoloader. On it. Yeah, like a magazine, like a like a sniper magazine. Just just kind of slotted in place, and it just kind of chunks the body. Chunk. Another body loads in, becomes water. Done. Perfect. What's the problem? I don't understand. No, the in-game voiceover IP is working for us. Yeah, the VoIP's working for us, bud. I think you might need a computer restart or a game restart or like a Steam restart. Wait, if you change server borders while you... Maybe Lady Piccolo. I'm not sure what's happening. We're going to see if that correctly turns itself off. Okay, it's working. You should grab a snack. Remember to unscrungle your spines, chat. Grab a snack. Ponder the great orb in the sky. You went out for a 35-minute cycle and now need your bed? I understand that. That's fair. Off you go, Cinders. You off to bed? Thank you for being here, if you are off to bed. Thank you, all of you, for all of the follows and all the support today and all the love. It's been absolutely amazing. Pamyagi, so you don't need to see the Great Orb to ponder it. Still ponder the Great Orb. Can I just not... Okay. Hello, we've come for the daycare run. Okay. Yes, we're inviting the neighbors in for drinks, exactly. Oh, land's rad progress. That's what we like, isn't it? Oh, it's just tap F to loot. Okay. I just haven't got any... Oh, and now I drink water every single time I pick up a corpse. Okay, fine. Well, on the bright side, I'm going to be the most hydrated my character's ever been. I keep on holding F to, do it. I keep on holding F to pay respects. You bind everything to F. Every single thing. This is what, and this is why we ended up with Hubert saying that he was, and Winky saying that they were going to F the horses in Ashes of Creation. I'm just going to go this way. Now what? G is... Wait, how... But how are we going to F the horse if you have to use G? That's not fair. That's not right. You are Meals on Wheels. Where's your friend? Eh. There you go. Easy. All the people collected. They've all been rehomed. They come to stay at the hotel. Exactly, the Hotel California. If I could be any animal, which one would I be and why? Probably be an orca, because swimming around in the sea hunting fish, playing around all the time. Some of them get a bit of a bad rap, sure, but like, you would be too if they called you a murder fish. But not even a fish. Also, fish aren't real. Like, there's no such thing. I am water, after all. The 4 animal types. Exactly, cool done. Yeah, you know what's up. But if you're talking about which animal I want to bet on rather than be, always bet on crabs. Crabs are always going to win. They're the best shape. I would be the natural enemy of the moose, Kate, you're right. Moose everywhere. Meese everywhere would fear me. Always bet on crabs. Yeah, but you know what else can dive? Orcas. Orca. Killer whales. Hello, Red Brown. How are you doing? Welcome on in. I hope you enjoy your drops. Did you leave me any delicious loot in here, anyone? Bit unnecessary, I know, but it isn't at the same time. We are full on friends. Okay. If aliens landed and asked you to teach them one thing, what would it be? I would just teach them the internet. If you understand the internet, that's it. You're fine. You know that humans are fundamentally absolutely fucking crazy. Done. Zoltrol is just creating a bunch of clips to, I don't know, to try and create an LLM of me or something, I reckon. Yes, Abu, but at least that way it'll be quick, right? The alien looks at me after I explain the internet, blinks twice, and presses Alt F4 on the universe. Done. How am I finding the new assault changes? Honestly, they make it so much better. The assault is in such a, like, so much better a place than it was beforehand. The fact that you can jet now and you can jet at, you know, 180. Yeah, the wings are a bit fried, but that's how we do here. You know, you can jet properly, you can actually, it feels much better. These Ultra-Lord, I know they're not coming from you because they actually come across as intelligent, and that's how I know you're using artificial intelligence. Yes, Mark 6 wings do indeed speed up the Mark 5 assault. When you're making parts for your Ornithopter, anything that says defines the, or talks about, you know, the stats of it, does. I'll show you in the build now. Yeah. So if you're in here and you're looking at the Assault Ornithopter, this says, influences the flying capability, defines the max speed, defines power efficiency and controls, determines the fuel capacity. These tell you what it does. This will always be the same across all the tiers. 2 passenger seats and 2 utilities, pilot and co-pilot. This gives you slightly better stats, you know, they have better armor, etc. But realistically, the ones that say defines or influences is the most important ones. And you can put a Mark 6 wing onto a Mark 5 Ornithopter, but you need all 6 of them to be Mark 6. All the wings need to match. Also, these are the drops here. Begin by watching. Oh, the drop summoned Baron Thorconan. Hide. Zoltrod, if you don't like tapeworms, I have some bad news for you about this game. They're not quite tapeworms, but they're bigger. They're bigger. I mean, at that point, if your planet has tapeworms, you've probably got a problem. You probably need to call in a specialist. I'm fairly sure there's a film about this. Tremors? See, my memory's not as bad as I think it is. It's Tremors. Zoltrod, the water in soda doesn't count. Three empty. Four empty. Into the fifth. So I think we've got 2 containers that still have stuff in them. Yeah. You have ice in your Diet Coke, you're fine. Okay, awful. Like saying you've got ice in your whiskey, you're fine. Like, yeah, but on the rocks, okay. Not really. Not really sure that counts as okay. Do you break down your deep as a base pre-storm? Yes, Anthony Master, we normally do, yes. Our deep desert bases are basically repository bases now. We use them as storage. We do all of our processing back in Haga Basin. The hotfix that was deployed today was not a hotfix, it was a patch, and it fixed the issue of traveling between the servers. It followed yesterday's large patch. Omega King, that sounds fine. It'll buff right out of your Ornithopter. Don't worry about texting and gliding. You're okay. They patched the patch, so you can patch while you patch. Today's patch fixed a couple of stability items. It fixed some performance for low-end machines. And today's patch also fixed the transfer issue for Ornithopters, where you might just lose your Ornithopter or all of its inventory when you went between areas. You are very welcome, bud. Not a problem. If anyone has any questions, feel free to ask. For those of you who are asking, people who missed out on the first round of drops, Funcom did confirm today they want to make sure that everybody can get like full use out of those items and they can enjoy them. So they will be making sure that people can get hold of the ones that they've missed at the end of the campaign. So if you miss anything, don't worry. Just keep grabbing the ones that you can. And at the end of the campaign, there should be a way for you to be able to grab the ones that you're missing. No Reigning Joker, there are no new quests and missions yet. The only new stuff is a new skin for the sand bike and some new cosmetics. I would expect new quests and missions to come in the October update, to be honest with you, bud. I think that's when I would expect to see that kind of content rolling out. I mean, Gaikotsu, I'm not a software engineer by any means, but I lack the understanding of all the systems and stuff to be able to comment really on what it is that's going wrong on their end. I just have to kind of hope that it doesn't stick around for too long. It seems like it should have been reasonably simple, but it seems that way to me because I'm not trained and don't know how it all fits together on the back end. It's very easy to say that. Building a game with all these interconnected parts, I don't understand how they've done it or how they will have done it. You'll need somebody who's far more specialist than me to be able to judge on that one. Good job getting Halleck's pick out of the C7K. Very nice. We actually need to go back and do a run of those. We'll do that now. Yes, Ultron's worms have a smell. They just won't tell you what it is. It's their own private scent. Oh wait, actually I'll park this inside. Hang on. We're going to go to the first loot cave, chat, and I'll show you that one again. For those of you who missed it earlier, these are the loot caves of the week where you can get spiced plastinium dust, the end game material, without any risk other than PvE. Completely outside of the PvP area. Ooh, we might actually have to do some fighting for this one. So this in C7, chat, is in the bottom right-hand corner of C7. This area has one of the rare loot chests for the week where you can get the Spice Plastinium Dust. I'm just going to run straight through and show you how you can do it without really having to do any of the fighting because I'm lazy and I like to cheese these things. In this far corner, you've got all of this stuff tucked away in the corner. That was very rude. Why is my stamina not regenerating? Okay. Fine, I will kill you so that other people don't have to. You are all big bitches. I can hear that people on the server are coming here to get their loot in. You can just keep shooting me, dude. It's just gonna take him a while. There you go. All cleared. You are very welcome, Bitter Fox. Thank you for being here. I hope you enjoy your drops. This is in C7. I will come outside and show you guys on the map. Did I grab all of this stuff? I did. So it's here, on the, and it's tucked away in this little part of C7. This is where the first one is. You are very welcome, Cutty Hunker. Hope you enjoy your drops. This is the first one, and I'll show you where the second one is. It's all the way to the west in C3. Another Hallex pick, not bad. There's another one of those chests on the other side of the map in Charlie 3 or in C3. So we'll show you that one as well, chat. What's the pick? Hallex pick is probably the best rapier in the game. One of the best weapons, to be honest with you. This and the replica pulse sword are probably up there at the top. It's a rapier. It's got rapid damage. It has good range. It has good reach. It also inflicts poison. Poison's very, very solid in PvP and also in PvE. And you can get that in C7. They did indeed. If you have that little red box around your power or your stamina, that means it's blocked from being regenerated. Either by an enemy ability or by a movement or something that you're doing. That Hallex pick is dropping in C7 in the bottom corner in here. Forgotten Cave. Yep, C7's a PvE drop. That's where you can get end game resources, including the spice infused plastinium dust. Best pick in the best pick in the game. Sorry, best rapier in the game. You'll get a shed load of this these fabrics and EMS generators. It's very useful. This is the same on EU, yes. No worries at all, Better Fox. Enjoy. How do you get plastinium weapon parts? You get some of them in those chests. Plasteel composite blade parts in there. So you get some of them in these chests. Carbide and diamondine. So you'll get them by doing this. Colin, it might just be that the system is overloaded right now while so many people are trying to sign up for it. So maybe give it a little while, keep earning the drops, and link up to when it's a little bit quieter. When I land here, chat, in a second, I'm just going to go AFK for a brief moment, grabbing the drink, because I'm getting very, very low on water. And if I dehydrate, I'll die. Awful. I've just hydrated. Nah. The UK hot in Arrakis. Yes, feels that way, to be honest. In Veraltulo, I don't know. I haven't been looking for the tile cutter array. They should have located it to the correct tier, potentially in the A band. But no, the tile is the Mark IV, isn't it? The aluminium one. So in this one, if you enter from the southern side, it's just here in C3. This cave that's... No, I'm not getting map icons, but hey. There is a cave here. Come to this side on the right, just go up. And here's this chest, which has a bunch more stuff in it. More spice plastinium dust. I think this one you can normally loot without even alerting the NPCs. Oh, they're actually not here anyway. There you go. If you head on in here, you'll be able to get some of that nice rare loot that everyone's after. This isn't... What? I'm so confused. When was our last sandstorm? How rare is loot if everyone has it? Well, that seems to be the point now. It seems to be that they don't want loot to be rare. So I think we're basically preparing for a stage of everyone catching up and getting to the same level before they give us new content. Now they've started fixing the dupes and the other economy issues. So hopefully it's a step in the right direction for the future of the game more than anything. Last one was 10 minutes ago. Whoops. The Edge of Acheron. Okay, interesting. You know where to get the Lasgun? Yeah, I mean, Lasgun's not in rotation this week, so... Now, where was the sandstorm? Question. Oh, really? The drops are here on the screen in front of me. Those of you who are watching are currently gathering them. You get back to base, then I need to go AFK briefly. Thank you all very much for the follows. It is awesome to have you all here. It's fantastic to be getting you guys the drops that you want. More of the observer pieces, these lovely drops. Luke Skelly, we've started. That's an ongoing process. I need to test Grandfather Worm more, which is fun to play with. Well, that's not exactly bad. Once again, there's a bunch of them near our base, even though the storm shouldn't have actually hit it, which is kind of weird. Shit. Yep. Still a bunch of loot around our base again. I mean, I have a couple of the black market Lasgun blueprints, to be fair, if people did want to buy them. Private sale only, you understand. I'm not paying any fees to no market. Ain't doing that. Right, I'm just going to quickly do this. I'll be right back, chat. Give me a moment. I'm going to run the ads. Enjoy looking at the lovely vehicles, I guess, while we're gone. Be right back. Yeet. Hello, I am back. Sorry about that. Should probably have left this out. We're not going to be able to do much without it. Max carryway. We'll head back carrying all this nice loot. I hope you are all doing well. Thank you for sticking around during the ad break while I went to get something sorted. Then we get some cool armor drops in future updates. I'm sure we will. I'm sure there'll be more armors. I'm sure there'll be more swatches and skins and all kinds of things. Melissa, thank you very much for the bits that you threw a little while ago. It's massively appreciated. I'm glad you guys are here for the drops. I'm more than welcome. I'll take it. I'm just glad you guys are having fun and you're enjoying the stream. Thank you very much, Bashy Bash. Welcome on in, bud. Rog, I agree with you. I think the Landrad showing you what you've already got would be a good quality of life improvement. Okay, Ramen says, how dare you have fun? Or how dare you not have fun? What now? You're only watching because you wish Bailey was here? That's fine, I wish Bailey was here too. I don't blame you, to be honest, I fully agree. Thank you very much for the follows. If I could summon the cat, I would. Oh, I'm glad that if you're working, you can kind of have me on the background and chill. It's really nice to see. Really nice to hear. You doing the top of this looks a bit like an unpeeled onion, but just saying. Dunk is a state of mind, exactly. Why are we trading? How dare you? Immediate punishment. Wild Samurai, I appreciate you being here. No matter what the reason, you guys are all awesome. The new Nightbringer mini is glorious. I need to go and have a look at it at some point. I'm just saying that the Nightbringer was one of the funnest Catan shards to summon during Dawn of War. But I'm having a lot of fun playing Dune, and to be honest, a lot of you are here getting the drops, and I would be an idiot to switch off of Dune. So I'm going to keep playing Dune for a bit. Tomorrow we will likely do some Dawn of War and some Battlefield 6. I know that we people want to see Battlefield 6. I would like to give it a go and see if I'm going to enjoy the game. We may also do some Dune. I may know of a few other people who might be playing some Dune tomorrow, so... Oh, let me do this. Take have a look at this Nightbringer. Oh, the Nightbringer mini does look good. Oh, I might have to get one. Oh no, my pile of shame grows. We may do some Battlefield 6 with Winky tomorrow if Winky's around. And then we might go do some Dawn of War after that. I am quite excited about Battlefield 6. I've heard lots of good things about it. I mean, I'm a big Warhammer 40k fan, as many of you know, so Dawn of War is always going to be something that I was going to enjoy. Dawn of War, the remaster came out today, Ace the Doctor, so Dawn of War Remastered, the original one with all the expansions, has been re-released, which I'm very excited for. Oh god, getting Vicky into Battlefield 6 would be... Oh my god. Oh god, I didn't realize that was so full. Wait, not... God. $40 is the hero base. Yeah, it is, yeah. Oh my god, we've got so... Water is going to be such a problem. Then I was going to get back and be like, what the fuck did you do? We just did a little bit of turbo goblining, and no one tell Demnar, okay? It was worth it. Don't lie. Great fun. Demnar's gonna be miserable when he finds out that there's just no organization left at the top of the stairs here now. I'll just sort it out before he comes back, or he might, like, I don't know, get sad. Sinner's better men than Demnar have tried. Biggest crawler is indeed 11,250, yes. But you can't carry crawlers across the gap, so that would just be more runs anyway. I'm going to delegate the sorting of the storage to Demnar because he keeps on asking me to delegate things. Done. See? Everyone's happy. Winding up mods is my right as a streamer, just so you know. Baron Conan is here. Like a fox, indeed, a long stream today. I'm really enjoying Dune. People are enjoying the drops. And so I'm going to keep going for as long as I possibly can. You're all right, Ralstra. I'm glad I could be of assistance. That's what we give. We give you some of those elite little tips here that you otherwise wouldn't get. Wait, are we... So they're all empty. They are. I don't understand. Eight buggy loads and 4 crawler loads. Wow, okay. Jeez. I'm gonna go and make sure I get everything out of the deep desert. Make sure everything... Excuse me, things are cleared out. Then we'll come back and harvest a bunch of people. We love harvesting people, right? In-game. Just in-game cinders, yeah. If you know what's up. How many of you want us to do a wing gamba? We could do one of those at the end of the stream, I guess. Having a break from Dune up to 300 hours and taking a look at... oh, excuse me. Taking a look at the first Ascendant Season 3 patch, having a lot of fun. I'm glad you're having fun. You don't want to disappoint Mira. Mira will find you. And Mira will hydrate you. With a fire hose to the face. Absolutely make sure you're hydrated. If you don't hydrate enough, Mira will forcefully hydrate you with a fire hose. I don't make the rules, you know. That's why we have the mirror check command. If you don't do all of those things, Mirror will come and get you. Viking BK, these are the drops. You can get them just by watching. Mirror has a very special set of skills. You'd be careful. If you don't stretch or move your body, she'll show up and she basically stretches you on a rack like some kind of 18th century torture method. You don't take your meds, you'll just find they're teleported inside your mouth every time you try to do anything else until you take your meds. If you don't check on your pets, the pets will be summoned to your position over and over again. Sounds like a high-pressure situation, Sir Carl. 300 PSI, very high-pressure situation. I mean, we're still getting through a full wing integrity per day, but it's so much better than it was. Fine. There is no side effect to drinking too much water in Dune. The game just won't let you once all your hydration meters are full. 97, 70, 90, 31. Go in there. Definitely that. You're back to where you were a week ago with rock thopters. Oh no, one I'm hoping you haven't got another thopter of the rocks situation. Why would you drink 4 gallons of strawberry milk in one night, Arvaneth? What? Why? Why? I mean, they're not obviously not okay because they died, but like, Select, he's on vacation, so should be back streaming pretty soonish. Keep an eye on his Discord server, and he'll let you know when he's back. Not a problem, bud. Oh no, you have the Assault of the Bat and the Scalp. Okay, well, I'm glad you've recovered then. That's even better news. That sounds unspeakable to me. I didn't say that, Arthur. How often do you loot those just in C3 and C7? Zakon, probably between every 45 minutes to every 2 hours, somewhere in there. I go every 2 hours if I'm out and about generally, because I don't bother wasting my time that much going before that. If you wanted to try a most efficient way, you probably do it every 90 minutes. Maybe a little bit sooner than that, but I think every 90 minutes you could check and you could try it out. Welcome back, Zelfagor. Good to see you.